Ah bah voilà.
My ultimate's ready. My ult's ready. My ult's ready. My ult's ready. My ult's ready.
والله ما فهمت هذا. انت بتعالى؟ لا ما كملش. ما بيدخل شيء لا
Hello guys, how are you doing? Is Jamie Fallujah. فلوجة صافا بيان، كلشي بخير، الله يحفظك أخويا. بيناتهم أتثبت شيء. هادشي راه كاين حتى في السيرفر، هادشي راه كاين حتى في السيرفر. يلا شي شويه الجولد اللي تبدا تدير اقرا شويه. عاجب لك عاجب لك عاجب لك اصاحبي. تضحك مره مع الديامونتات. اي سفري 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 سفري. اه امم اه ابصر. امم عرفت واحد جوج. المهم سير. السلام عليكم. اش قال لك بارتي الرانكي فاريوس بارتي نوت ريدي. شكون باقي في شي كومب ولا؟ آه. بسم الله.
Match found.
stand in my way. I dare you.
Sage, you lock them down, and I'll take them out. Just like we practiced. Here.
Enemy spotted B. Oh. Duck. For you. Enemy spotted B.
Wow.
سمعت التراري.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
هلا
Thank you.
Reloading.
We cannot let them unweave our world. Reloading. Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
حط الله هذا. جيت. جيت ما كاينش عرفتي في راسك. جيت دنا اللاك يا صاحبي جيت. والله الا دنا اللاك بلاتي كنت نلاقي. تنبغي بليتو. ارى جيكو.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Keep them off balance.
Cutting through.
باش ما تبيكيش يورو كدز ناري. لا شفتيني هنايا ما تجيش لهنا. كندير لهم هاد القالب. شفتيني جيت لهنا ما تجيش. شتي دابا هادوك قتلتهم كاملين اصاحبي. السام تاعي جاو بيتفلاشيهم وينعسو. هذا دابا شتي.
Concussing! Reloading. Flash out! Blinding!
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Spike is B.
Good job.
Reloading.
They can run or get run
Reloading.
over. Their choice.
We are immovable.
Barrier created.
Multiple enemies A.
Reloading.
Trevor! Blasting!
Spike down A.
No spike.
Flash out!
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Come on! Get me in the line of fire. Cutting through.
Watch this.
جيب رجليك.
Drop in a smoke.
هذا ترى هذا يلعبوا ايه اخص الموقع.
Peeking.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted.
A. Enemy spotted A.
Enemy spotted A.
8 ثواني.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Just let them try to catch me.
Don't let up!
Wall raised.
خليك واحد شوية سجن.
I know exactly where you are.
يجيو الاي روتيتي والاي وكذا.
Concussing! Blinding!
Spike planted.
They're dead.
My territory! My rules!
Last player standing.
سيفي 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 ارجع ارجع
Zakoga.
في مزيان.
Time to jump. Gah. Zako better watch their backs.
انا نمشي للبي. انا نمشي للبي خلي لي الباص هذا. نبدل السيطرة شوية. تخافش متخافش انا تنقيسي هنا في القنت هذا. خصهم يجي اصبر. اش اسمها ستيبس عندكم
Flash out. Grabber. Clearing out. Blinding. Worthless. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
جت بلا جدا.
Last player
هو في
standing.
78 هو راه جاي من هنايا من داك القنيت شفتيه. أنا كنت مجي هكا سيرمون نقدر نضل لك هكا ولا يقدر يجي من هنا ما تعرف.
30 seconds left.
هو هلا
Move in after I strike. That's when they're weak.
لا القنت هذا خليه لي فتنا عرفتي بقى واحد مخبي هنا بصح ولكن ما خصهاش دار بزاف المرات واحد 12 ساعة فين هذاك دابا نمشي سبيكتر ما عندنا بلوس سموكو ضرب حرام
Blasting.
اذا تباو عندكم
Like I never left.
وات ذا فاك اصاحبي باقيين بي خليك في اللوجه خلي
One enemy remaining.
راه خرجت ولا ماشي خاف شوي
Gun here. Reloading.
لو جيب بلانتي ولكن عندك يكون ويندو
Reloading.
Spike planted.
صافي هو كاين في السموك واحد ديفيوزي
Good try, idiots.
Reloading. Gun here. Woo! We got this.
I need a drop. Tack, tack.
Try not to die.
out! Clearing out! Tremor! Freak!
زوج. انا داكشي بغيت ندير.
Healing you.
روتيشن.
Spike planted.
وي. ما كاينش الوقت تزيد. عارف انه جايين. بغيت نضيع عليهم الألس.
Last player
اوب اوب
standing.
اوب اوب باينه ساكنين عندنا من تما ديك اوب اوب
If you must fall, then fall near me.
سير يورو سير بي انا نمشي لك. لا خلاص نطلق الكحل.
Let's have some fun.
I'll handle this. Many enemies B. Enemy spotted. I shot somebody. Enemy spotted B. Decoy.
I know exactly where you are.
Enemy spotted B.
جايين عندنا لا
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Weak.
تما
Blinding.
ايوا تخونا
Blasting.
وات ذا فاك وديك الكلب جاب الطوره.
What will it be this time?
Ah,
Have any
come
patterns
on.
emerged yet?
سيبي
Jump them.
Drop in a smoke.
والله ترى لا هذا شو التبل فوق التبل فوق هذا والله لا تعرفوا التبل فوق 50 هاي ليه
My ultimate is ready. My territory.
Spike
هلا
planted.
ورا هرب عود هرب ما تبقاش تحرك بشويه شفت جابت له اللعبه عاد جري
Last player standing. Last round in the half.
Spend your money now. There's no bank in hell.
بوشيش جيت ما تبوشيش ما تبيكيش بيكيش اصاحبي اجرب نقلتي عليهم
Spike down A.
Now 20. My ult is ready.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front.
Reloading.
I'm ready. Concussing! Cutting through. Flash out!
Drop in a smoke.
ويلي روتيتي روتيتي
Reloading. Reloading.
بارستو هذا
Enemy spotted.
Our carrier's dead.
هذا
Got the spike.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
روتيت روتيت جايز روتيت 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 مش معنا
One enemy remaining.
انا نمشي بلانتيف سايبر هنا
Do not fight us.
Never show weakness. Ever.
روح شد سايت
Keep up.
ماشي غنسطان سير ها هو كاين داخل عنده عندنا شوت جان رجع شوت جان
Reloading.
باينه
Blasting.
عرفنا سير
Peeking.
وات ذا فاك
Blinding. Flash out.
كاين هو
Right here.
Enemy spotted.
Reloading. Headshot. Drop in a smoke.
Time to jump.
وايلي منين ضربنا هذا
Pew pew.
مورانا فلاك ويندو
Right here.
ويندو
One enemy
Hello.
remaining.
Bye.
Right here.
ها هو هلا
Just a wee flesh wound. I'll walk it off. Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you think.
نغيرو شويه نمشيو لاي فيكو بي اجي بلانتي و اي لا شفتي لا صافي رجع لا وتجيت كتجري مالك اصاحبي كتجري راه هما يجي فيكو بي هنا راه بينا ندخلو لاي صافي دابا سير البي رجع
Reloading.
بوش سير
Gun here.
غتلقاه هنا
Concussing. Reloading.
ماشي ها هو صافي هنا
Drop in a smoke.
Got
Finally, I get killed.
the
Oh.
spike.
Spike down B.
Blocking sight.
Time to jump.
You know? Oh no, just spike.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
مش ترجم؟
Last player standing.
Takes more than that.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
Spike's here. Hit them when they're
لا
not
في المجال
looking.
لا. أو شفت جيت. وما صافي ما تيأمنش والله ما تيأمن بالشيت.
Multiple enemies A. Drop in a smoke.
فوالا مشكلة تيموت. ويلي.
Cutting through. Grabber.
واعلين.
I know exactly where.
Flash out.
Gekko's gone.
My ult's ready. Amateur.
One enemy remaining.
No peeking. Barrier created.
Spike planted.
باش نمشي للمس ولكن الوقت ما عرفتش اش كاين هو هنايا في لمس ولا معلم.
Just give me a moment. You know what we should do? I'll tell you. We should
I need a
win.
drop. Thanks.
Oh shit!
نمشي لجهة أخرى. شفت هنايا.
Flash out. Concussing.
واو يورو.
My ult's ready.
No peeking.
Reloading.
الله في اللي قتل شي واحد غريب ها هو.
My territory.
عندك
I
عاوتاني.
have them
اضرب.
now.
Last player standing.
واش هادي وقيته تاع بدل السلاح. واش لعب في الايرون انا نبان.
Duelists are quicker.
Reloading. I'm here to stay. What's this? Drop in a smoke.
Grabber. I'll handle this. Clearing out.
Enemy spotted A.
Right here.
Blinding.
Drop in a smoke.
Last player
ولا كلبه.
standing.
تفو. لا.
Stock back up.
يلا الدراري فيكو اي ولكن ما تموتوش ها فيكيو حنا نشفتو هنايا نشفتو في بيب شوية خليها عاد كاين هنا
Enemy spotted A.
Enemy decoy.
بغيت يكون مورانا هذا
Reloading.
صافي زدو هنايا
Here.
No peeking.
Concussing.
I know exactly.
واو
Easy.
كلبه هيل شكون اللي يقدر يهيلين
Killed the Cypher.
ما تهيليش
No peeking. Wall raised. Spike here. Here.
Blasting.
One enemy remaining.
هيل المهم لا جاك الهيل
Dying.
يا جوال قلتولي
The dimensional fabric here is thin. I'll tear through.
Forward.
Time to jump. Grabber. Clearing out. Enemy spotted. A. Out of charges. Blinding. Flash out.
يا الله مشيت عندها برجليا
Sorted.
دابا في اللوجه لكن لا عندك واحد غير فوق
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Let them try to get through me.
سوري
Could I have a drop?
انا كنت تنقتلو بهاديك اللعيبه تنعرف كواني تما كنسطاني ونعطيه تعرف صافي انا ندير ليه قالب اخر كندير لهم واحد القالب كنسطانيهم كن افطر شوكي هنا هاد البلاصه هادي و تيوحل
Concussing.
Decoy.
Enemy spotted.
Barrier free.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
واو
No peeking.
ترى جي واحد جي
Spike planted.
Reloading.
بيكم ورانا
Last player standing.
Stay down.
هايدي
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that. your back.
شفتوا الدراري لعبوا شويه سلو يا صاحبي ما تبكيش تما باين اصاحبي باش بغيتي من تما راه باين عندهم
Dropping smokes.
Reloading.
خلي واحد يبقى تما
Spike dropped.
Drop the spike.
One
تما
down.
تشا
Reloading.
Cutting through.
كاين ما كاينش لعبه تاع طايقه برافو رانا وين كيضرب هذا
Spike down
Over
B.
here. Time to jump. I got the spike.
عنده تبا
Gun here.
30 seconds left.
يا صاحبي
Spike planted. My ult's ready.
Not ready yet.
I'll handle this.
One enemy remaining.
Refreshing.
I'm back.
Last player standing.
I know exactly where you are.
مزيان والله ما يجيبوش لا كاش الوقت
Race it to the spike sites.
Behind me.
شفتوا شويه بليز لو اجي نمشيو لإيه جبت يا امل شفتو شفت من الاول طرح ومن قبيله ولا تنقولها لي والو بغا يجري بغا يطحاب هو يدابز ويمشي انا اسطى لكم داك اللي بيكون هنا ها ورا الطاره هادشي كيتحرك لا لكن بلاش عندك شوف الهزر شوف علينا هاي واحد كاين هنا
Reloading.
اجا روطيت اجا روطيت اي فاك لا باقيين هنا انا جاي عندك لا صاحبي
That's not ready.
30 seconds
Flash
left.
out.
ماشي هكاك
Spike dropped.
هكاك امشي ليه
I got the spike. Concussing.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
فين قاعد تجي فلاش لا تتباو
It's my earth. Now get out.
بلاش
Match point.
Let's end this.
هذا الطريري بشويه شفتي بعد ثاني ولعبوا سلو
I need a drop. Thanks.
مشات تلعب سلو ما تيفهموا والو باقي اش بيديروا الاخرين كتلعب فاست كتطبق غير الخطه ديالو فهمتي. باش ما كتدخل ديك الخطه ديالو كيتخربق. ها هو جاي عندكم. رجع بحال هلي واو
Last player standing.
واو
Spike down A.
واو
No bother.
يلا معلم جاك
No
خليه مجيك.
charges.
رجع معلم.
Please.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3. My ult is ready.
ديالك هادشي هو تيبو. معلمة هذاك الصحاب.
Attackers win.
Don't let the portal hit you on the way out.
بداني جاي هنا واحد شوية ونرجع. واحد شوية ونرجع شي شوية ولا.
Remarkable mindset. Firstly, it acknowledges that winners and losers often share the same goals. Every Olympic athlete dreams of gold, every job candidate hopes to be hired. If goals alone determine success, everyone with the same objective would achieve it. Clearly, there's more to the equation. The British cycling team's remarkable transformation in the early 2000s illustrates this point perfectly. Their goal of winning the Tour de France hadn't changed over the years. What changed was their system, their commitment to marginal gains and continuous improvement in every aspect of cycling. This shift in approach, not a change in their ultimate goal, led to their unprecedented success. Moreover, achieving a goal is often just a momentary change, not a lasting transformation. Imagine tidying up a chronically messy room. The act of cleaning provides immediate satisfaction, but unless the underlying habits and systems change, the room will inevitably return to its cluttered state. This cycle of temporary improvement followed by regression is all too common when we focus solely on goals without addressing the root causes of our behaviors. Another limitation of goal-centric thinking is its tendency to restrict our happiness and satisfaction. When we tie our contentment to specific outcomes, we create an either-or scenario where we're only allowed to be happy once we've reached our target. This not only postpones our happiness, but also narrows our definition of success. Life rarely unfolds exactly as we plan, and by fixating on one particular version of success, we may miss out on equally valuable alternatives. A systems-first mentality offers a more sustainable path to satisfaction. When we learn to love the process rather than fixating on the product, we open ourselves up to a continuous stream of fulfillment. Every day that we engage with our system, be it writing, exercising, or learning, becomes an opportunity for satisfaction, regardless of the immediate outcome. Furthermore, goal-oriented thinking can create a yo-yo-yo effect in our efforts. Many people work intensely towards a goal, only to lose motivation once it's achieved. Runners train rigorously for a race, then stop exercising once they cross the finish line. This pattern of intense effort followed by inactivity can be counterproductive to long-term progress and well-being. In contrast, a systems approach encourages consistent engagement and continuous improvement. It's not about winning a single game, but about playing the game indefinitely and getting better with each iteration. This mindset aligns perfectly with the concept of lifelong learning and growth, allowing us to derive satisfaction from the journey itself rather than just the destination. Implementing a systems-based approach requires a shift in how we think about change and improvement. Instead of setting ambitious goals and hoping for massive transformations, we need to focus on building robust systems of small, manageable habits. These atomic habits, as James Clear calls them, are the building blocks of significant change. The power of atomic habits lies in their compounding nature. Just as compound interest can turn small financial investments into substantial wealth over time, consistently practiced small habits can lead to remarkable personal growth and achievement. The key is to make these habits so small and manageable that they're almost impossible to skip. For instance, rather than setting a goal to get in shape, you might establish a system of exercising for just 5 minutes every day. This tiny commitment is easy to keep, and over time, it's likely to naturally expand as you build momentum and enjoy the process. The focus shifts from the intimidating end goal to the simple, daily action that moves you in the right direction. This approach also helps in breaking bad habits. Instead of trying to quit a negative behavior cold turkey, which often leads to failure and discouragement, you can create a system of small, positive habits that gradually replace the undesired behavior. For example, if you want to reduce your social media usage, you might start by setting a system where you read a page of a book before checking your phone each morning. The beauty of a systems-based approach is its flexibility and resilience. Unlike rigid goals that can be derailed by unexpected circumstances, systems can adapt and evolve. If one small habit isn't working, you can adjust it or replace it with another without feeling like you've failed. This adaptability makes your personal growth journey more sustainable and enjoyable. Moreover, focusing on systems allows for a more holistic approach to personal development. Instead of compartmentalizing different areas of your life, you can create interconnected systems that support overall growth. For example, a system of regular exercise might naturally lead to better eating habits, improved sleep, and increased productivity at work. It's important to note that adopting a systems-first mentality doesn't mean completely abandoning goals. Goals can still serve as useful North Stars, providing direction and inspiration. The key is to not let the goals overshadow the importance of the daily systems and habits that lead to their achievement. In practice, this might look like setting a broad, directional goal like improved physical fitness and then focusing intently on creating and maintaining systems that support that direction, like a daily exercise routine, a balanced meal plan, and a consistent sleep schedule. The goal provides context and motivation, while the systems drive actual progress. This approach also aligns well with the concept of process goals in psychology. Instead of focusing solely on outcome goals like lose 20 pounds, process goals emphasize the behaviors and actions within your control, like exercise for 30 minutes 5 times a week. By shifting focus to these controllable elements, you reduce stress and increase your sense of agency and accomplishment. Implementing a systems-based approach requires patience and persistence. It's easy to get discouraged when you don't see immediate results, but remember the principle of the plateau of latent potential. Your consistent efforts are building up, even if the effects aren't immediately visible. Trust in the process and keep showing up for your systems day after day. It's also crucial to regularly review and refine your systems. What works today might not be as effective tomorrow as your circumstances and capabilities change. Treat your systems as living entities that need regular care and adjustment. This ongoing process of refinement ensures that your systems continue to serve you effectively over time. Another powerful aspect of systems thinking is its ability to compound across different areas of your life. As you build effective systems in one area, you'll likely find that the skills and mindset transfer to others. For instance, the discipline and consistency you develop through a regular exercise system might help you establish a productive work routine or improve your relationships through consistent communication habits. Furthermore, a systems approach can help mitigate the effects of willpower depletion. Relying on sheer willpower to achieve goals is often unsustainable, as willpower is a finite resource that gets depleted throughout the day. By establishing systems and habits, you reduce the need for constant decision-making and willpower exertion. Your positive behaviors become more automatic, making it easier to stay on track, even when you're tired or stressed. In conclusion, while goals can provide direction and motivation, it's the systems and habits we establish that truly drive long-term success and fulfillment. By shifting our focus from lofty objectives to manageable, consistent actions, we set ourselves up for sustainable growth and improvement. Remember, you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. Embracing this systems-first mentality doesn't mean giving up on your dreams or ambitions. Rather, it's about recognizing that those dreams are realized through the cumulative effect of small, consistent actions over time. It's about falling in love with the process of becoming, rather than fixating on a specific end state. As you embark on your journey of personal growth and achievement, consider the systems you're building. Are your daily habits aligned with the person you want to become? Are you focusing on consistent, manageable actions rather than waiting for motivation to strike? By nurturing a garden of positive habits and robust systems, you create an environment where success can naturally flourish. In the end, life is less about the destinations we reach and more about the paths we walk. By focusing on systems, we ensure that every step of that journey is meaningful, regardless of where it ultimately leads. So start small, be consistent, trust the process, and watch as your atomic habits compound into remarkable transformations over time. The journey of personal transformation is often misunderstood. Many of us embark on this path with grand aspirations and lofty goals, yet find ourselves struggling to make lasting changes. We set ambitious targets, like losing weight, quitting smoking, or starting a successful business, but despite our best intentions, we often fall short. The reason for this common struggle lies not in our lack of desire or effort, but in our fundamental approach to change itself. At the heart of this issue is a profound truth: the power of habits. Habits are the invisible architecture of our daily lives, shaping our actions, decisions, and ultimately, our destinies. They are like the atoms of our existence, small, often unnoticed, yet incredibly potent when compounded over time. Just as atoms build molecules, and molecules form matter, our habits accumulate to create the substance of our lives. The concept of atomic habits encapsulates this idea perfectly. An atomic habit is not just any small routine, it's a fundamental unit of behavior that, when consistently applied, can lead to remarkable results. These habits are both minuscule and mighty easy to implement, yet capable of generating tremendous power over time. To truly grasp the transformative potential of habits, we must first understand the layers of behavior change. Imagine peeling an onion. Each layer represents a different level at which change can occur. The outermost layer is about changing outcomes. This is where most people focus their efforts, setting goals like lose 20 pounds or make $1 million. The middle layer involves changing processes, the systems and routines we use to achieve our goals. But the innermost, most crucial layer is about changing our identity, our beliefs, self-image, and fundamental view of who we are. Many of us make the mistake of focusing solely on the outer layer's outcomes and processes without addressing the core. We set outcome-based goals and try to change our habits without altering our underlying beliefs. This approach often leads to temporary changes at best and frustration and failure at worst. Consider two individuals trying to quit smoking. One says, "I'm trying to quit," while the other states, "I'm not a smoker." The difference may seem subtle, but it's profound. The first person still identifies as a smoker attempting change, while the second has already shifted their identity. This identity shift is the key to lasting transformation. The power of identity-based habits lies in their alignment with our deepest beliefs about ourselves. When we change our identity, our behaviors naturally follow suit. If you see yourself as an athlete, you're more likely to maintain a consistent exercise routine. If you identify as a writer, sitting down to write each day becomes an expression of who you are, not just something you do. This principle extends beyond individual habits to broader systems of behavior. In societies, organizations, and individuals alike, there's always an underlying set of beliefs shaping the visible actions. A democracy operates on fundamentally different beliefs than a dictatorship, and these beliefs determine what behaviors are possible or impossible within each system. The challenge, then, is to align our desired behaviors with our identity. This is why many attempts at change fail. We try to adopt new habits that are incongruent with our self-image. If you see yourself as someone who prioritizes comfort over growth, it will be an uphill battle to consistently push yourself in the gym or tackle challenging projects at work. The story of Brian Clark, an entrepreneur who struggled with nail biting, illustrates this principle. Clark managed to stop biting his nails through sheer willpower, but the real transformation came when he changed how he saw himself. Instead of just trying to stop a bad habit, he began to see himself as someone who cared about his appearance and health. This shift in identity made the new behavior not biting his nails feel natural and sustainable. This approach to change, focusing on identity rather than outcomes, has profound implications for how we pursue personal growth. Instead of asking, "What do I want to achieve?" we should be asking, "Who do I want to become?" This subtle shift can make all the difference in creating lasting change. For instance, rather than setting a goal to lose weight, one might focus on becoming a person who prioritizes health and fitness. This identity-based approach naturally leads to behaviors that support weight loss, but it goes beyond that. It creates a sustainable lifestyle change that persists even after the initial weight loss goal is achieved. The power of this approach lies in its ability to create a positive feedback loop. As we act in alignment with our new identity, we reinforce that identity, which in turn makes it easier to maintain the new behaviors. Over time, what started as a conscious effort becomes an automatic expression of who we are. However, changing our identity is not an overnight process. It requires consistent, small actions that gradually reshape our self-image. This is where the concept of atomic habits becomes crucial. By focusing on tiny, manageable changes that align with our desired identity, we can slowly but surely transform ourselves. For example, if you want to become a writer, start by writing just 50 words a day. This atomic habit is small enough to be achievable even on your busiest days, but consistent enough to begin reshaping your identity. Over time, you'll naturally find yourself writing more, not because you're forcing yourself to meet a word count goal, but because writing has become an integral part of who you are. This approach also helps in breaking bad habits. Instead of trying to quit a negative behavior through willpower alone, focus on cultivating an identity that's incompatible with that behavior. If you want to stop procrastinating, start seeing yourself as someone who takes immediate action. Small, consistent steps in this direction will gradually shift your self-image, making procrastination feel increasingly at odds with who you are. It's important to note that this process of identity change is not about denying your current reality or pretending to be someone you're not. It's about consciously choosing and nurturing the aspects of yourself that you want to grow. We all have multiple facets to our identity, and by deliberately focusing on and developing certain traits, we can shape our overall self-image in positive ways. The beauty of this approach is its flexibility and resilience. Unlike rigid outcome-based goals that can be derailed by setbacks, identity-based habits are more adaptable. If you see yourself as a healthy person, a single unhealthy meal doesn't negate that identity. Instead, it becomes an outlier, prompting you to return to behaviors that align with your self-image. Moreover, focusing on identity change can lead to more holistic personal growth. When you change how you see yourself in one area, it often has positive ripple effects in other areas of your life. For instance, developing the identity of a disciplined person in your fitness routine might naturally extend to increased discipline in your work or personal relationships. However, it's crucial to approach this process with patience and self-compassion. Changing deeply ingrained beliefs and habits takes time. There will be setbacks and moments of doubt. The key is to view these not as failures, but as part of the learning process, opportunities to reinforce your commitment to your new identity. It's also worth noting that while we focus on personal identity, our habits and beliefs are often influenced by our environment and social circles. Surrounding yourself with people who embody the traits you aspire to can significantly aid in your transformation. If you want to become more entrepreneurial, spending time with entrepreneurs can help shift your self-perception and reinforce behaviors aligned with that identity. As you embark on this journey of identity-based habit change, remember that the goal is not perfection, but progress. Each small action that aligns with your desired identity is a step in the right direction. Over time, these atomic habits compound, leading to significant personal transformation. In conclusion, the path to lasting change lies not in setting ambitious goals or relying on sheer willpower, but in reshaping our fundamental identity. By focusing on who we want to become, rather than just what we want to achieve, we set the stage for sustainable, meaningful change. Through the power of atomic habits, small, consistent actions aligned with our desired identity, we can gradually transform ourselves. This approach requires patience, self-reflection, and a willingness to challenge our existing beliefs about ourselves. But the rewards are immense. Not only do we achieve our desired outcomes, but we do so in a way that feels natural and sustainable. We don't just change what we do, we change who we are. As you reflect on your own goals and aspirations, consider shifting your focus from outcomes to identity. Ask yourself not just what you want to achieve, but who you need to become to achieve it. Then, identify the small atomic habits that will help you embody that identity. Remember, every great achievement, every personal transformation begins with a single small step. Your atomic habits are the building blocks of your future self. Choose them wisely, implement them consistently, and watch as they compound into remarkable results. The journey of personal transformation is a fascinating and complex process, one that often eludes even the most determined individuals. At the heart of this journey lies a profound truth: true behavior change is, at its core, identity change. This concept challenges our traditional notions of self-improvement and offers a powerful framework for achieving lasting personal growth. Consider the story of Brian Clark, an entrepreneur who struggled with nail biting for years. Like many of us, he initially approached the problem with sheer willpower, managing to stop the habit temporarily. However, the real transformation came when he took an unexpected step. He scheduled his first manicure. This simple act shifted his perspective entirely. Suddenly, Brian wasn't just trying to stop a bad habit, he was becoming someone who took pride in the appearance of his nails. This shift in identity made the change effortless and permanent. This anecdote illustrates a crucial point: the most potent form of motivation comes from aligning our actions with our sense of self. When a habit becomes part of your identity, it transcends the realm of things you want to do and enters the sphere of who you are. This transition from extrinsic to intrinsic motivation is the key to sustainable change. The power of identity-based habits is evident in various aspects of our lives. Think about someone who takes great pride in their physical fitness. They don't need to convince themselves to go to the gym. Working out is simply an expression of who they are. Similarly, a person who identifies as a voracious reader doesn't struggle to find time for books. Reading is an integral part of their identity. This principle extends beyond individual habits to broader life goals. Instead of focusing on reading a book, the aim becomes to embody the identity of a reader. Rather than running a marathon, the goal shifts to becoming a runner. Learning an instrument transforms into embracing the identity of a musician. This subtle but powerful shift in perspective changes everything. Our behaviors are typically a reflection of our identity, often operating at a subconscious level. Research has shown that people are more likely to act in ways that align with their self-perception. For instance, individuals who saw themselves as voters were more likely to participate in elections compared to those who merely expressed a desire to vote. This alignment between identity and action creates a self-reinforcing cycle, making the desired behavior feel natural and effortless. However, it's important to recognize that identity can be a double-edged sword. While it can be a powerful force for positive change, it can also become a barrier to growth if we become too rigidly attached to certain self-perceptions. Many of us unknowingly limit ourselves with self-imposed labels. I'm not a morning person, I'm bad with technology, or I'm always late. These identity-based limitations can become self-fulfilling prophecies, hindering our ability to change and grow. The challenge, then, is to cultivate a flexible and evolving sense of identity that promotes growth rather than stagnation. This requires a willingness to question our long-held beliefs about ourselves and to embrace new possibilities. It's about recognizing that our identity is not fixed but fluid, capable of expanding and adapting as we accumulate new experiences and habits. But how exactly is our identity formed, and how can we actively shape it to support our desired changes? The process is both simpler and more profound than many realize. Our identity emerges from our habits. We are not born with preset beliefs about ourselves. Every aspect of our self-image is learned and conditioned through experience. This understanding leads to a powerful realization we can deliberately shape our identity through our habits. Each time we make our bed, we reinforce the identity of an organized person. Every time we sit down to write, we strengthen our identity as a creative individual. With each workout, we embody the identity of someone committed to fitness. The key lies in the repetition. The word identity itself comes from Latin roots meaning repeated beingness. Our identity is quite literally the sum of our repeated actions. The more we repeat a behavior, the more evidence we accumulate for the associated identity. This evidence forms the foundation of our beliefs about ourselves. Consider how this plays out in real life. A person who attends church every Sunday for years has tangible proof of their religious identity. Someone who studies consistently builds evidence of their scholarly nature. The individual who exercises regularly, even in challenging conditions, reinforces their identity as a dedicated fitness enthusiast. This process of identity formation through habit is gradual and cumulative. We don't suddenly transform into entirely new people overnight. Instead, we evolve bit by bit, day by day, habit by habit. Each action we take is like a vote for the type of person we wish to become. Over time, these votes accumulate, shaping our self-image and, consequently, our future actions. Understanding this process gives us a powerful tool for personal transformation. Instead of focusing solely on outcomes, we can concentrate on building habits that align with our desired identity. Want to become more creative? Start with small, consistent creative practices. Aspire to be more health conscious. Begin with minor daily habits that reflect this identity. The beauty of this approach is its sustainability. When our actions align with our identity, they no longer feel like a chore or a struggle. They become a natural expression of who we are. This alignment creates a positive feedback loop. Our habits reinforce our identity, which in turn makes it easier to maintain those habits. However, it's crucial to approach this process with flexibility and self-compassion. Our identity should not become a rigid construct that limits our growth. Instead, it should be a dynamic, evolving aspect of ourselves that we continually refine and expand. This means being willing to challenge our existing beliefs about ourselves and to embrace new possibilities. For instance, someone who has always seen themselves as bad at math can begin to shift this identity by engaging in small, consistent math-related activities. Over time, as they accumulate evidence of their ability to engage with numbers, their self-perception can evolve. The key is to start small and focus on consistency rather than perfection. This approach to personal growth also highlights the importance of environment and social circles in shaping our identity. We are greatly influenced by the people and situations we regularly encounter. Surrounding ourselves with individuals who embody the traits we aspire to can significantly aid in our transformation. If you want to become more entrepreneurial, spending time with entrepreneurs can help shift your self-perception and reinforce behaviors aligned with that identity. Moreover, this understanding of identity formation can be applied to breaking negative habits. Instead of focusing on stopping an unwanted behavior, we can concentrate on cultivating an identity that is incompatible with that behavior. For example, rather than trying to quit smoking through willpower alone, one might focus on developing the identity of a health-conscious person who values clean air and physical well-being. It's important to note that this process of identity change through habit formation is not always linear or easy. There will be setbacks and moments of doubt. The key is to view these not as failures, but as part of the learning process, opportunities to reinforce our commitment to our new identity. Each time we choose to act in alignment with our desired identity, even after a setback, we strengthen our new self-image. As we embark on this journey of identity-based habit change, it's helpful to regularly reflect on our progress and adjust our approach as needed. This might involve journaling about our experiences, seeking feedback from trusted friends or mentors, or periodically reassessing our goals and the habits we're cultivating to support them. It's also worth considering how this approach to personal change can impact broader social change. As individuals reshape their identities and behaviors, they can influence their immediate social circles and, by extension, larger communities. This ripple effect of personal transformation can contribute to more significant societal shifts over time. In conclusion, the path to lasting personal change lies not in setting ambitious goals or relying on fleeting motivation, but in reshaping our fundamental identity through consistent, identity-aligned habits. By focusing on who we want to become, rather than just what we want to achieve, we set the stage for sustainable, meaningful transformation. This approach requires patience, self-reflection, and a willingness to challenge our existing beliefs about ourselves. But the rewards are immense. Not only do we achieve our desired outcomes, but we do so in a way that feels natural and sustainable. We don't just change what we do, we change who we are. As you reflect on your own goals and aspirations, consider shifting your focus from outcomes to identity. Ask yourself not just what you want to achieve, but who you need to become to achieve it. Then, identify the small, consistent habits that will help you embody that identity. Remember, every great achievement, every personal transformation begins with a single small step. Your habits are the building blocks of your future self. Choose them wisely, implement them consistently, and watch as they compound into remarkable results, shaping not just your actions, but your very identity. The journey of personal growth and habit formation is a fascinating exploration of human behavior and psychology. At its core, this journey begins with a crucial first step: awareness. We often go through life on autopilot, our actions guided by deeply ingrained habits that operate below the level of conscious thought. However, to truly transform our lives and build positive habits, we must first shine a light on these automatic behaviors. One powerful technique for increasing awareness is the simple act of verbalizing our actions and intentions. There's a profound difference between thinking about doing something and actually saying it out loud. When we vocalize our habits or plans, we engage more of our senses and create a stronger mental imprint. This verbalization can take many forms, from simply stating a task we need to complete to acknowledging a habit we want to change. For instance, imagine you're trying to break the habit of mindlessly scrolling through social media before bed. Instead of silently recognizing this behavior, try saying out loud, "I'm about to waste time on my phone instead of getting restful sleep." This verbal acknowledgement makes the consequences of the action more tangible and real. It's harder to ignore the implications when they're hanging in the air, spoken in your own voice. This principle extends beyond breaking bad habits. It's equally effective for reinforcing positive behaviors or simply remembering important tasks. If you have a busy day ahead, try verbalizing your to-do list in the morning. Today, I need to finish the report by noon, call the client at 2 p.m., and pick up groceries on the way home by saying these tasks aloud. You're more likely to remember them and feel a stronger sense of commitment to completing them. The power of verbalization is rooted in the way our brains process information. When we only think about something, we're primarily using the language centers of our brain. But when we speak, we engage additional neural pathways, including those associated with hearing and the motor control of speech. This multisensory engagement creates a stronger memory trace and a more robust commitment to action. However, awareness alone, while crucial, is often not enough to effect lasting change. This is where the concept of implementation intentions comes into play. An implementation intention is essentially a specific plan that outlines when and where you will perform a particular action or habit. It's a simple yet powerful tool that bridges the gap between intention and action. Consider a study conducted in Great Britain, where researchers worked with 248 people to improve their exercise habits. The participants were divided into 3 groups. The first group simply tracked their workouts, while the second group received motivational material about the benefits of exercise. The third group, however, was asked to create a specific plan for when and where they would exercise in the coming week. The results were striking. In the first 2 groups, only about 35 to 38% of participants exercised at least once per week. But in the third group, a whopping 91% followed through with their exercise plans. This dramatic difference highlights the power of having a concrete plan in place. The formula for an implementation intention is straightforward. When situation X arises, I will perform response Y. This simple structure forces you to consider the specific circumstances under which you'll carry out your intended behavior. It eliminates the vagueness that often plagues our good intentions and replaces it with a clear, actionable plan. For example, instead of saying, I want to read more, you might create an implementation intention like, when I finish dinner each evening, I will read for 30 minutes in my favorite armchair. This specificity makes it much more likely that you'll follow through, as you've clearly defined both the trigger finishing dinner and the action reading for 30 minutes in a specific location. Implementation intentions are effective across a wide range of behaviors and goals. They've been shown to increase adherence to health-related behaviors like getting flu shots or attending medical appointments. They've also been used successfully in civic engagement initiatives, boosting voter turnout by prompting people to plan the specifics of their trip to the polling station. The power of implementation intentions lies in their ability to remove decision-making from the equation when the moment to act arrives. When you've predetermined exactly when and where you'll perform a behavior, you don't have to rely on motivation or willpower in the moment. You simply follow through on the plan you've already made. This principle can be applied to virtually any habit or goal you want to pursue. Want to start a meditation practice? Try setting an implementation intention like, I will meditate for 10 minutes at 7 a.m. each morning in my spare room. Looking to improve your language skills? Your intention might be, I will practice Spanish for 20 minutes at 6 p.m. each evening at my desk. The key is to be as specific as possible about the time, location, and nature of the action you intend to take. This specificity serves two important purposes. First, it makes the action concrete and therefore more likely to be carried out. Second, it helps to anchor the new habit to existing routines or environmental cues, making it easier to remember and integrate into your daily life. It's worth noting that the most effective cues for habits are often tied to time and location. Our brains are particularly adept at forming associations with specific times and places. By leveraging these natural tendencies, we can create powerful triggers for our desired behaviors. When implementing this strategy, it can be helpful to start with small, manageable actions. While it's admirable to have big goals, trying to make dramatic changes all at once can be overwhelming and unsustainable. Instead, focus on creating implementation intentions for small habits that you can consistently perform. Over time, these small actions can compound into significant changes. Another powerful technique that builds on the concept of implementation intentions is habit stacking. This approach, popularized by B.J. Fogg, involves linking a new habit to an existing one. The formula for habit stacking is after current habit, I will new habit. For example, if you already have a habit of brewing coffee every morning, you might stack a new habit onto it. After I start the coffee maker, I will do 10 push-ups, or after I brush my teeth, I will write down 3 things I'm grateful for. By anchoring the new behavior to an established routine, you increase the likelihood of remembering to do it and create a natural flow from one action to the next. Habit stacking can be particularly effective because it doesn't require you to create entirely new routines. Instead, it allows you to build upon the habits and patterns already ingrained in your daily life. This makes the process of adopting new behaviors feel more natural and less disruptive. As you experiment with implementation intentions and habit stacking, it's important to remain flexible and patient. What works perfectly for one person might need adjustment for another. Pay attention to how your new habits fit into your life and be willing to make tweaks as needed. Perhaps you find that morning meditation doesn't work with your schedule, but a midday mindfulness break fits perfectly. The key is to find what works for you and your unique circumstances. It's also crucial to recognize that forming new habits takes time. While implementation intentions can significantly increase your chances of success, they're not magic. Consistency and repetition are still necessary to truly ingrain a new behavior. Be patient with yourself and celebrate the small victories along the way. One often overlooked aspect of habit formation is the importance of context. Our behaviors are heavily influenced by our environment, so it's worth considering how you can set up your surroundings to support your new habits. If you're trying to read more, keep a book visible in your living room. If you want to exercise in the morning, lay out your workout clothes the night before. These small environmental cues can serve as powerful reminders and make it easier to follow through on your intentions. As you progress on your journey of habit formation, you may find that your new behaviors start to feel more natural and automatic. This is a sign that the habit is becoming ingrained. However, it's important not to become complacent. Continue to use implementation intentions and habit stacking to reinforce your positive behaviors and to tackle new goals. Remember, the process of personal growth and habit formation is ongoing. There will always be new skills to learn, new habits to form, and new goals to pursue. By mastering the art of implementation intentions and habit stacking, you're equipping yourself with powerful tools that can serve you throughout your life. In conclusion, the path to lasting behavior change begins with awareness and is paved with specific, actionable plans. By verbalizing our intentions, creating clear implementation intentions, and strategically stacking new habits onto existing ones, we can dramatically increase our chances of success. These techniques leverage our brain's natural tendencies and help us overcome the gap between intention and action. As you move forward, consider the habits you want to form or the goals you want to achieve. How can you create specific implementation intentions for these aspirations? What existing habits can you use as anchors for new behaviors? By applying these principles consistently and patiently, you can gradually reshape your daily routines and, by extension, your life. Remember, every great achievement starts with a single, well-planned step. Your journey to a better you begins now, with the next habit you choose to implement. The power of habits and their interconnectedness in our daily lives is a fascinating subject that deserves deep exploration. Let's delve into how our possessions and behaviors can trigger chains of actions, and how we can harness this phenomenon to build positive habits. Consider the story of Diderot, the 18th century French philosopher. Upon receiving a beautiful scarlet robe as a gift, Diderot found himself in an unexpected predicament. The robe's elegance stood in stark contrast to his other, more modest possessions. This disparity created a sense of disharmony in his surroundings, leading Diderot to embark on a spending spree to upgrade his belongings. This cascade of purchases, triggered by a single item, illustrates a common human tendency now known as the Diderot effect. It's a pattern we can observe in various aspects of our lives. Think about the last time you bought a new piece of clothing. Did you find yourself suddenly eyeing accessories to match? Or perhaps you've experienced the domino effect of home decorating, where changing one element leads to a complete room makeover. The Diderot effect extends beyond material possessions. It's a principle that applies to our behaviors and habits as well. Our actions are rarely isolated instead. They form part of a continuous chain of events. One behavior naturally leads to another, creating a sequence that can either work for or against us. This interconnectedness of actions is evident in our daily routines. Consider your morning ritual. The alarm goes off. You get out of bed, brush your teeth, shower, get dressed, and so on. Each action serves as a cue for the next, creating a seamless flow of behaviors. Understanding this connection is crucial because it provides insight into how we can effectively build new habits. The concept of habit stacking, developed by B.J. Fogg as part of his Tiny Habits program, leverages this behavioral chain reaction. The idea is simple yet powerful: attach a new habit to an existing one. By doing so, you create a natural trigger for the new behavior, increasing the likelihood of its successful integration into your routine. The formula for habit stacking is straightforward. After current habit, I will new habit. This approach eliminates the need to rely on willpower or memory alone to implement a new habit. Instead, you're piggybacking on an established behavior, making the new habit feel like a natural extension of your existing routine. Let's explore some practical applications of habit stacking. Suppose you want to incorporate a brief meditation practice into your day. You might decide, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 1 minute. The act of pouring coffee, something you already do every day, becomes the cue for your new meditation habit. Or consider the goal of increasing physical activity. You could establish the habit stack after I take off my work shoes. I will immediately change into my workout clothes. This simple act of changing clothes can serve as a powerful trigger to get you moving, even on days when motivation is low. The beauty of habit stacking lies in its flexibility and scalability. You can start with small, manageable habits and gradually build more complex routines. For instance, you might begin with a simple evening routine after dinner. I will put my dishes in the dishwasher. Once this becomes automatic, you can expand it after putting my dishes away. I will wipe down the kitchen counter, and further after wiping the counter, I will set out my coffee mug for tomorrow morning. By chaining these small actions together, you create a positive version of the Diderot effect. Each completed task provides a sense of accomplishment and momentum, making it easier to move on to the next action in your stack. It's important to note that the effectiveness of habit stacking depends on choosing the right cue. The trigger should be as specific and actionable as possible. Vague cues can lead to inconsistency and eventually the abandonment of the new habit. For example, when I take a break for lunch is less effective than when I close my laptop for lunch. The latter provides a clear, unmistakable signal to initiate the next action. Moreover, the frequency of your chosen cue should match the desired frequency of your new habit. If you want to establish a daily habit, it needs to be stacked on top of another daily occurrence. Attaching a daily habit to a weekly event is a recipe for inconsistency. To identify potential habit stacks, it can be helpful to create a detailed list of your current daily habits and routines. This inventory serves as a map of your day, highlighting natural points where new habits can be inserted. Consider both actions you take like brushing your teeth and events that happen to you like the sun setting. This comprehensive view of your day can reveal unexpected opportunities for habit formation. The power of habit stacking extends beyond personal development. It can be applied in various contexts, from improving social skills to managing finances. For instance, you might decide when I walk into a party, I will introduce myself to someone I don't know yet. Or when I want to buy something over $100, I will wait 24 hours before purchasing. These habit stacks can help automate beneficial behaviors, reducing the mental effort required to make good choices. One particularly intriguing application of habit stacking is in cultivating mindfulness and improving mood. By associating brief moments of reflection or positivity with routine actions, you can significantly impact your overall well-being. For example, when the phone rings, I will take one deep breath and smile before answering. This simple stack can transform potentially stressful moments into opportunities for calm and positivity. It's worth noting that habit stacking isn't just about adding new behaviors. It can also be used to break undesirable habits. By identifying the cues that trigger negative habits, you can insert alternative, positive actions. This approach allows you to redirect the chain of behaviors in a more beneficial direction. As you experiment with habit stacking, remember that flexibility and patience are key. What works for one person may not work for another, and what works at one point in your life may need adjustment as circumstances change. Be willing to tweak your habit stacks if they're not quite clicking. The goal is to create a system that feels natural and sustainable for you. Moreover, don't underestimate the power of small habits. While it might seem insignificant to meditate for just 1 minute or do only 10 push-ups, these small actions serve a crucial purpose. They help establish the neural pathways associated with the new behavior, making it easier to expand the habit over time. Starting small reduces the activation energy required to begin, making it more likely that you'll follow through consistently. Another interesting aspect of habit stacking is its potential to create a ripple effect in your life. As you successfully implement one positive habit, you may find yourself more motivated and capable of tackling other areas of self-improvement. This can lead to a virtuous cycle of personal growth, where each new habit builds upon the last, gradually transforming your daily routines and, by extension, your life. It's also worth considering how habit stacking can be applied in professional settings. Organizations can use this principle to improve workflows, enhance productivity, and foster a positive company culture. For instance, a team might implement a habit stack like, after our weekly meeting, we will spend 5 minutes acknowledging team members' contributions. This simple addition can boost morale and reinforce a culture of appreciation. As we navigate an increasingly complex world, the ability to form and maintain beneficial habits becomes ever more crucial. Habit stacking offers a powerful tool in this pursuit, allowing us to harness the natural flow of our daily lives to effect positive change. By understanding and applying this principle, we can transform the Diderot effect from a potential source of unnecessary consumption into a force for personal growth and improvement. In essence, habit stacking is about more than just forming new habits. It's about redesigning our lives in intentional ways. It's a reminder that our days are made up of countless small decisions and actions, each of which has the potential to steer us towards our goals. By carefully curating these actions and linking them together, we can create a daily experience that aligns more closely with our aspirations and values. As you move forward, consider the habits you'd like to cultivate in your own life. What existing routines could serve as anchors for these new behaviors? How might you chain several small habits together to create a more significant positive impact? Remember, the journey of personal growth is ongoing, and habit stacking provides a flexible, powerful framework to support this journey. By embracing the interconnected nature of our behaviors and leveraging it through habit stacking, we open up new possibilities for self-improvement. Whether your goal is to boost productivity, enhance well-being, or simply bring more intentionality to your daily life, this approach offers a practical, accessible path forward. So why not start today? Choose one small habit you'd like to cultivate, find a suitable existing routine to stack it on, and take that first step towards positive change. After all, as the Diderot effect shows us, one small change can set in motion a far-reaching transformation. In the realm of personal development and behavior change, we often place a great deal of emphasis on willpower and motivation. We believe that if we can just muster enough inner strength or find the right source of inspiration, we'll be able to transform our habits and achieve our goals. However, emerging research and real-world experiments are beginning to paint a different picture, one where our environment plays a far more significant role in shaping our actions than we might have previously thought. Consider the case of Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston, where a primary care physician named Anne Thorndike conducted a fascinating experiment. Her hypothesis was simple yet revolutionary. She believed she could improve the eating habits of thousands of hospital staff and visitors without directly engaging with them or attempting to boost their motivation. Instead, she focused on altering the environment in which people made their food and drink choices. Thorndike and her team redesigned the hospital cafeteria, making subtle changes to the arrangement of food and drinks. They added water as an option in refrigerators that previously only contained soda and placed baskets of bottled water near food stations throughout the room. The results were striking. Over a 3-month period, soda sales dropped by 11.4%, while bottled water sales increased by 25.8%. Similar adjustments to food placement yielded comparable results. What's particularly noteworthy about this experiment is that it achieved significant behavior change without any direct communication or motivational tactics. People's choices were influenced simply by the adjustment of their environment. This phenomenon highlights a crucial principle in behavior science. Our actions are often shaped more by our surroundings than by our internal drive or conscious decision-making. This concept isn't entirely new. Back in 1936, psychologist Kurt Lewin proposed a simple yet powerful equation: behavior is a function of the person in their environment, or BFPE. This formula suggests that our actions are not solely determined by our personality or intentions, but are significantly influenced by the context in which we find ourselves. The business world was quick to catch on to this idea. In 1952, economist Hawkins Stern described what he called suggestion impulse buying, where a shopper purchases a product not because they had a pre-existing need for it, but because of how it was presented to them. This insight has shaped retail strategies for decades. Items placed at eye level in stores tend to sell better than those on lower shelves. Expensive brands are often positioned in easy-to-reach locations, while cheaper alternatives are tucked away. End-of-aisle displays, known as end caps, are particularly effective at driving sales. For instance, a staggering 45% of Coca-Cola sales come from these strategic placements. The power of environmental cues extends far beyond retail settings. Our behavior in various contexts is often shaped by subtle environmental factors. In a church, people tend to speak in hushed tones without being explicitly told to do so. On a dark street, we become more alert and cautious. These behavioral shifts occur almost automatically in response to our surroundings. Understanding this principle can be transformative in our approach to habit formation and personal growth. Instead of relying solely on willpower or motivation, we can leverage our environment to support our desired behaviors. This approach is not only more effective, but often requires less conscious effort. Consider how this might apply to common goals like reading more or eating healthier. Rather than simply willing ourselves to read more, we might place books in prominent locations around our home, making them the easiest entertainment option to reach for. Instead of trying to resist unhealthy snacks through sheer willpower, we could remove them from our immediate environment and ensure that healthier options are readily available. The concept of environmental design for behavior change is particularly powerful because of how our brains process information from our surroundings. Humans are heavily reliant on visual cues of the approximately 11 million sensory receptors in the human body. About 10 million are dedicated to sight. Some experts estimate that half of the brain's resources are used on vision. This means that what we see in our environment has an outsized impact on our behavior. Given this, it's crucial to create environments that support our goals and desired habits. This might involve setting up a dedicated workspace for productivity, organizing our kitchen to make healthy cooking easier, or even using visual reminders for important tasks or habits we want to cultivate. The good news is that while we are influenced by our environment, we also have the power to shape it. We can be the architects of our surroundings, deliberately designing them to support our goals and desired behaviors. This approach to behavior change is often more sustainable and less mentally taxing than relying on constant conscious effort. An interesting example of the power of environmental design comes from a study conducted in the Netherlands during the 1970s energy crisis. Researchers found that in one suburb, some homeowners used 30% less energy than their neighbors, despite living in similar homes and paying the same price for electricity. The key difference? The location of the electrical meter. Homes with the meter in the main hallway used significantly less electricity than those with meters in the basement. The visibility of energy usage in daily life was enough to influence behavior without any other intervention. This principle can be applied to various aspects of our lives. Want to drink more water? Keep a filled water bottle within arm's reach at all times. Trying to exercise more? Leave your workout clothes and shoes by your bed so they're the first thing you see in the morning. Want to eat more fruit? Keep a bowl of fresh fruit on your kitchen counter. The key is to make the cues for your desired habits obvious and the cues for undesired habits less visible. This might mean hiding the TV remote if you want to watch less television, or keeping your phone in another room if you're trying to reduce screen time. By manipulating your environment, you can make good habits easier and bad habits harder. It's important to note that while environmental design is powerful, it's not a magic solution. It works best when combined with other strategies for habit formation, such as setting clear intentions, starting with small, manageable changes, and being consistent in your efforts. The environment serves as a support system for your intentions, making it easier to follow through on your goals. Moreover, the most effective environmental designs are often personalized. What works for one person might not work for another. It's crucial to pay attention to your own behavior patterns and adjust your environment accordingly. This might involve some trial and error, but the process of refining your environment can be an enlightening journey of self-discovery. Another interesting aspect of environmental design is its potential for creating ripple effects. When you change one aspect of your environment to support a particular habit, you might find that it influences other behaviors as well. For instance, Setting up a meditation corner in your home might not only increase your meditation practice, but also lead to more reading or journaling time in that peaceful space. It's also worth considering how this principle applies in shared spaces or organizational settings. How might a company design its office to promote collaboration or creativity? How can a school arrange its classrooms to enhance learning? These are questions that move beyond individual habit formation and into the realm of collective behavior change.
Reyna, there are better
The
ways
concept
to
of
survive.
environmental design for behavior change also raises some ethical considerations. While it can be used for positive outcomes, like promoting healthier eating or energy conservation, it could potentially be misused for manipulation or to promote behaviors that aren't in people's best interests. As we become more aware of how our environment shapes our behavior, it's important to be mindful of who is designing the environments we inhabit and for what purpose. In conclusion, while motivation and willpower certainly have their place in behavior change, the role of our environment is often underestimated. By understanding and leveraging the power of environmental cues, we can create contexts that naturally support our desired behaviors and make positive changes more sustainable. Whether you're trying to build a new habit, break an old one, or simply optimize your daily routines, consider how you can design your environment to work for you rather than against you. Remember, you are not just a passive participant in your environment, you have the power to shape it. By becoming the architect of your surroundings, you can create a world that nudges you towards your goals and aspirations. This approach to personal growth and habit formation is not about forcing change through sheer will, but about creating an ecosystem that supports and nurtures the person you want to become. So, the next time you find yourself struggling to stick to a new habit or achieve a goal, take a step back and look at your environment. What cues are present? What behaviors does your current setup encourage or discourage? How might you adjust your surroundings to make your desired actions easier and more natural? By asking these questions and making deliberate changes to your environment, you can harness the invisible forces that shape behavior and use them to your advantage. In the end, lasting change often comes not from changing who you are, but from changing the world around you. By understanding and applying the principles of environmental design, you can create a context that supports your growth, makes your desired behaviors almost effortless, and helps you become the person you aspire to be. The power of our environment in shaping our behavior is often underestimated. We tend to believe that our actions are primarily driven by our willpower and conscious decisions, but the reality is far more nuanced. The spaces we inhabit and the objects that surround us play a crucial role in determining our habits and routines, often in ways we don't even realize. Consider for a moment the habits you'd like to cultivate or the ones you're struggling to break. Perhaps you want to read more books, exercise regularly, or cut down on snacking. Now, take a look around your living space. Are there visible cues that support these desired behaviors, or is your environment working against you? The truth is, every habit begins with a cue or trigger that initiates the behavior. When these cues are hidden or subtle, it becomes all too easy to ignore them and fall back into old patterns. Think about that guitar tucked away in the closet, rarely played because it's out of sight. Or the vitamins pushed to the back of the pantry, forgotten until they expire. These scenarios illustrate how our environment can inadvertently sabotage our best intentions.
Hit them fast.
But what if we could harness this environmental influence to our advantage? By deliberately designing our spaces to support our goals, we can create a powerful ally in our quest for personal growth and habit formation.
Night-night.
Let's explore a fascinating example from Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam. In the early 1990s, the cleaning staff faced a persistent problem with spillage around the urinals in men's restrooms. Their solution was brilliantly simple. They added a small sticker that looked like a fly near the center of each urinal. This tiny environmental change had a remarkable effect.
One enemy
They
remaining.
instinctively aimed at what they perceived to be an insect, significantly improving their accuracy and reducing mess. This clever design not only solved a practical problem, but also cut cleaning costs by 8% annually.
This is how I like to win.
This example demonstrates the profound impact that small, strategic changes to our environment can have on behavior. It's not about forcing change through willpower alone, but about creating contexts that naturally guide us towards desired actions. Consider how this principle might apply to your own life. If you're trying to eat healthier, for instance, you could replicate the strategy I used with apples. Instead of hiding fruits and vegetables in the crisper drawer where they're easily forgotten, place them in a prominent bowl on the kitchen counter. This simple change makes healthy snacks the most visible and accessible option, increasing the likelihood that you'll reach for them instead of less nutritious alternatives. The key is to make the cues for your desired habits obvious and unavoidable. Want to remember to take your medication? Place the pill bottle next to your toothbrush. Aiming to practice an instrument more often? Set up the instrument stand in the middle of your living room. Hoping to express more gratitude? Keep thank you notes and stamps on your desk where you'll see them daily. By populating your environment with these visual reminders and cues, you're essentially programming your surroundings to prompt the behaviors you want to encourage. It's like setting up a series of friendly nudges throughout your day, each one gently steering you towards your goals. But the influence of our environment goes beyond just visual cues. The entire context surrounding a behavior can become associated with a habit over time. This is why many people drink more in social situations than they would alone. It's not just the presence of alcohol that triggers the behavior, but the whole atmosphere, the music, the friends, the setting.
I'll smash in the front door while you sneak.
Understanding this context-dependent nature of habits opens up new strategies for change. If you're struggling to establish a new habit or break an old one, sometimes the most effective approach is to change your environment entirely. This is why people often find it easier to adopt new routines when they move to a new home or start a new job. The new context is free from the ingrained associations of the old one, providing a clean slate for establishing different patterns. However, you don't need to make a major life change to leverage this principle. Even small environmental shifts can be powerful. If you're trying to establish a writing habit, for example, you might designate a specific corner of your home as your writing spot. Use this space only for writing, and over time, your brain will begin to associate that location with the act of writing, making it easier to slip into a creative mindset when you sit down. This strategy of associating specific context with specific behaviors can be applied to various areas of life. Having trouble falling asleep? Train yourself to use your bed only for sleeping.
Keep them off balance.
If you can't fall asleep within a reasonable time, get up and do something relaxing in another room until you feel tired. Over time, your brain will learn to associate your bed solely with sleep, making it easier to drift off when you lie down. The power of context in shaping our habits also highlights the importance of creating clear boundaries between different areas of our lives. In today's world, where many of us work from home, it's increasingly common for our professional and personal lives to blur together. This can make it difficult to switch off from work mode and fully relax. I experienced this challenge firsthand when I started my entrepreneurial career. Working from my couch or kitchen table, I found it nearly impossible to establish a clear end to my workday. The solution came when I was able to set up a dedicated home office. Suddenly, work became something that happened in a specific room, while the rest of my home was for personal life. This physical separation created a psychological boundary, making it much easier to transition between work and relaxation. This concept of one space, one use can be a powerful tool in organizing your life and habits. By assigning specific activities to specific areas, you create mental shortcuts that help you slip into the right mindset for each task. Your kitchen becomes a place for cooking and enjoying meals. Your bedroom a sanctuary for rest. Your desk a focus zone for work or study. When designing your environment to support your habits, it's crucial to think not just in terms of objects, but relationships. The items in your space aren't just things, they're potential triggers for behaviors. The comfortable armchair might be a reading nook for one person, but a TV watching spot for another. The associations we form with our surroundings are deeply personal and can significantly influence our actions. This perspective shift from seeing your environment as a collection of objects to a web of relationships can be transformative. It encourages you to be more intentional about how you interact with your space and the items in it. Each time you enter a room or use an object, you're reinforcing a particular behavior pattern. By being mindful of these interactions, you can start to reshape them in ways that align with your goals. Another powerful strategy is to increase the number of positive cues in your environment while decreasing negative ones. If you're trying to read more, for instance, you might place books in every room of your house, creating multiple reminders of your reading goal. Conversely, if you're trying to watch less television, you could hide the remote control or even cover the TV when it's not in use. It's worth noting that our modern digital environments are just as influential as our physical ones, if not more so. The apps on our phone's home screen, the bookmarks in our browser, the notifications we allow, all of these act as cues that shape our behavior. Applying the principles of environmental design to our digital spaces can be incredibly powerful. Something as simple as rearranging your phone's apps to make productive tools more visible and distracting ones less accessible can have a significant impact on your daily habits. As you embark on this journey of environmental design, remember that it's an iterative process. What works for someone else might not work for you, and what works for you today might need adjustment in the future.
One enemy remaining.
Willing to experiment, observe the results, and make changes as needed. The goal is to create an environment that feels natural and supportive, not one that feels forced or restrictive. It's also important to approach this process with self-compassion. Changing habits is challenging, and there will likely be setbacks along the way. Instead of viewing these as failures, see them as valuable data points that can inform your next iteration of environmental design. Ultimately, the power of environmental design lies in its ability to make desired behaviors easier and undesired behaviors harder. By thoughtfully arranging your surroundings, you can create a world that naturally guides you towards your goals, reducing the need for constant willpower and conscious decisions. This approach to personal growth and habit formation is about working smarter, not harder. It's about recognizing that we are not separate from our environment, but deeply interconnected with it. By becoming active designers of our spaces, both physical and digital, we can harness the subtle yet powerful forces that shape our daily actions.
Sage.
So take a moment to look around you. What story does your current environment tell about your habits and priorities? What changes could you make to better align your surroundings with your aspirations? Remember, you have the power to shape your world, and in doing so, to shape yourself. By creating spaces that support your goals and values, you're not just changing your environment, you're changing your life, one small cue at a time.
Shotgun.
The interplay between our environment and our habits is a fascinating area of study that challenges many long-held beliefs about willpower, addiction, and behavior change.
You should have taken the shotgun
to
and
truly
go
understand
for
how we can shape our habits, and by extension, our lives, we need to delve into the subtle yet powerful ways our surroundings influence our actions. Let's begin with a startling discovery made during the Vietnam War. In 1971, Congressman Robert Steele and Morgan Murphy uncovered a shocking fact: over 15% of US soldiers stationed in Vietnam were heroin addicts. Further research revealed that the problem was even more widespread, with up to 35% of service members having tried heroin, and as many as 20% being addicted.
Shift.
This revelation sent shockwaves through Washington and led to the creation of the Special Action Office of Drug Abuse Prevention under President Nixon. The office was tasked with addressing this crisis, including tracking addicted service members upon their return home. What happened next would challenge everything we thought we knew about addiction. Researcher Lee Robbins, who was involved in studying these returning soldiers, made a groundbreaking discovery. Contrary to the prevailing belief that heroin addiction was a permanent, irreversible condition, Robbins found that only 5% of the soldiers who had used heroin in Vietnam became re-addicted within a year of returning home. Even more remarkably, only 12% relapsed within 3 years. This finding was revolutionary. It suggested that addiction wasn't solely about the substance or the individual's willpower. Instead, it pointed to the crucial role of environment in shaping and maintaining addictive behaviors. The soldiers in Vietnam were surrounded by cues that triggered heroin use, easy access to the drug, the constant stress of war, friendships with other users, and distance from their normal lives. When they returned home, these environmental triggers were absent, and for many the addiction simply faded away. This stands in stark contrast to the typical experience of drug users in the United States. When someone becomes addicted in their home environment, goes to a clinic to get clean and then returns to their old neighborhood, they're immediately confronted with all the cues that originally led to their addiction. It's no wonder that relapse rates in these situations are often as high as 90%, the exact opposite of what was observed with the Vietnam veterans. These findings challenge our cultural narrative about bad habits and addiction. For decades, we've been told that unhealthy behaviors, whether it's drug addiction, overeating, or smoking, are primarily a result of mental weakness or lack of self-control.
One enemy remaining.
We've internalized the idea that if we just had more discipline, we could overcome any bad habit. However, recent research paints a different picture. When scientists study people who appear to have exceptional self-control, they find that these individuals aren't fundamentally different from those who struggle. The key difference is that people with high self-control are better at structuring their lives in ways that minimize temptation. In essence, they create environments that support their goals, reducing the need for constant willpower battles. This insight is profound. The people with the best self-control are often those who need to use it the least. They're not constantly resisting temptation, they're avoiding it altogether by shaping their environment. This doesn't mean that perseverance and willpower are unimportant. Rather, it suggests that the most effective way to improve these qualities is not by willing ourselves to be more disciplined, but by creating more disciplined environments. To understand why this approach is so powerful, we need to look at how habits are formed and encoded in the brain. Once a habit is established, it becomes a ready-to-use pattern of behavior that can be triggered whenever the relevant situation arises. This encoding is so strong that it can persist for decades, even if the habit isn't practiced.
Last player standing.
Consider the case of Patty Orwell, a therapist from Austin, Texas. When she was younger, she often smoked while riding horses with a friend. She eventually quit smoking and stopped riding horses. Years later, when she rode a horse again, she suddenly found herself craving a cigarette for the first time in ages. The association between horse riding and smoking was still encoded in her brain, just waiting for the right cue to reactivate it.
Spend all.
This persistence of encoded habits explains why many behavior change techniques can backfire. When we expose people to cues associated with their bad habits, we can inadvertently trigger the very behaviors we're trying to stop. For example, shame-based weight loss presentations can stress obese individuals, leading them to turn to their familiar coping mechanism, overeating. Similarly, showing graphic images of damaged lungs to smokers can increase anxiety, driving them to reach for a cigarette to calm down. The power of environmental cues in triggering habits also explains why bad habits can be so persistent and self-reinforcing. They often create a negative feedback loop, what we might call an autocatalytic process. The habit feeds itself. You feel bad, so you eat junk food. Because you eat junk food, you feel bad. You feel sluggish from watching too much TV, so you continue watching because you lack the energy to do anything else. You worry about your health, which makes you anxious, so you smoke to ease the anxiety, which in turn worsens your health and increases your anxiety. It's a downward spiral that can feel impossible to escape.
Switching sides.
Understanding this dynamic is crucial for anyone looking to break bad habits or establish good ones. It highlights the importance of creating environments that support our goals rather than undermine them. This might mean removing temptations from our immediate surroundings, changing our routines to avoid triggering situations, or intentionally introducing cues that prompt positive behaviors. For instance, if you're trying to eat healthier, simply willing yourself to make better choices isn't enough. You need to reshape your food environment. This could involve removing junk food from your home, pre-preparing healthy meals, or changing your commute to avoid passing your favorite fast food restaurants. By reducing your exposure to unhealthy food cues and increasing healthy ones, you make it easier to stick to your goals without constantly battling temptation. Similarly, if you're aiming to be more productive, relying solely on willpower to ignore distractions is a losing battle. Instead, you might create a dedicated workspace free from the cues that trigger procrastination. This could mean working in a different room from where you relax, using website blockers during work hours, or even wearing specific work clothes that signal to your brain it's time to focus. The principle extends to digital environments as well. In our hyper-connected world, our devices often serve multiple, sometimes conflicting purposes. Your smartphone might be both a vital work tool and your primary source of entertainment. This mixing of contexts can make it challenging to maintain focus or avoid procrastination. One strategy to combat this is to create distinct digital environments for different purposes.
Spike planted.
For example, you might use your computer solely for
Last
work,
player
your tablet
standing.
for reading, and your phone for communication and social media. By separating these contexts, you create clearer cues for your brain about what behavior is appropriate in each situation. This approach of creating distinct environments for different habits is
enemy
powerful,
remaining.
but it can be challenging in practice, especially for those living in small spaces or with limited resources. However, even in constrained circumstances, it's possible to create activity zones within a single space. A specific chair might be designated for reading, a particular corner for meditation, or a certain table for focused work. The key is consistency. By repeatedly using these spaces for their designated purposes, you strengthen the association between the environment and the desired behavior. It's worth noting that while changing your environment can be a powerful tool for habit change, it's not a magic solution. Old habits don't disappear, they remain encoded in our brains, waiting for the right cues to reactivate them. This is why people who have quit smoking for years might suddenly crave a cigarette in a high-stress situation, or why someone who has maintained a healthy diet might binge on food during a particularly emotional time. The persistence of these encoded habits underscores the importance of ongoing environmental management. It's not enough to create a supportive environment once we need to continually reinforce it and be mindful of potential triggers. This might mean avoiding certain situations entirely, having strategies in place for when we can't avoid triggers, or regularly reassessing and adjusting our environment as our goals and circumstances change. Moreover, it's crucial to recognize that our environment extends beyond our physical surroundings. Our social connections, daily routines, and even our internal dialogue all form part of the context that shapes our habits. Changing habits often requires addressing these aspects as well. This might involve seeking out new social circles that support our goals, establishing routines that reinforce positive behaviors, or working on our self-talk to create a more supportive internal environment. The implications of this environmental approach to habit change are far-reaching. On a personal level, it offers a more compassionate and effective way to approach self-improvement. Rather than berating ourselves for lack of willpower, we can focus on creating environments that make good habits easier and bad habits harder. This shift in perspective can reduce shame and increase our sense of agency in shaping our behaviors. On a broader scale, this understanding has significant implications for public health and policy. Instead of relying solely on education or willpower-based interventions, we should be focusing on creating environments that naturally promote healthier choices. This could involve urban planning that encourages physical activity, workplace designs that reduce stress and promote well-being, or food policies that make healthy options more accessible and affordable. In conclusion, the secret to self-control and lasting habit change lies not in Herculean feats of willpower, but in the thoughtful design of our environment. By understanding the powerful role that context plays in shaping our behavior, we can create surroundings that naturally guide us towards our goals. This approach doesn't eliminate the need for effort or commitment, but it does make the path to change much smoother and more sustainable. As we navigate the complexities of modern life with its myriad distractions and temptations, this environmental perspective on habit formation becomes increasingly valuable. It empowers us to be active architects of our own behavior, shaping our surroundings to support the person we aspire to be. Whether we're trying to break a bad habit, establish a good one, or simply live more intentionally, the key often lies in the world we create around us. By mastering our environment, we can master ourselves. Habits are powerful shapers of our identities and lives. Each action we take, no matter how small, serves as a vote for the type of person we aspire to be. When we finish reading a book, we cast a vote for being someone who values knowledge and literature. When we hit the gym, we're voting for a health-conscious identity. Practicing an instrument is a vote for musicianship. These individual actions may seem insignificant in isolation, but over time they accumulate into compelling evidence of who we are becoming. This perspective on habit formation offers a refreshing take on personal growth. It suggests that meaningful change doesn't necessarily require drastic measures or overnight transformations. Instead, it's the consistent, small habits that can make a profound difference by gradually building up evidence of a new identity. This is the paradox of incremental improvement. What seems like minor progress can actually lead to significant change when viewed through the lens of identity formation.
I'll do my job, you do yours.
Consider how this plays out in various aspects of life. Each time you put pen to paper or fingers to keyboard, you reinforce your identity as a writer. Every practice session with a musical instrument strengthens your musician identity. Starting a workout, regardless of its intensity or duration, is an affirmation of your athletic self. When you take the time to encourage and support your team members, you're cementing your role as a leader. But the impact of these habits goes beyond just achieving specific outcomes or developing skills. Perhaps more importantly, they teach us to trust ourselves. As we consistently follow through on our intentions, we begin to believe in our ability to accomplish our goals. This growing self-trust is a powerful force that can propel us forward in all areas of life.
Spike down A.
It's crucial to recognize that this process works both ways. Just as positive habits reinforce desirable identities, negative habits can solidify less desirable ones. Every time we give in to procrastination, for instance, we're casting a vote for being someone who lacks discipline. When we choose unhealthy foods over nutritious options, we're voting for an identity that doesn't prioritize well-being.
These arms are heavy enough.
However, the good news is that perfection isn't necessary. In any election, there are always votes for both sides. The key is to win the majority. This means that occasional slip-ups or bad habits don't negate our progress, as long as we're consistently making choices that align with our desired identity more often than not. This understanding of habit formation as identity shaping leads us to a simple but powerful two-step process for personal transformation. First, we must decide on the type of person we want to become. Then, we prove it to ourselves through small, consistent wins. The first step, deciding who we want to be, is arguably the most challenging. It requires deep introspection and honesty about our values, principles, and aspirations. This applies not just to individuals, but to teams, communities, and even nations. What do we stand for? What principles guide our actions? Who do we aspire to become? For many, these questions can feel overwhelming. It's often easier to focus on specific outcomes we want to achieve, losing weight, reducing anxiety, or increasing our income. While these goals are valid starting points, the key is to work backward from these desired results to the type of person who can achieve them. Who is the kind of person that maintains a healthy weight?
One enemy remaining.
Who embodies the calm and centeredness we associate with low anxiety? Who has the skills, mindset, and habits that lead to financial success? This shift in focus from outcome-based thinking to identity-based thinking can be transformative. Instead of fixating on writing a book, we concentrate on becoming the type of person who writes consistently. Rather than obsessing over a target weight, we focus on embodying the habits and mindset of a healthy person. This approach aligns our daily actions with our deepest values and aspirations. Once we've clarified our desired identity, the second step is to reinforce it through small, consistent actions. These don't need to be grand gestures or dramatic changes. In fact, it's often the seemingly insignificant choices that have the most profound impact over time. Choosing to walk instead of drive, opting for a salad over fast food, or spending 10 minutes reading before bed are small decisions. Repeated consistently shape our identity far more than occasional bursts of motivation or short-lived resolutions. This process creates a powerful feedback loop. Our habits shape our identity, and our identity, in turn, influences our habits. As we consistently act in alignment with our desired identity, we strengthen our belief in that identity, which makes it easier to maintain those habits. This virtuous cycle can lead to profound and lasting change. It's important to note that this approach to habit formation and personal growth is not about achieving specific external measures of success. While habits can certainly help us reach goals like earning more money, losing weight, or reducing stress, their true value lies in their ability to shape our identity. They are the means through which we develop and reinforce our deepest beliefs about ourselves. This perspective on habits offers a more holistic and sustainable approach to personal development. Instead of chasing fleeting goals or
لا، رينا
external
كلها هذا كلها
validation,
أيوة،
we
فهمت؟
focus on becoming the type of
ثلاث
person we aspire to be.
أيوة جيت هي.
This shift in focus can lead to more meaningful and lasting change as our actions become
دابا نقدر
aligned
نجيو
with our
لأي.
core
حيت
values and
دابا
desired
شاف ما جينا
identity.
بيه ما جا حتى والو.
Moreover, this approach to habit formation acknowledges the fluid nature of identity. We are not fixed entities, but rather dynamic beings capable of growth and change. Our identity is not set in stone, it's a choice we make in every moment through our actions and habits. This realization is empowering, as it puts the power of change squarely in our own hands. The process of identity-based habit formation also highlights the importance of patience and consistency. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight. It's the result of countless small actions and decisions made consistently over time. This understanding can help us stay committed to our goals, even when progress seems slow or setbacks occur. Additionally, this approach to personal growth encourages a more compassionate attitude towards ourselves. Instead of berating ourselves for failures or slip-ups, we can view them as part of the natural process of change. As long as we're winning the majority of the time casting more
Sage,
votes
can you
for
buy
our
me,
desired
please?
identity than against it, we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you.
This perspective on habits and identity formation has implications beyond individual growth. It can be applied to organizational change, community development, and even societal transformation. By focusing on the type of organization, community, or society we want to be, and consistently taking actions that align with that vision, we can create meaningful change on a larger scale.
Hey.
In conclusion, the power of habits lies not just in their ability to help us achieve specific goals, but in their capacity to shape our very identity. By focusing on who we want to become rather than what we want to achieve, we can create more meaningful and lasting change in our lives. Through consistent small actions, we cast votes for our desired identity, gradually becoming the person we aspire to be. This process of continuous self-evolution, guided by our deepest values and aspirations, is the true essence of personal growth and fulfillment. As we align our habits with our desired identity, we not only improve our lives, but also contribute to positive change in our communities and the world at large.
Their backs will be towards at least
The human brain is a remarkable organ, constantly adapting and evolving to help us navigate the complexities of life. One of its most fascinating abilities is the formation of habits, automatic behaviors that allow us to function efficiently in our daily lives. Understanding how habits form and why they're so crucial to our success can provide valuable insights into human behavior and personal growth. Let's start by exploring the fundamental nature of habits. At their core, habits are behaviors that have been repeated so frequently that they become automatic. This process of habit formation begins with a period of trial and error, much like the experiences of the cats in Edward Thorndike's famous puzzle box experiments. When we encounter a new situation or challenge, our brain must decide how to respond. Initially, we may feel uncertain, trying different approaches to see what works best. This period is characterized by high neurological activity as our brain carefully analyzes the situation, taking in new information and making conscious decisions about how to act. Through this process of exploration, we occasionally stumble upon a solution that works well, a behavior that solves our problem or provides a reward. Perhaps we discover that going for a run helps alleviate anxiety, or that playing video games after work helps us unwind from a stressful day. These discoveries are pivotal moments in habit formation. Once we experience an unexpected reward, our brain immediately begins to take notice. It starts cataloging the events that preceded the reward, trying to identify the actions that led to this positive outcome.
One enemy remaining.
This is the essence of learning. Our brain is constantly seeking to understand cause-effect relationships with our environment. With repeated practice, our brain refines this process. Useless actions fade away, while beneficial behaviors are reinforced. This is how a habit begins to take shape. Over time, what once required conscious effort becomes automatic, a reliable solution to a recurring problem in our environment. As habits form, an interesting neurological shift occurs. The level of brain activity actually decreases. This is because our brain has learned to focus on the cues that predict success and ignore everything else. It creates a mental shortcut if this situation arises, then perform this action. This cognitive script can be followed automatically whenever the appropriate situation presents itself. This automation is incredibly beneficial from an evolutionary perspective. Habits are, in essence, mental shortcuts learned from experience. They allow us to efficiently solve problems we've encountered before without having to analyze the situation anew each time.
Spike planted.
This frees up our conscious mind, the bottleneck of the brain, to focus on novel challenges and more complex tasks.
One enemy
The
remaining.
formation of habits follows a consistent pattern that can be broken down into four
Good
key
job.
stages: cue, craving, response,
Good
and
job,
reward.
good job, Sage.
Understanding this pattern can provide valuable insights into how we can shape our own behavior and build positive habits.
Did you really expect that to
The
work?
process begins with a cue, a bit of information that
Gun
predicts a
here.
reward. In our ancestral
point.
environment, these cues might have signaled the location of food, water, or potential mates. Today, we're more often attuned to cues that predict secondary rewards like money, status, approval, or personal satisfaction. Importantly, these modern pursuits still indirectly improve our odds of survival and reproduction,
Reyna, you have
tapping
ult.
into our
Jett, you
deepest
have ult.
evolutionary motivations. The cue triggers are
prisoners.
craving the motivational force
Yeah.
behind every habit. Without
push,
some
don't
level
push
of
that.
motivation or desire, we have no reason to act. What we crave is not the habit itself, but the change in state it delivers. We don't crave smoking a cigarette, we crave the feeling of relief it provides. We don't crave watching TV, we crave the entertainment and relaxation it offers. The response is the actual habit you perform, which can take the form of a
Sentinel.
thought or an action. Whether a response occurs depends on how motivated you
Spike
are
planted.
and how much friction is associated with the
هنستني
behavior.
هنستني هنايا بس
If a
استنى
particular action
backside.
requires more physical or mental effort than you're willing to expend, you won't do it. Finally, the reward is the end goal of every habit.
لا
We chase rewards because they satisfy our cravings and teach us which actions are worth remembering in the future. The cue is about noticing the reward. The craving is about
player
wanting the
standing.
reward.
أوه.
The response is about obtaining the reward. In fact, we can understand the entire habit loop as a continuous cycle aimed at reward acquisition.
سباموك
This four-stage pattern plays out in countless ways in our daily lives, often without our
Switching
conscious
sides.
awareness. For instance, consider the habit of checking
رينا
your
رينا
phone.
لعب برجليه
The cue might be a notification sound or simply feeling bored.
شتي
This triggers a craving for distraction or connection. The response is to pick
Hello?
up your phone and check your apps. The reward is the momentary entertainment or social connection you experience. Understanding this pattern can be incredibly empowering. It allows us to dissect our existing habits and intentionally shape new ones. By manipulating the
Oh, yeah.
cues in our
Shifty,
environment,
shifty, shifty.
managing our
Guys,
cravings,
shift.
simplifying our desired responses, and enhancing the rewards
Just stay
associated
here,
with positive behaviors,
Don't push,
we can
just stay here a
effectively
little bit.
rewire our habits. However, it's crucial to recognize that habit formation is not about achieving perfection. It's about winning the majority of the time. Every action is a
Stop,
vote
stop.
for the
Water
type of
cups.
person you want to become. You don't need a unanimous vote to win an election, you just need a majority. Therefore, it's okay if you make a mistake or slip up occasionally. The goal is to tally up enough
Push,
votes
push.
for your desired identity over time. This perspective on habit formation offers a more compassionate and realistic approach to personal growth. Instead of beating ourselves up over occasional failures, we can focus on consistently making choices that align with our desired identity more often than not. Moreover, this approach to habit formation acknowledges the fluid nature of identity. We are not fixed entities, but dynamic beings capable of growth and change. Our identity emerges from our habits, and our habits shape our identity in turn. This creates a powerful feedback loop that can lead to profound personal transformation over time.
Last player
It's worth
standing.
noting that while habits can be
Good job,
incredibly
good job, good
beneficial,
job, good job.
some people
Good
worry
job.
that too much routine might make life dull or restrict their freedom.
Switching sides.
However,
Point.
this concern sets up a false dichotomy
Man,
between
man, man,
habits and
man,
freedom.
بدك تبين قصات
In reality, good habits create freedom by automating the
أكبر
mundane
لا،
aspects of
بدك
life,
تبين قصات لا.
freeing up mental resources for more
بدك
important
تصحى ويا
tasks and
جيفي.
decisions. Consider financial habits, for instance.
خويا
Good financial habits
That's
like
it,
regularly
she-
saving a
she-
portion of your
she-
income or
she-
tracking your
she-
expenses might seem restrictive in the short
ضربين
term.
أوه.
However, these habits ultimately create more freedom by providing financial stability and options in the long run. Similarly, good health habits might require some discipline initially, but they provide the energy and vitality needed to fully engage in life's experiences.
Neon A.
In essence, habits are tools that can be leveraged to create the life we desire. They are not about restricting our choices, but about aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. By thoughtfully cultivating positive habits, we can automate the fundamentals of life, creating the mental space needed for creativity, growth, and the pursuit of our most meaningful goals. It's also important to recognize that habits exist on a spectrum of automaticity. Some habits are so ingrained that they occur completely without conscious thought, while others may require some level of intentionality, especially in their early stages of formation. This spectrum allows for flexibility in how we approach habit formation and modification. Furthermore, habits don't exist in isolation. They are part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. A single keystone habit can trigger a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. For example, developing a regular exercise habit might lead to better eating choices, improved sleep, increased productivity, and enhanced mood. As we deepen our understanding of habits, we can also appreciate their role in shaping not just individual lives, but entire societies. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and changing societal norms often involve shifting the habits of many individuals. This perspective highlights the profound impact that personal habit change can have on a larger scale. In conclusion, habits are far more than just repetitive behaviors. They are the building blocks of our identities, the shapers of our daily experiences, and the determinants of our long-term outcomes. By understanding the science of habit formation and leveraging this knowledge in our lives, we can take conscious control of our automatic behaviors, aligning them with our deepest values and aspirations. This journey of habit formation and identity shaping is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. Instead, it's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, it's crucial to approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The intricate workings of human behavior have long fascinated scientists, psychologists, and individuals seeking personal growth. At the heart of our daily actions lies a powerful force: habits. These automated behaviors shape our lives in profound ways, often operating below the surface of our conscious awareness. Understanding the mechanics of habit formation can unlock the potential for meaningful personal change and growth. At its core, every habit follows a predictable pattern, a loop that consists of 4 key stages: cue, craving, response, and reward. This habit loop is not just a theoretical construct, but a neurological reality that plays out countless times each day in our lives. The journey of a habit begins with a cue. This is a trigger, a bit of information that predicts a potential reward. In our modern world, cues can take many forms: the ping of a smartphone notification, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, or the sight of your running shoes by the door. These cues are neutral in themselves, but they have the power to set the habit loop in motion. What transforms a simple cue into a catalyst for action is the second stage of the habit loop: craving. This is where things get interesting from a psychological perspective. Contrary to what we might assume, we don't actually crave the habit itself. Rather, we crave the change in state that the habit promises to deliver. For instance, when you see a notification on your phone, you don't crave the act of checking your phone itself. What you truly desire is the potential nugget of information, the connection, or the momentary distraction it might provide. When you smell coffee, you're not longing for the liquid itself, but for the alertness and comfort it represents. This distinction is crucial because it highlights the emotional and psychological underpinnings of our habits. Cravings are highly personal and can vary dramatically from one individual to another. What triggers an intense desire in one person might be entirely insignificant to another. This is why understanding your own cravings is a key step in mastering your habits. The sound of slot machines might ignite an irresistible urge in a habitual gambler, while for others, it's merely background noise. The interpretation of cues, colored by our past experiences, emotions, and current state, is what transforms them into cravings. The third stage of the habit loop is the response. This is the actual habit you perform, which can be a physical action or a mental process. However, a response only occurs if two conditions are met: sufficient motivation and the ability to perform the action. If an action requires more effort than you're willing to expend, or if it's beyond your capabilities, the habit loop breaks down at this stage. This insight offers a powerful lever for habit change. By increasing or decreasing the effort required to perform a habit, we can influence whether it occurs. Want to read more?
Spike planted.
Leave a book on your bedside table. Trying to cut down on social media? Log out of your accounts after each use, adding a small barrier to mindless scrolling. The final stage of the habit loop is the reward. This is the end goal of every habit, the payoff that satisfies the craving and completes the cycle. Rewards serve a dual purpose. They provide immediate gratification and they teach us which actions are worth repeating in the future.
Enemy spotted C.
The immediate satisfaction of a craving is what makes habits so powerful. Check your phone and find an interesting message. The brief moment of entertainment or connection reinforces the habit. When you take a sip of coffee and feel that first jolt of caffeine, your brain logs that action as worth repeating. But rewards do more than just satisfy momentary desires. They play a crucial role in the learning process that underlies habit formation. Our brains are essentially reward detectors, constantly scanning our experiences to identify which actions lead to pleasurable outcomes. This feedback mechanism helps us distinguish between useful and useless behaviors, gradually shaping our habits over time. Understanding this four-stage habit loop provides a framework for analyzing and modifying our behaviors. If any of these four components is insufficient, a behavior will fail to become a habit. Without a clear cue, a habit won't start. Without a strong enough craving, there's no motivation to act. If the response is too difficult, it won't be performed. And if the reward fails to satisfy, there's no reason to repeat the behavior. This loop isn't just an occasional occurrence, it's an endless cycle that's running every moment we're alive. Our brains are constantly scanning the environment, predicting outcomes, trying responses, and learning from the results. Most of the time, this process happens so quickly and automatically that we're not even aware of it. We can think of the habit loop as having two distinct phases: the problem phase and the solution phase. The problem phase, which includes cue and craving, is when we recognize that something needs to change. The solution phase, comprising the response and reward, is when we take action to bring about that change. This perspective illuminates a fundamental truth about human behavior. All of our actions are ultimately driven by the desire to solve problems. Sometimes the problem is that we notice something good and want to obtain it. Other times we're experiencing discomfort and want to alleviate it. In either case, habits form as our brains learn efficient ways to address these recurring situations. Consider some common scenarios. You hear your phone buzz cue, which triggers a desire to know what the message says, craving. Pick up your phone and read the text response, satisfying your curiosity reward. Or perhaps you're working on a challenging project queue and start to feel overwhelmed, craving for relief. You might bite your nails response as a way to relieve stress reward. These examples illustrate how deeply ingrained habits can become. By the time we reach adulthood, many of our habits are so automatic that we hardly notice them. We don't think about which shoe we tie first in the morning, or the fact that we always turn right when we leave our driveway. These patterns of behavior have become so deeply encoded in our neural pathways that they occur without conscious thought. This automaticity is both a blessing and a curse.
Ah,
On
Spectre.
one hand, it allows us to navigate much of our daily lives efficiently, freeing up mental resources for more complex tasks. On the other hand, it can lead us to perpetuate behaviors that may not serve us well in the long run. The key to harnessing the power of habits lies in becoming more aware of these automatic processes. By shining a light on the cues that trigger our behaviors, the cravings that drive them, the responses we've learned, and the rewards we receive, we can begin to exert more conscious control over our actions. This doesn't mean we need to eliminate automaticity altogether. That would be exhausting and counterproductive. Instead, the goal is to ensure that our automatic behaviors are aligned with our long-term goals and values. We want to cultivate habits that serve us, not ones that hinder our growth or happiness. Changing habits isn't easy, but understanding the habit loop gives us a roadmap for transformation. We can work on each component of the loop to reshape our behaviors. 1. Cues. We can manage our environment to reduce exposure to cues that trigger undesirable habits and increase exposure to cues that prompt positive behaviors. 2. Cravings. We can reframe our mental associations to link desired behaviors with positive emotions and outcomes.
Spike
3.
down mid.
Response. We can make good habits easier to do and bad habits more difficult, tilting the scales in favor of positive behaviors. 4. Rewards. We can engineer immediate rewards for good habits to make them more satisfying in the short term. It's important to note that habit change is not about achieving perfection. It's about consistently making choices that align with the person we want to become. Every action is a vote for the type of person we wish to be. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on our habits, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity.
Spike down
This process
A.
can't be rushed, but it can be guided. It's also worth considering the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals.
One enemy remaining.
By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives, but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. In conclusion, the science of habit formation offers powerful insights into human behavior and personal growth. By understanding the habit loop of cue, craving, response, and reward, we gain a framework for analyzing and modifying our automatic behaviors. This knowledge empowers us to shape our habits intentionally, aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. The journey of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. It's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, we must approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The power of habit formation lies not just in its ability to automate our behaviors, but in its potential to transform who we are and who we can become. The human mind is a marvel of efficiency, constantly working to streamline our experiences and behaviors. At the heart of this process lies the formation of habits-automatic behaviors that allow us to navigate the complexities of daily life with minimal conscious.
Si. Ah. Puxaos.
Enemy mid.
That's you, pal.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
Nice, good job.
Everyone is off.
Love it.
They can run or get run over. Their choice.
Reloading.
I can buy for you my treats. I can buy for you my treats.
I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save. Good work. Don't screw it up. I'm gonna buy. Good work.
Let's hold
Who needs to
positions.
buy?
Hey.
Blinding. Dusted.
Back like I never.
One enemy remaining.
Clearing out. Ha. Just swapping in new fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
I can buy for you my treats.
Right here. Here.
صافي ملي قلتها غادي تموت.
Be faster. Enemy spotted mid.
Good job.
Have a kip. Enemy spotted mid.
One enemy remaining.
Ah, shot.
Spike down mid.
Nice.
Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking. Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
اي شوية اي بعدا.
Rails ready. Enemy killed.
Flash out.
Gun here.
One enemy remaining. Spike down C.
عندكم تما كنفسو
You are so disappointing.
Race into the spike sites.
They are so dead.
I don't quit.
Hi, bye.
Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
What's up?
In sight.
That one, right?
Last round before the switch.
Spend everything. Don't be cheap.
حمقوه انا عندي
There they are.
Enemy spotted mid.
Nowhere to run!
Enemy spotted C.
The hunt begins!
Fire in the hole!
داخلين فين سي ولا بي ولا
I shot somebody.
One enemy remaining.
Spike is B.
هاي ورايا ولد الكلبه
Last player standing.
Like I never left.
Last player standing. 30
30
seconds left.
تما هاي بتبان الكتاب نايس
Switching sides.
Take aim, then fire. Let's not complicate it.
نمشيو للسي guys let's go see
Right here.
Keep up.
Le sujet La pochette. La pochette.
There.
Aí.
Flash out. Halo.
Enemy spotted C.
Tremor. Blasting.
I win again.
Plant the spike.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Ah, ça va être nice.
We are just too good.
The enemy only looks composed. Their heart's still a different story. Need a drop. Thank you.
Reloading.
No prisoners.
Reloading.
وعدنا وعدنا ماشي واش شتي قلتها لك اصاحبي
Reloading. Cutting their vision. Boom.
Reloading. Reloading.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Reloading. Gun here.
One enemy remaining.
اهو
Quit your tiptoeing. They're all dead.
Match point.
Let's have a drop.
بون
Thanks.
Right here.
نشريهم
They are making this simple.
هنايا عندك راه كتبوشي ريز
Concussing. Clearing out.
Here.
Our carrier is dead.
واو
Spike down. C.
Enemy spotted C.
One enemy remaining.
واو جود جوب
Attackers win.
Hell yeah! Who's up for another?
اه 20 اه سلام اه لا لا ريز قلت تروى يمكن لا اجي اس خاصك الصوت خاصك دابا 33 بوان خاصك دير 30 كيل باش تطلع 34 نايس نايس باش نشوف اي شفتها هي باش طلعتي لسيلفر جوج ياك سيلفر 3 نايس ماتش ام في بي 18 3 نايس ما بقى والو سنانة هو إلا طلع أصلا المهم فوكسيت المقول.
Match found.
أبيس صاحبي كنت عندي بيت أبيس. لا بإنشاء لا بإنشاء لا بصوب اللي كتعرف ليه صافي بخصنا دابا سموكا صافي كافي نتايا عندنا جوج فلاشات صافا اي صراحة باش نشوف الصراحة هادي خصنا شي ولكن مبلاش هذا بيحيدهم لي تاو اصبر لا 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 وقيلا بالسموكرات الاولين هو اه اصبر دابا يدوزو ليه
It could be worse, Brimstone. Instead of working together, we could be facing off. Or maybe you'd prefer that.
هذيك رينا بينها سمية روكي قضية حامدة
Gun here.
ما تكذب في الرانكات هادو
Does anyone have funds?
Reload him.
مزيانة ما عندهم لا سيج لا والو بلان هاي دخلت هاي اضرب نيري بيان جوي كلاو هنا صارة
Right there. Planted. Reloading. Blinding. So close. Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
وين جيت؟ صراحة بينا ايفك وش نسيبه بعدين جينا ماكيلة يلا سيسي ايفك بيري ميكيوش والله لا نيكون الزربة 5 ستاك
Reloading.
ما يعاودش يبوشي دابا رينا هايكون باكي عندكم باكي ها رينا هنايا يلا فاش بغيت تبوشي قولها لي
planted. Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
We bring enough body bags. Reload. I'm gonna run my fist through that Omen's face. Can you even punch a ghost? Who cares? I'm doing it. Reloading. Reloading.
نمشيو البي تلفوا بشوية. يلا سلسل. فيك وإيه فيك وإيه. ها. أنا أطلع لفوق ونشد لك الكومونات. عندي جارديان. تخافش.
Enemy spotted A.
ضربت يلا الضراري مجدين واو ما يمكنش
Last player standing.
مرة سير سموك قتلتك تيجي في تعلم حاول رجع للمو دخل عليه اوه شوي
Remember to talk to each other out there. If we communicate.
Reloaded. Does anyone have funds?
Reloaded.
ولي اور صافي هنجي أولت
Thanks.
يلا سير بلاش
Enemy A.
ماشي
Reloaded. My ult ready. Careful now.
سير
Scanning ahead.
Clearing out.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Reload him. Blinding.
لا تابع فوق
Flash.
Last player standing.
Beacon here.
اوه
They think they're so secure. Reloaded. Here.
Need backup.
Reload him.
سلام فيك وحنا
Reloaded.
Eyes on target.
Need backup.
انا كذا
Forever. Blasting.
The hunt begins.
Goodbye.
Scatter.
Spike planted. My ult is ready. Trap destroyed. Shut down.
عندك كان عندك ولكن وقيلا وجوه.
Scanning ahead.
Found them.
جوج تما.
Open up the sky!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
اوه اللهم خا نموت ولا يقتلني هو. قلت راسي بعدا.
Leave some fight for the
Does
rest of
anyone
us,
have
old man. They are so dead. Reload him.
ما تبوش بلاش انتم انسطاني بعدا انسطاني هو الاول. يلا سير بوش عليها. باين بيان جوي.
That's not ready. Clearing out. Holy smoke. Flash out.
Stim beacon down.
اي اي
Spike down A.
I've got your trail.
Down.
Last player standing.
Silence. My ult is ready.
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
خصنا سيف هذا. سيف جايز سيف.
Reloaded.
Stim beacon down. Launching smoke.
There they are.
Blasting.
الله أكبر.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted B. I have
Carriers down.
هذا.
Got the spike.
اي. فوق.
Last player standing.
خذ حيث امورك معرك. تعطيتي بزاف سامي ثم سير هاكا.
Sit still.
30 seconds left.
ريفايف قال.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3. Launching smoke.
سير تخبى ديال المو تخبى ديال المو تخبى.
10
والله.
seconds left.
هو معلم والله الا معلم
The
والله
old dog now.
معلم.
No more doubts.
We're
Does anyone
ready.
have funds? Merci. Here.
need a drop.
تسمية هذا. فهمت بلاتي الفونطوم ديال اللعابة اجاز.
Need a drop. Thanks.
الفونطوم ديال اللعابة.
Need a drop.
اوه ثانك يو.
Let's go.
معليش
Concussing. Come on, let's go. Clearing out. Too late. Going out.
You want to play? Let's play.
شنو هذا؟ زاد شي فيه.
Down and out.
Spike down A.
Take flight. Enemy tagged. I am the hunter!
Last
Spike
player
carrier is
standing.
dead.
Spike
I have the
down
spike.
A.
اوه
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
Reload him. Here.
ما فيك ايه انا يعني كان جير
Reload him. Reload him.
قلت لك لو وسط سبوك
Reload him.
اجي هنايا لا هنايا
Trevor, watch your eyes.
Reloading.
شفت روتيشن شفتي وانت مروتيش شفتي ار اس شفتي لك انت راجع
Enemy spotted A. Spike planted.
خويا
Multiple enemies mid.
كاين طرب او مزيان
Three gone.
هو جاي من هنا
Right
واقيلا
there.
Someone's B.
Concussing.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
واو كسبت هذه
Reload him.
باقي الساعة باقي اصبر صاحبي
Does anyone have funds? Reload him.
حتى نوصل 12 ديك الساعة شمشم مزيان
Reload him.
Get out of my way!
Trevor.
هذاك ما تحقز اطير من هنا
Right there. Right there. Here. Careful now.
Reloading.
Flash.
Enemy spotted mid.
عندك تمشي تجي من
Right
اليمين
there.
عندك تجي من اليمين ديالك
Going up. Lights not ready. Watch your eyes. Flash out.
I've got your trail.
الثاني
One enemy
كيبيات
remaining.
ضربين يا جوي
Spike down A.
ولكن اللي فوق تم خصك تحدد
Got the spike. Molly.
فهمتي كالي عليه من جهة أخرى فلانك من جهة أخرى شامبر هو
Stubborn to
نايس
die.
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
Right here.
Does anyone have funds?
Merci.
سير
Don't hold back.
شي بعدا نسطاني
Concussing!
كاين شي واحد هنا ها هو
Someone, hey, my ultimate's ready.
يلاه سير واحد جوج
Reloaded.
ثلاثة سير فينيكس
Let's go! Clearing out!
سي بون
Going up.
سي بون
Careful now. Spike reloading. Three out! Got the spike!
ولا ولا ولا
Spike planted!
ولا ولا طريق فوق
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
بيان جو بيان جو بيان جو
I can't see your guy.
Last round in the half.
هادشي سكايز درت لها عندها باقي وانا حنقز وانا حنقزت لها موراها بقات كضرب وما عرفت فين تضرب اي راه هي اللي كانت لا هذاك كان شامبر تما هي كانت هنايا جات لي هنا
Reload him.
Pick them off. Enemy A.
واحد كاين هنا
Dead.
سي بون
Going up. Plant the spike. Planted. Blasting. Flash. Tremor. No, you don't.
تابع ليلك
Last player standing.
بزاف
Open up the sky.
الفوق الفوق سكاي هاي كاين الفوق هنايا لا لا هذا
Switching sides.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
Focus now. Eyes off me. Enemy spotted A. Neutralized. Oh, you ain't coming back.
جارين
Concussing.
Spike down A.
Blinding. Here. Clearing out. Flash out.
لا ولا او
One enemy remaining.
علم
One left standing.
They don't get to surrender. Keep swinging.
They should give up now.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shot. Nice
Flawless.
guys. يعطيكم الصحة.
You see that? Tell me you caught that.
Come on, get me in the line of fire. Take him.
Enemies A. There they are.
Smoke's down.
Come انت فيك يا ولد.
Enemy spotted mid. My ultimate's ready.
Spike down mid.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Spike down mid.
اهو. علمن.
Last player
Wow.
standing.
خرجت ديال ولا الغدا ديال الله الحرام.
30 seconds left.
ها هي. خليك لتحت. تخرج دابا قدامك.
10 seconds left.
واو.
The MVP is mine. Let's do this. Reload him.
Ready.
Concussing.
Come on, let's go.
اخرج لك دابا هي.
Someone's A.
Spike down A.
Someone's A.
Molly.
Reloading.
بروطيتين.
Watch your eyes.
السلمة. هرس.
Blinding.
Enemy in attacker spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Down.
Spike down attacker spawn.
Spike and attacker spawn.
اسمح لي
Fish in a
الصوت.
barrel.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned. Sometimes old
Does
ways
anyone
are
have
best.
funds?
سكاي كتخسر. هذاك البيك اللي بيكات عليك بيلا ما فهمت فيه حتى لعبة.
Merci.
بيك معايا شوت.
This one's for the fam back home.
The hunt begins.
فا.
Enemy spotted mid. My ult is ready.
هاو تيبا.
Clearing out.
I've got your trail.
دابا سكاي. فايت 8.
Spike planted.
والله إلا كنت دابا سكاي.
Last player standing. Long.
الصراحة سكاي اللي كتقصر فيهم.
They are so dead. Reload him.
ماشي مشكل باقي نجيب فلوس على
Reload him.
غنكاري عليكم لا طاح لي الفونتوم فودو. غنمشي نشوفو بي اجو بي وقيلا هذا. ويلي
Launching smoke.
كلهم الصوت نمشيو للسباون هذا باينة.
Spike planted.
أو سباون.
Last player standing.
Launching smoke.
مسك في حاجة. راه موراك أومن هي.
My ult's ready. Volley.
فيك رابط أنت. أومن هذا. هذا جاي لك. حاول تلاحق أومن على اللي ما جا. مش أومن. نقي. هذاك يخرج لك هذاك خليك مراد.
They demand a fight. Who are we to disobey?
لا تقولي بخليهم انا جيت اينا لكن قادرين يمشيو بي واش صافي نسالتها ما كاينش دابا الوقت نطلع الفوق. ايوه مشات.
Get out of my way!
Flash out. Reload him. Watch your eyes. Blinding. Blasting.
سباك دا ولا داك لا شي فيك روطيت هاجي واقيلا لا.
One enemy remaining.
يا جوي يا جوي.
Spike spotted B.
One bullet per enemy. That should be enough, yes?
I need a drop. Cheers. Reloading.
يجوا البي هذا واقيلا.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
You want to play? Let's play.
لا ميد.
Trevor.
Come on, let's go.
Clearing out.
Last player standing.
New fight, new tactics. Keep it fresh, yeah.
اجي اس داك فونطومت اللفت.
Need a drop. Thanks.
ثانك يو.
So close.
هو سكاي بي نايس.
Spike down B.
Flash out! Blasting! Concussing! Blinding!
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Smoke down.
ايوه
Spikes B.
هاي جاي من تحت.
Stim beacon down.
Reloaded.
Enemy spotted B.
Team A.
Good job. Good job.
Match point.
Finish him off!
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
Reloaded.
كنت غادي تطلع لا؟ شحال باقي لك انت باش تطلع؟ اوكي.
This one's for the fam back home. Reloaded.
Die. Enemy
Trevor!
I have them.
Flash!
اوه
I've got your trail.
You lose.
باقي ميد.
One enemy remaining.
معلم جيفي والله الا معلم بالله.
Last player
Oh.
standing.
هو قدامك.
Clutch.
اوه
My quiver is never full.
ما عندي والو. انا باش نشري العباب شريف. عندي الدراري. شوف عندنا 3 اولتات. هاي يلا سير لك انا. اوكي
They are so dead.
سير.
Spike down A.
Concussing!
لا صاحبي حركتيني انا.
My ultimate. Come on, let's go! Watch your eyes!
One enemy
بيان
remaining.
جوي. بيان جوي. وجاب.
Defenders win.
Job's done.
يجوا هذاك محله. الجولد شحال هادي ما شفنا الجولد. اخيرا رجعنا جولد. فاينلي. باقي خصكو التأجيز قريب. خصك شي جيم زوينة. ديري واحد دقيقة. ارتاحي واحد دقيقة ونص. سير. فكرتيني باش نصلور. نجي يا
Dile, ¿quién quiere ver? Yo no puedo. ¿Ah? سيدنا كيف كنغوت Oh iya. No.
قلت له لا قلت له كاين داك بول إيروستر تا هو عرفتو باقي ليه شرا سير الله سير
More tools. هنبدأ وهناك برضه هنبدأ اتوصلوا دول خلاص. زينة فينيكس خلصني نشوف سير لونسي ها؟ وعادي ما تجيش خاصك تلعب هاد الماتشات هما هادوك وصعيب صعيب عرفتي علاش حيت إلا تربح في هاد الماتش يحطو كارتين شي حاجة ناضية تيندموك
Match found.
لا سنصير زوينة وي تعادلت صاحبي في الماتشات اللي فاتت مراكو كانت هي الأولى كانت خاري مدريد مش عارف فين هي مدريد تسير كذلك الرياضة كان ديال القوة هيدرية تاع 2019 اشناهي؟ اش الماتش هذا؟ باقي هذوك هذاك تا شهر 6 شهر 6 دوك باقي كاين كاس العرب دابا وكاين كاس افريقيا باش نشوف كوموريس لاعبين 21 نهار الحد مع 8 العشية 8 الليل مع كوموريس جزر القمور
Ooh, there's a fog place here I've been dying to try. Let's get this over with quick.
سبايك بي.
Spike down B.
Someone's mid. They're super dead.
بي بي بي.
Hey,
Enemy spotted B. Duck.
كانت بي ولكن يكونوا انتوا واقيلا.
reloading. Trevor!
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Blasting!
بيخرج دابا. هاني يا خويا.
They're still fighting after seeing what we can do. Not wise.
Gun here.
Enemy target down.
Enemy spotted mid.
Taken down. Hey.
خير.
Enemy spotted mid.
غادي واقيلا. وانا انستانيهم لك. اوه. وقيلا غادي لبي ولا شي. بي بي بي.
Reload him.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
صافي بيان جوي.
Concussing!
او اسطانة.
Clearing out!
ما تسطاناش.
Ten seconds left.
لا هذا بغى يهرب. فين غادي هذا فين؟ فين غادي هذا؟ فين غادي هذا؟
Just gotta play around the slow fields and we're fine.
باقي شوية باقي. حنا هادي فين دابا. ياه. واش تيمسلكت هذاك سميتو الفلاش ياك الفلاش تيأثرش فيه. اجي سموكاو هنا بي واقيلا. فيك واقيلا السموك. هو
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Flash out! Spike spotted me.
شنو هذا؟ يلا
This isn't a fight. It's stealing lunch money. Reloaded.
They should stop trying.
اجيب لي اي واقيلا هذا.
Connor. Enemy spotted. spotted A. One less.
One enemy remaining.
نايس.
My ult is ready. Enemy
هذا
attacker
باقي باش يدخل هذا حشمان.
Weapon choice. It is so personal, no? You pick a gun.
هاد السكين هذا ما يدير بهم حتى حاجة. زيرو.
Keep up.
Reload him.
Here. Here.
Reload him.
The hunt begins.
بس بايكا هي.
Spike down mid.
Spike spotted.
اوه نو.
embarrassing.
سيج اي. سبون.
Last player standing.
اوه.
Pay attention. I learned something.
رجعت خويا داك الفونتوم ديال اللعب. انا فونتوم الله يا
Does anyone have funds?
فونتوم اخويا.
Does anyone have funds? Merci. Does anyone have funds?
Thank you very much.
You will not kill my allies.
Launching smoke.
هما جاي الاي. What the
Open
fuck?
up the sky.
Last player standing.
What?
Spike planted.
Concussing. Clearing out.
بيك زوين دار.
It seems these strangers want me dead. Eh bien, they'll not see first.
Please note that only Project Landfall staff with level 5 security clearance are allowed into the direct lane. Anyone found violating this policy will be terminated.
They are so dead.
I'll show you, scary Omen. Your fault. Enemy spotted B.
Enemy mid. Someone's B.
Spike down mid.
Spike is mid. Right here.
Reload him.
ها هو هنايا سطان عليك.
Tremor.
Oh.
Blasting. Got here. Here.
They found my trap.
30 seconds left.
Oh, mama.
Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, quick break.
These guns we use are okay, but I will also bring my own. No offense.
I need a drop.
Let's go.
Reloaded.
Multiple enemies, A.
Not another step.
Who trained you?
Spike down A.
Concussing.
Yeah.
There they are. Clearing out. Flash
Spike
out.
planted. One enemy remaining.
Worthless. My ult's ready.
لا بقينا.
Got hit.
لا حتى هو كان ولا كان بلانتي.
Not your day.
Reload him.
Stay in range of my stim beacon. I'll mow them down.
Does anyone have funds?
Merci.
انا وياك فينيكس خدامين بس كاين تاع عباد الله فيما بالنا شي واحد اللقطه ديالهم الكورونا ما بيد لقيتو نايس شوت والله الا داير خدمته الله يعطيك الصحة
Tremor.
الله كبار
One enemy
هاو
remaining. Spike down mid.
Going up. Blasting.
خرجت على الثاني فوق
We got this.
Reload him. Reload him. Hey.
Safety's off.
Enemies mid.
Concussing. Blinding. Clearing out.
Spike down mid.
Bullet, go. Watch your guys mid. Watch your eyes.
هذاك
One enemy
Okay.
remaining.
Soldier, my ult's ready.
Last player standing.
نتفرج على امه هذه هيك مخبي مرة ديك والله ناس مشى ولد كلبه
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
استغفر الله العظيم أو أو ها
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
أجي سخي داك الفونطوم.
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
لا مزيانة. إن شاء الله خصك شي خمسة زيد شي 30 كيلو سير. بابا
Last player standing. Spike planted.
لاقيتي.
Last round before the switch.
Half time. Don't save a thing.
Keep up.
بس بيجي ما تبانش اطلس. ما ايه
Flash out! You're nothing. Trevor! Blasting! Blinding!
Nowhere to run!
Easy. Open up the sky!
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
خلصت.
Stim beacon down.
Quit your tiptoeing. They're all dead.
نجو.
Switching sides.
Time to take these arms for a spin.
Reload him. Reload him.
باش السيج لقيتها مخبيه مورا الوول. مخبيه على اليسار ديال الوول. هو بحال شي موميا. مع فلاشيطه وبقى زاكي زعما ما داش الحس. لا دارت الوول مخبيه مورا الوول. هي
Attackers win.
هنا MVP خلاص ايه معلم برك هادي يلعب بلاستيك لا أطلع فيك أنا خمسة يجري أيوه هذا وضحه ما شوي دابا طيارة هتشوف الطيارة انت باش تربلاط لا والو هذا واقيلا شافر لك كونط لخوه. والله هذاك تيخلعكم هذوك السمورفات تلقى شي واحد السيرفر تيلعب اللعب تاع اسندنت. اكثر تيكونوا جيت تلقى شي جيت طاير.
Match found.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
يا لا ديدلوك عمرك ما لعبتي بها. نايس. هذا بان لك سيلفر هذاك سيلفر هذا
Do not worry. With me, this will be easy.
عندكم الرانكر تراكر. جيت بلا ما بيكا جيت. بلاش دير الكوين هذا بلاتي هادي راه بالتمجيب كثير يا نيو.
Enemy spotted mid.
من ديفولت هادو ولا
No surprises.
ويت هاو لا ناري طفى
Concussing.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Spotted B.
Last player standing.
اي انتم عندنا شي واحد بعدا
Too late.
Kill their leader and the rest will flee like rats.
Reloading.
لا خص شي جوج بي راه يجيو اي سير ما يجيو والله مات امشي معاك سير ما نسيفيش المهم سير على الله
Bring your best.
تخافش يسير نطول اوه فاك حاول ما تموتش
Target spotted mid. Problem solved.
Forever.
Blinding.
Clearing out.
بس حيد الفلاش حيد الفلاش
Shadows traveling.
بس نمشي عليهم الجبر
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
ولا وات ذا فاك كذا اللي هذا ناري دبي
Okay,
وين
let's
كذا
go to Pixie's time.
بريمتو تكسر لا شحال انت ايوا صافي كبرات
Keep up.
The hunt begins.
ميد عندك يجيو
No
ميد تو اي
surprises. Mid is Maria.
One enemy remaining.
داك الشامبر كان شي
Spike
بلاصه هنايا
down B.
عرفت فين كان شي بلاصه سمعتو هنايا
Spike is B.
انا سطاني صبر
30
انا
seconds
سطاني
left.
وبوشي عليه صافي واحد جوج ثلاثة
Concussing.
ما بوشيتوش
Ten seconds left.
لا فونتار اللهم بارك
B.
Over there.
Blasting! Flash out!
bien joué.
Keep yourself together. You can't fall apart now.
صار نمشي للبي.
Target spotted A.
Spike planted.
Blinding! Tremor!
Last player standing.
Bye.
خد البندق خد البندق دي. جوري.
Blocking Cypher. Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it. Reloading.
رانستاني رانستاني اللي خليك رانستاني. وش
Enemy spotted B. Party's over.
Prepare for hellfire!
Hold them to their grave. Nothing there.
Flash out!
فينيس سبايك.
Shadows traveling.
سبايك ما عندناش. لا فيك هذاك مشى الاخر. هما تيروتيتي سمعتهم.
One enemy remaining.
باقي رينا ايوا جوي.
Spike spotted B.
Oh yeah, there's the adrenaline.
I could use a drop. Thank you.
Behind me.
Watch
Concussing!
او اي والله يركب.
Spike down mid.
لا حيت كان الفلاش ديالها هي.
Hi! So Spike spotted mid.
في اي دير سانسور دير شي سانسور مشاو سباك عندنا دير سانسور موراك فينيكس
Last player standing.
مورك واحد.
Blocking movement. is a means to an end. And we are the means.
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
Enemy spotted B.
Here. Multiple enemies mid.
Spike down mid.
Spike is mid.
Clearing out! Trevor!
Last player
كذاب
standing.
والله الا كذاب دابا
Ooh,
دريم اخويا ما فهمش ما صاحبي ما
Spike planted.
النيونات تلقى جابت لك الدورة تمشي تجيب دورة كبيرة هو هادشي البيكات اللي تيدير واش راه واحد البيكات بشي شكل
I hate to say it,
اجي
but
اجي اخر
probably
ريبورتي
best to
بعدا
play as a team.
عاد نكملو
So, what's the plan?
Let's take at least one down with us.
You want to play? Let's play.
يا جوي
Concussing!
لا عنده جادج
Enemies.
Blasting!
Is that who's dead?
No escape.
Flash out! Blinding!
هو على اليسار
One enemy remaining.
هو مشى
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
لا خرجتيها بوشي عليه
Spike spotted. Attacker spawn.
بوشي دقة واحدة بوشي دقة واحدة هاد الدراري هاكا بوشي هاكا
If you're not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
I need a drop.
بس شفنا شي سبكتر
Tack, tack.
ثانك يو بقى تخاوي الدراري
Light from them. They are so dead.
اوه
No surprises.
Prepare for hellfire!
باقيين تما
Target down. Ultimate's ready. Pull them to their grave. Reeling them in.
Clearing out! Flash out!
Last player standing. Spike planted.
اوعد كاين على اليمين ما بيناش ناخدو هذا بيستماه. عندك ما تسير واش تحتك باش توصل عندهم خصك جارين.
I'm not getting the message. Leave it to me, I'll rough them up.
No.
Here.
The hunt begins.
بي تفكرش ما يتخليهم من سير ما عندكش اوبو هذا. بوب 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 بوب.
Target spotted mid. Spike down mid. Reloading.
واحد هنا فاعل انت.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted mid.
Blasting! Bringing up body bags.
You're all more important than words in a brief. Look, I could use a drop.
Thank you.
بي 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 صافي سيرشري كنت بنقول بيع الاجيس ما بقاش عندي فلوس.
Bonne chance, mes amis. Enemy mid.
Blocking movement. Hi! I'm pissed!
They found my trap.
bien joué.
Clearing out.
Spike down mid.
كتابة الله يديك كتابة بالله. 114 في رينا. رينا فيها 114. ابو اول كتابة.
Teleport's ready.
اوف.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
شفت الله يصرف اسمعك اوه
Last round in the half.
Spend everything.
Reloading.
لا ماشي بلاط هذا ماشي بلاط ماشي بلاط صاحبي بلاط رينا باقي نقولو بلاط وي
Here.
Enemy mid.
Here.
نستاني لك
Trevor. Here, flash out.
اوه يا بزاف
Here for hellfire.
Catch one.
Spike down mid.
رينا واقيلا كانت في لينك ودخلت الاي ما دخلتش الاي باقي في لينك هاي
One
Aye.
enemy
bien
remaining.
joué
Ultimate ready.
قاعد في السموك شوف السموك شفتي
30 seconds left.
تباتي في اي
Spike planted.
نتقلب ممكن بوشي جيت ما تبوشي انت بقى انت مورا فينيكس
Throwing net.
Last player standing.
To their grave.
اوه علم حنقز
Switching sides.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
يلا دابا العتب دراري بتبوشي بي بتلقى عندهم الشوط كانت حضروا مع الشوط كانت
Reloading.
جا غادي انا فاش نشري افتر شوك نشري افتر شوك نضرب اليسار في وسط السموك
They found my trap.
يلا واحد جوج ثلاثة اسطاني لداخل هو الكتاب شو هو الكتاب تاع دريم
Spike down B.
Spike carrier down.
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
كتلاقى واش
I'll make them remember they're only human.
Reloading. Over there. Reloading.
ريبورتيه مزيان كلشي ريبورتيه مزيان متحشموش ريبورتيه اخويا راه سطاني ديك
Target spotted A. Reloading.
لا لا
Target spotted A.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
The battlefield changes with every play. Reloading.
نجرب بوشة واحدة شوف اجي وجهي انستاني ونبوشو بالزربة What?
One enemy remaining.
يا الله سكت
You're not being shot at, you're doing something wrong.
I could use a drop.
هذا ما معاه سلو ما بوشي ديريكت طلعوا سوا موتاس وربحها هذا بجوج ابوشيو ديريكت وصافي اجا خا رجع خليهم تيجريو كنا رجعوا وبعد
No escape.
Headshot.
Planted.
Enemy spotted B.
Here.
Over there.
جيت توعدنا هنا
No surprises.
Last player standing.
الله
Blinding!
فين طيب لا واه صاحبي يلا نضرب ما تفا عملت تاعها والله انا كنت بضربه بالله لكن ضربتني الارض اييه الاخر مدوخ ريز كان مدوخ
Snuff them out.
سموك يمين سموك يجيش مين
Shadows traveling. Annihilated. Here.
Blasting!
Here.
فين تم علمن
Flash out!
Blocking sight.
Cover going out.
Spike planted!
One enemy remaining.
شنو كيف مالنا
I am not cleaning this up.
They think they're better
ما
than
يفرق
us. I can tell.
Reloading.
Attention, station centrale, ici Aurélie de l'Observatoire Ouest. Je vous rappelle que les observatoires ne font pas
هاكاك
partie
الدراري
des abris
روح
anti-terroristes.
ريز ديالهم ضربة كيف
Reloading.
Inni skärselden.
Reloading.
لعبوا لهم ميد عاود ثاني
You want to play? Let's play.
بالجلاد مسخوط الوالدين هذا
No escape.
ها عندي قلت انا ناخذ الاور
My ult's ready.
روتيت شيفت بس ازيكم هاي
Spike down B. Last player standing.
to take these arms for a spin.
I could use a
نيون اخويا الجرى بزاف.
Thank you. Reloading. Reloading.
Spikes here.
Reloading. I could use a drop. Reloading.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Reloading.
ماشي سلو.
The hunt begins.
يا جوي.
Gun here.
عرفت. ثلاثة.
Enemy A.
Gun here.
Tremor.
Throwing net.
Clearing out.
هو اللي مدير.
Blinding.
وانا راه يدوروني هنا.
Barrier deployed.
One enemy remaining.
تعلم.
I am sorry, we could not work.
Reloading. Their death demands our attention. Reloading.
الدراري شي واحد يشري ليا باش نبقاو شويه اون ريغل.
تاك تاك.
ثانك يو فيري ماتش. انا عندي التي راه التي بي. لا شو سلو غير سلو. لا خلي الالت هو الاخراني خلي. شفت يخرج شي واحد دابا هنايا.
Here.
يكون شي واحد هنايا
Over there.
بلاتي.
Blasting.
Throwing net.
بلاتي انا التي ولا
Reloading.
ان شاء الله.
Down. Spike down mid.
كذاب هذا. بريم
Last player
كذاب.
standing.
بريم كذاب. والله الا كذاب والله. بريم صاحبي هيد شوط لواحد.
Match point.
Win. Show me where to go.
وثلاثة حنا ثلاثة قتلنا واحد مورا واحد. او التين زاد.
Reloading.
هذاك ماشي مشكل هذا.
Concussing. Clearing out.
No escape.
الانت الصيد.
Enemy A. Reloading. Too slow.
Yikes.
يا زوين. انا عندي سبايك.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
اجي.
Flash out.
اجي فرش مو.
Shadows, they will hide you.
Reloading.
Attention, station centrale, ici l'observatoire Est. J'aurais besoin qu'une équipe soit entière aille inspecter l'anémomètre nord. On dirait qu'il a dégusté. Apporter des pièces de rechange juste au cas où.
Hey. Reloading.
Spikes here.
They are so
Throwing net.
كاين باقي في مين.
Blocking movement.
سموكي ما سموكيش الفوق. يلا الدراري باش تدخلوا.
One enemy remaining.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
Leci tak się zapyj.
Reloading.
Aha.
Reloading.
Halo?
Enemy spotted mid.
O.
Enemy A.
Concussing! Clearing out!
Throwing net.
No.
Blinding!
Reloading.
I can't miss.
Nice ابو الكلبة. فوق.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted!
فوق فوق. هم جاي من هنا.
Right there. Trevor!
One enemy remaining.
Parfait. C'est bon.
They think themselves are equals. They are mistaken.
Keep up.
Słuchajcie.
You want to play? Let's play.
Teleport's broken.
ويحدوا الكورنرز. ها هو. ستانا بيان جوي. ماشي. يكون شي واحد هنايا.
Barrier deployed.
بيان جوي. بيان جوي. بنات تخافش.
One enemy remaining.
رينا بيان جوي. بيان جوي.
Switching sides.
رجعت. فانتوم. ولا فانتال عندك. فانتال عندك. فانتال سين فانتال.
Does anyone have funds?
شكرا. زين جوج مزيان سي بون. ضرب فيك كيف وسيب فيك كيف
Enemy spotted B.
Enemy spotted mid.
Flash out!
One enemy
Bien
remaining.
joué Tara.
Spike down mid.
Bien joué. Oh yeah. Wrong.
Switching sides. Match point.
Just swapping in the fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good.
Van,
We can go.
Levant الله يحفظك.
Does anyone have funds?
Thank you.
Reloading.
Don't let up.
انسطاني لك شوف انسطاني لك. سير اسطانيت لك. عادي انا سباك ما خصنيش نمشي للميد.
Enemy spotted A.
No escape.
Clearing out.
بوشو هنا.
Blinding.
Last player
Flash
standing.
out. Got you. Spike planted. My ult's ready.
لكن عنديش الدم.
Concussing.
اوه 80. ايش كوي؟
Prepare for hellfire.
Switching sides.
اصحابنا مش باقيين بجوج صاحبي تفو.
Overtime.
Please do not mistake my smile. I take this all very seriously.
4 اللي بقاو صافي بالك حيت. Bien joué.
Spike down mid.
Spike spotted mid. Target spotted mid. Over there.
One enemy
Bien
remaining.
joué. Bien joué.
Switching match point.
These new friends of ours are not too friendly.
أجهزتك الفندرة خلفتك.
Does anyone have funds? Does anyone have funds? Yes.
Reloading. Reloading.
شفتو شويه لا شفتو معلم يلا زيد انا نسطاني افوش اول فرد يلا استعملنا فعل لا
Spike down B.
Reloading. I have the spike.
الزربه طايره
Planted.
اوه اش هاد الجريه صاحبي تاع والو بتهرب صاحبي هكا هيا على صح اوه مالي عافي بي اف يا مصرف بيضربوا هما بيضربوا
Switching sides.
انت بقين جوج بيضربوا تيقول لهم ما ضربوش بالك حس ثلاثة فاك ثلاثة بيضربوا اوه كملوا مزيان
Overtime.
If you are not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
ما كاينش هو اصلا بريف صراحة بريف يجي ثلاثة اجي اي
Trevor! Clearing out! Flash out!
رطيطة
Enemy spotted mid. Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
bien joué
That sucks.
bien joué
Reloading.
Switching sides. Point.
My burden ends.
Concussing! Blasting!
شاف
Cover going out.
That's not ready. Blinding!
Shadows traveling.
what the fuck
Throwing net.
One enemy remaining.
bien joué
Planted.
Flash out!
Last player
اوه ديك
standing.
الباب شو تيدير شوف لا مش تفوزش هات تفوز معلم
Attackers win.
Out of my way.
هاتيك الصحة يا صاحبي بلاجو انا الساجي انا خصني نمشي تنعود نرجع تنعود نتقاشعو يلا يسا نجرب سوا.
Effort. Understanding the mechanics of habit formation not only provides fascinating insights into human behavior, but also offers powerful tools for personal growth and transformation. The foundation of habit formation rests on a simple yet profound four-step process: cue, craving, response, and reward. This habit loop is the backbone of every habit, from the most trivial to the most impactful. By understanding and manipulating these four components, we gain the ability to shape our behaviors intentionally, cultivating habits that serve our goals and dismantling those that hinder us. Let's delve deeper into each stage of the habit loop and explore how we can leverage this knowledge to create positive change in our lives. The cue is the trigger that initiates a habit. It can be anything in our environment that our brain associates with a particular behavior. The ping of a smartphone notification, the smell of coffee in the morning, or the sight of your running shoes by the door, these are all potential cues that set a habit in motion. Importantly, cues are neutral in themselves. It's our interpretation of them that gives them power. To harness the power of cues, we need to make them obvious for habits we want to cultivate and invisible for those we wish to break. This might involve strategically placing items in our environment to prompt desired behaviors or removing triggers that lead to unwanted actions. For instance, if you want to read more, leaving a book on your bedside table creates a clear cue. Conversely, if you're trying to cut down on social media use, keeping your phone out of sight while working can help reduce the temptation to check it constantly. The craving is the motivational force behind every habit. It's not the habit itself that we crave, but the change in state it promises. When we see a notification on our phone, we don't actually crave the act of checking it, we crave the potential nugget of information or connection it might provide. Understanding this distinction is crucial because it highlights the emotional and psychological underpinnings of our habits. To make habits more attractive, we can bundle them with activities we already enjoy or reframe them to highlight their benefits. For example, if you struggle to exercise regularly, you might pair your workout with listening to your favorite podcast, creating a more appealing package. Alternatively, you could focus on the immediate benefits of exercise, like increased energy and improved mood, rather than distant goals like weight loss. The response is the actual habit you perform. This is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. For a habit to form, the response must be possible. You need to have the ability to do it. This insight offers another lever for habit change. By manipulating the ease or difficulty of a behavior, we can influence whether it becomes a habit. To encourage good habits, we should strive to make them as easy as possible. This might involve breaking them down into smaller, more manageable steps or reducing friction in our environment. For instance, if you want to start a journaling habit, you might leave a notebook and pen on your desk each night, reducing the effort required to begin writing in the morning. Conversely, to break bad habits, we can introduce friction or make them more difficult. If you're trying to cut down on late-night snacking, you might put healthy snacks at eye level in your fridge and store less healthy options in hard-to-reach places. The reward is the end goal of every habit, the payoff that satisfies our craving and teaches us which actions are worth repeating. The most effective rewards are those that provide immediate satisfaction while also aligning with our long-term goals. To reinforce good habits, we need to make them satisfying. This might involve celebrating small wins or tracking our progress visually. For example, marking off days on a calendar when you complete a desired habit can provide a sense of accomplishment and motivation to continue. For breaking bad habits, we can make them unsatisfying by attaching immediate negative consequences. This could be as simple as telling a friend about your goal and agreeing to pay them a small amount each time you slip up. These 4 laws of behavior change make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying, provide a powerful framework for shaping our habits. However, it's important to remember that habit formation is not just about willpower or discipline. It's about creating systems that make good behaviors inevitable and bad behaviors impossible. Consider the story of the paramedic who recognized the signs of an impending heart attack in her father-in-law, despite him feeling fine. This illustrates a fascinating aspect of human cognition, our ability to recognize patterns and make predictions based on subtle cues, often without conscious awareness. Through years of experience, the paramedic had unknowingly developed the ability to recognize the facial patterns associated with heart problems. Her brain had catalogued these cues, creating an automatic response system that allowed her to identify potential issues quickly. This phenomenon isn't unique to medical professionals. Similar stories abound in various fields. Military analysts can distinguish between friendly and enemy aircraft on radar screens based on minute differences. Art curators can spot forgeries that fool even sophisticated tests. Experienced radiologists can predict where a stroke will develop before any obvious signs are visible. These examples highlight the incredible pattern recognition capabilities of the human brain. Our minds are constantly taking in information from our surroundings, analyzing it, and making predictions. With enough repetition, we begin to notice important cues automatically, without conscious thought. This automatic processing is the foundation of every habit we have. It's what allows us to perform complex behaviors without actively thinking about each step. Consider how you don't need to consciously think about each muscle movement involved in driving a car or typing on a keyboard. These actions have become habitual, freeing up mental resources for other tasks. However, this automaticity is a double-edged sword. While it makes many aspects of our lives more efficient, it can also lead us to fall into patterns of behavior that may not serve us well. We might find ourselves reaching for our phones every time we feel a moment of boredom, or automatically grabbing a snack when we pass the kitchen, even if we're not hungry. The key to harnessing the power of habits while avoiding their potential pitfalls lies in becoming more aware of our automatic behaviors. By shining a light on the cues that trigger our habits, the cravings that drive them, the responses we've learned, and the rewards we receive, we can begin to exert more conscious control over our actions. This doesn't mean we need to eliminate automaticity altogether. That would be exhausting and counterproductive. Instead, the goal is to ensure that our automatic behaviors are aligned with our long-term goals and values. We want to cultivate habits that serve us, not ones that hinder our growth or happiness. It's important to note that habit change is not about achieving perfection. It's about consistently making choices that align with the person we want to become. Every action is a vote for the type of person we wish to be. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on our habits, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided. It's also worth considering the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. In conclusion, the science of habit formation offers powerful insights into human behavior and personal growth. By understanding the habit loop of cue, craving, response, and reward, and applying the 4 laws of behavior change, we gain a framework for analyzing and modifying our automatic behaviors. This knowledge empowers us to shape our habits intentionally, aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. The journey of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. It's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, we must approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The power of habit formation lies not just in its ability to automate our behaviors, but in its potential to transform who we are and who we can become. In our fast-paced world, we often find ourselves operating on autopilot, our actions guided by deeply ingrained habits that we may not even be consciously aware of. These habits, whether beneficial or detrimental, shape our daily lives and ultimately determine our long-term outcomes. Understanding and harnessing the power of habits is crucial for personal growth and achieving our goals. Consider the story of a retail clerk who, after a series of transactions involving gift cards, absent-mindedly cut a customer's actual credit card in half. Or the former preschool teacher who, even in her new corporate job, couldn't shake the habit of asking co-workers if they had washed their hands after using the bathroom. These anecdotes illustrate how deeply ingrained our habits can become, often operating below the level of conscious awareness. The power of habits lies in their ability to automate our behaviors, freeing up mental resources for more complex tasks. However, this same automaticity can lead us astray when our habits are misaligned with our goals or values. The key to leveraging habits for personal growth lies in bringing them into our conscious awareness and intentionally shaping them to serve our desired outcomes. One powerful technique for increasing awareness of our habits is inspired by the Japanese railway system's pointing and calling method. This safety system, which involves operators physically pointing at and verbally calling out various checks and procedures, has been shown to reduce errors by up to 85% and cut accidents by 30%. The effectiveness of this method lies in its ability to elevate routine actions from the non-conscious to the conscious level, engaging multiple senses and increasing overall awareness. We can adapt this concept to our personal lives by creating what we might call a habits scorecard. This simple yet powerful exercise involves listing out our daily habits and evaluating each one as positive, negative, or neutral. By doing so, we bring our automatic behaviors into conscious awareness, allowing us to identify areas for improvement and reinforcement. To create your own habits scorecard, start by listing out your daily routines in detail. Include everything from the moment you wake up to the time you go to bed. Once you have a comprehensive list, go through each item and ask yourself, is this a good habit, a bad habit, or a neutral habit? Mark each habit with a or accordingly. It's important to note that the classification of habits as good or bad is somewhat subjective and depends on your personal goals and circumstances. For instance, eating a high-calorie breakfast might be a positive habit for someone trying to gain weight, but a negative one for someone aiming to lose weight. The key is to evaluate each habit in the context of your own aspirations and desired identity. In fact, it might be more accurate to think of habits not as inherently good or bad, but as either effective or ineffective at solving problems and serving our long-term goals. All habits, even those we might label as bad, serve us in some way. That's why we repeat them. The challenge is to identify which habits are truly serving our long-term interests and which are providing short-term benefits at the expense of our broader goals. When evaluating your habits, consider this question: does this behavior help me become the type of person I wish to be? Does this habit cast a vote for or against my desired identity? Habits that align with and reinforce your desired identity are generally positive, while those that conflict with it are typically negative. As you work through your habit scorecard, resist the urge to judge or criticize yourself. The goal at this stage is simply to observe and become aware of your behaviors, not to change them immediately. Approach the exercise with a sense of curiosity, as if you were an impartial observer of your own life. Notice your patterns without attaching emotion or self-judgment to them. This neutral observation is a crucial first step in the process of habit change. By simply becoming aware of our habits, we often naturally begin to adjust our behaviors. It's like shining a light into a dark room. Suddenly we can see what's actually there, and that awareness alone can be transformative. For those who find they need additional support in maintaining this awareness, the pointing and calling method can be adapted for personal use. For example, if you're trying to reduce snacking, you might say out loud, "I'm about to eat this cookie, but I don't need it. Eating it will move me further from my health goals." This verbalization brings the action fully into your conscious awareness, creating a moment of pause that allows you to make a more intentional choice. As you become more aware of your habits, you may start to notice the cues that trigger them. These cues, the ping of a notification, the sight of the TV remote, the smell of coffee, often become so familiar that they fade into the background of our awareness. By bringing these cues back into focus, we gain the power to interrupt the habit loop and potentially reshape our responses. It's worth noting that the process of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. Rather, it's about making consistent, small choices that align with our desired identity and long-term goals. Every action we take is essentially a vote for the type of person we want to become. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of complex systems in our lives, often interconnected in ways we might not immediately recognize. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on becoming more aware of our habits and shaping them intentionally, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided with consistent effort and awareness. It's also important to consider the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. The journey of habit awareness and change is not always easy. It requires us to confront uncomfortable truths about our behaviors and to challenge deeply ingrained patterns. However, the rewards of this process are immense. By bringing our habits into conscious awareness and intentionally shaping them to serve our goals, we gain a powerful tool for personal transformation. Imagine the compound effect of replacing just a few ineffective habits with more beneficial ones. Over time, these small changes can lead to dramatic improvements in our health, productivity, relationships, and overall quality of life. The key is to start small, focus on consistency rather than perfection, and maintain awareness of our behaviors over time. As we become more adept at recognizing and shaping our habits, we may find that this awareness extends beyond individual behaviors to larger patterns in our lives. We might start to notice recurring themes in our relationships, our work, or our emotional responses. This expanded awareness can open up new possibilities for growth and change in all areas of our lives. Furthermore, the skills we develop in habit awareness and modification can be applied to achieving any goal or making any change in our lives. Whether we're aiming to advance in our careers, improve our health, or cultivate better relationships, the ability to intentionally shape our habitual behaviors is a powerful tool. In conclusion, the journey of habit awareness and change is a fundamental aspect of personal growth and self-improvement. By bringing our automatic behaviors into conscious awareness, evaluating their effectiveness, and intentionally shaping them to serve our goals, we gain the power to direct our own evolution. This process requires patience, self-compassion, and consistent effort, but the potential rewards are immense. As we navigate this journey, we're not just changing our routines, we're reshaping our identity and our world. Each small action, each habit we modify, is a step towards becoming the person we aspire to be. In this way, the process of habit change is not just about achieving specific goals, but about continually growing and evolving as individuals. The power of habits lies not just in their ability to automate our behaviors, but in their potential to transform who we are and who we can become. By mastering our habits, we take control of our own destiny, creating the freedom to live life on our own terms and to make a positive impact on the world around us. In the complex tapestry of human behavior, habits play a crucial role in shaping our daily lives and long-term outcomes. Understanding how habits form, persist, and can be changed is essential for personal growth and self-improvement. At the heart of this understanding lies the concept of cue-induced wanting, a phenomenon that explains why breaking bad habits can be so challenging. Cue-induced wanting occurs when an external trigger sparks a compulsive craving to repeat a particular behavior, often a bad habit. This process is constantly at work in our lives, frequently operating below the level of conscious awareness. Research has shown that even incredibly brief exposure to cues associated with addictive behaviors can stimulate the brain's reward pathways and ignite desire. For instance, showing cocaine addicts an image of the drug for just 33 milliseconds too fast for conscious recognition is enough to trigger craving. This insight reveals a fundamental truth about habits. While they can be broken, they are rarely, if ever, completely forgotten. Once the neural pathways associated with a habit are established in the brain, they remain etched there, even if they go unused for extended periods. This persistence of habit-related neural structures explains why resisting temptation through sheer willpower is often an ineffective long-term strategy for behavior change. Maintaining constant vigilance against temptation is exhausting and unsustainable in a world filled with distractions and triggers. While it's possible to overpower temptation in the short term through force of will, this approach is likely to fail over time as our mental resources become depleted. Instead, we must recognize that we are, to a large extent, products of our environment. The contexts in which we live, work, and play exert a powerful influence on our behavior, often more so than our conscious intentions. Given this reality, a more effective approach to eliminating bad habits is to focus on reducing exposure to the cues that trigger them. This strategy involves restructuring our environment to make the stimuli associated with undesirable behaviors less prominent or entirely absent. For example, if smartphone use is interfering with productivity, simply placing the device in another room can significantly reduce the temptation to check it constantly. Similarly, unfollowing social media accounts that provoke feelings of jealousy or inadequacy can help break the cycle of comparison and self-doubt. This approach of environmental modification can be applied to a wide range of habits. Removing a television from the bedroom can curtail excessive late-night viewing. Unsubscribing from tech review newsletters might curb impulsive gadget purchases. Unplugging and storing away gaming consoles after each use can help manage time spent on video games. These simple changes can be surprisingly effective in disrupting ingrained behavior patterns. The power of this method lies in its alignment with the fundamental laws of behavior change. Just as making cues obvious can reinforce positive habits, making them invisible can help extinguish negative ones. By eliminating or reducing the visibility of triggers associated with unwanted behaviors, we can often cause the entire habit to fade away over time. This strategy of environmental optimization represents a more sustainable approach to self-control than relying on willpower alone. Rather than constantly fighting against our desires, we can create contexts that naturally support our goals and values. People who appear to have high levels of self-control often achieve this not through superior willpower, but by structuring their lives to minimize exposure to tempting situations. It's important to recognize that self-control, in the traditional sense of resisting temptation through mental effort, is a limited resource. It may be effective for occasional challenges, but it's not a reliable long-term solution for significant behavior change. Instead of repeatedly summoning the willpower to do the right thing, we're better off investing our energy in creating environments that make good choices easier and bad choices harder. This principle extends beyond individual habits to broader aspects of our lives. The people we associate with, the media we consume, the places we frequent, all of these environmental factors shape our behavior in subtle but powerful ways. By consciously designing our surroundings to support our aspirations, we can harness the power of our environment to work for us rather than against us. Understanding the role of cues and environment in habit formation also sheds light on why some people seem to effortlessly maintain positive habits while others struggle. It's not necessarily a matter of inherent discipline or character, but often a reflection of the different contexts in which people live and work. Creating a positive environment is thus not just a personal matter, but also a social and cultural issue. As we consider strategies for cultivating good habits and breaking bad ones, it's helpful to think in terms of 4 fundamental laws: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. These principles can be applied to reinforce positive behaviors or, when inverted, to discourage negative ones. For establishing good habits, the first step is often simply becoming aware of our current patterns of behavior. This can be achieved through practices like maintaining a habit scorecard, where we write down our daily activities and assess their impact on our goals. Once we have this awareness, we can use techniques like implementation intention-specific plans that link a desired behavior to a particular time and place to make good habits more likely to occur. Another powerful tool is habit stacking, where we piggyback a new habit onto an existing one. This leverages the strength of our current routines to establish new behaviors. For example, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 5 minutes. By anchoring the new habit to an established one, we increase the likelihood of follow-through. Making habits attractive is another key principle. This can involve finding ways to associate positive emotions or rewards with the behaviors we want to encourage. Similarly, making habits easy reduces the friction that often prevents us from following through on our intentions. This might involve breaking down larger goals into smaller, more manageable steps or removing obstacles that make good habits more difficult to perform. Finally, making habits satisfying ensures that we feel rewarded for our efforts, increasing the likelihood that we'll repeat the behavior in the future. This can involve creating a sense of progress or achievement, or finding ways to make the process itself more enjoyable. When it comes to breaking bad habits, we can invert these principles. Making cues invisible, as discussed earlier, is a powerful first step. We can also work to make undesirable behaviors less attractive, perhaps by focusing on their negative consequences or finding healthier alternatives that fulfill the same needs. Making bad habits more difficult to perform, for instance, by adding extra steps or inconveniences, can also be effective. And finally, we can strive to make the outcomes of bad habits less satisfying, perhaps by implementing some form of negative consequence or by vividly imagining the long-term effects of the behavior. It's worth noting that the process of habit change is not always linear or straightforward. Our brains are complex systems shaped by evolution to respond to certain stimuli in ways that may no longer serve us well in modern environments. The work of scientists like Nico Tinbergen has revealed how deeply ingrained some of our responses to environmental cues can be. Tinbergen's experiments with herring gulls and greylag geese demonstrated the power of supernormal stimuli, exaggerated versions of natural cues that elicit stronger than normal responses. Baby gulls, for instance, were found to peck more vigorously at cardboard beaks with larger or more numerous red spots than at real gull beaks. Similarly, geese would attempt to roll larger, egg-shaped objects into their nests with greater effort than they would expend on actual eggs. These findings have profound implications for understanding human behavior in modern contexts. Just as the animals in Tinbergen's experiments responded more strongly to exaggerated versions of natural stimuli, humans often find themselves powerfully drawn to supernormal stimuli environment. Junk food, with its heightened flavors and carefully engineered combinations of salt, sugar, and fat, is a prime example of this phenomenon. Our brains, shaped by hundreds of thousands of years of evolution in environments where calories were scarce and hard to come by, are primed to seek out and consume energy-dense foods whenever they're available. In our ancestral past, this drive served us well, helping to ensure survival in uncertain conditions. Today, however, in an environment of abundance, these same instincts can lead us astray, driving overconsumption and contributing to health problems. This mismatch between our evolutionary programming and our current environment extends beyond food to many other aspects of modern life. The instant gratification offered by social media, the immersive experiences provided by video games, The constant stream of novel information available at our fingertips, all of these can be seen as supernormal stimuli that hijack our reward systems in ways our ancestors never had to contend with. Understanding these dynamics can help us approach habit change with greater compassion for ourselves and others. It's not a matter of weak will or moral failing when we struggle with bad habits. We're often fighting against deeply ingrained instincts that served our species well for millennia but may be maladaptive in our current context. At the same time, this understanding empowers us to take more effective action. By recognizing the power of environmental cues and the limitations of willpower, we can focus our efforts on creating contexts that support our goals rather than undermine them. We can design our physical and digital spaces to minimize exposure to tempting stimuli and maximize exposure to cues that trigger positive behaviors. Moreover, we can work to create new, healthier supernormal stimuli that satisfy our innate drives in more beneficial ways. For instance, we might seek out activities that provide the novelty and excitement our brains crave, but in forms that contribute to our well-being rather than detract from it. Engaging hobbies, challenging physical activities, or immersive learning experiences can all provide the kind of stimulation our brains seek, without the negative consequences associated with many modern sources of supernormal stimuli. In conclusion, the journey of habit change is a complex but fascinating one, deeply rooted in our evolutionary history and profoundly influenced by our modern environment. By understanding the mechanisms behind habit formation and persistence, we can develop more effective strategies for personal growth and self-improvement. The key lies not in heroic feats of willpower, but in thoughtful design of our environments and routines to align with our goals and values. Through this approach, we can harness the power of our habits to create lasting positive change in our lives. The intricate relationship between human behavior, habit formation, and the food industry reveals fascinating insights into the nature of desire and consumption in our modern world. At the heart of this relationship lies the powerful influence of dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a crucial role in motivation, reward, and habit formation. The food science industry has harnessed our biological predispositions to create products that are irresistibly attractive to consumers. By manipulating factors such as texture, flavor, and sensory experience, food scientists have developed techniques to make processed foods exceptionally appealing. The concept of dynamic contrast. In food, the combination of different sensations like crunchiness and creaminess keeps our brains engaged and interested, encouraging continued consumption beyond the point of satiety. This optimization of food products extends to finding the perfect bliss point, a precise balance of salt, sugar, and fat that maximizes palatability and appeal. The result is a category of hyper-palatable foods that effectively hijack our reward systems, leading to overconsumption and potentially contributing to issues like obesity and related health problems. The power of these engineered foods lies in their ability to trigger dopamine release in our brains. Dopamine, once thought to be primarily associated with pleasure, is now understood to play a complex role in motivation, learning, and anticipation of rewards. Crucially, dopamine is released not just when we experience pleasure, but also when we anticipate it. This anticipatory aspect of dopamine release is key to understanding why certain habits, including those related to food consumption, can become so deeply ingrained and difficult to break. The dopamine-driven feedback loop that underlies habit formation extends far beyond food. In our modern society, we are surrounded by highly engineered versions of reality that are more attractive and stimulating than anything our ancestors encountered. From carefully crafted advertisements to the instant gratification of social media likes, these supernormal stimuli exploit our natural inclinations and drive us towards excessive behaviors in shopping, social media use, and various forms of entertainment. The trend towards more concentrated rewards and more enticing stimuli is likely to continue, presenting ever greater challenges to our ability to regulate our behavior and make healthy choices. Junk food, hard liquor, and video games are all examples of how natural rewards have been concentrated and amplified in ways that make them particularly hard to resist. Understanding the role of dopamine in craving and habit formation provides valuable insights for those seeking to change their behavior or break undesirable habits. The key realization is that it's the anticipation of reward, not necessarily the reward itself, that drives much of our behavior. This explains why the excitement of planning a vacation can sometimes exceed the enjoyment of the trip itself, or why the anticipation of a special event can be more thrilling than the event itself. This knowledge can be leveraged to make positive habits more attractive and thus more likely to stick. By finding ways to increase the anticipation of rewards associated with beneficial behaviors, we can harness the power of our dopamine system to work in our favor. Similarly, understanding the role of environmental cues in triggering cravings can help us design our surroundings to support our goals rather than undermine them. The challenge we face is significant. Our brains, evolved in an environment of scarcity, are now confronted with abundance and hyperstimulation at every turn. The very mechanisms that once ensured our survival, like the drive to consume calorie-dense foods, can now lead us astray in a world of plenty. However, by understanding these mechanisms, we gain the power to make informed choices and design strategies to align our behavior with our long-term goals and values. As we navigate this landscape of engineered experiences and supernormal stimuli, it's crucial to maintain awareness of how our environments and choices are shaping our habits. By consciously designing our surroundings and routines to support positive behaviors, we can work with our dopamine systems rather than against them. This might involve creating rewarding rituals around healthy activities, finding ways to make beneficial habits more immediately gratifying, or structuring our environments to minimize exposure to tempting cues. Moreover, this understanding calls for a broader societal conversation about the ethics of designing products and experiences that exploit our psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. In conclusion, the interplay between our ancient reward systems and our modern, engineered environment presents both challenges and opportunities. By deepening our understanding of the dopamine-driven processes underlying habit formation and craving, we equip ourselves with powerful tools for personal growth and societal progress. The key lies in harnessing these insights to create environments and habits that support our well-being, while remaining mindful of the potent forces shaping our desires and behaviors in the modern world. In our modern world, we find ourselves surrounded by an array of products and experiences meticulously designed to captivate our attention and spark our desires. At the forefront of this phenomenon is the food industry, where science and consumer psychology intersect to create irresistible edibles that keep us coming back for more. But this is just the tip of the iceberg in a society increasingly shaped by supernormal stimuli and engineered experiences that exploit our deepest biological drives. The food science industry has elevated the creation of appealing products to an art form, investing millions in research to perfect every aspect of the eating experience. From the satisfying crunch of a potato chip to the fizz of a soda, no detail is too small to escape scrutiny. The concept of aura sensation, how a food feels in your mouth, has become a key focus, with entire departments dedicated to optimizing this sensory experience. Consider the humble French fry, a seemingly simple food that embodies this approach. Its appeal lies in the contrast between its crispy exterior and soft interior, a combination that lights up our pleasure centers with each bite. This principle of dynamic contrast is a powerful tool in the food scientist's arsenal, creating products that offer a variety of sensations in a single item. The gooey cheese atop a crisp pizza crust, or the interplay between a crunchy cookie and its creamy filling, are prime examples of this strategy in action. These techniques serve a singular purpose to keep us engaged and eating long past the point where we might normally feel satisfied. Natural, unprocessed foods tend to become less appealing as we consume them, a phenomenon known as sensory-specific satiety. Your brain gradually loses interest in the repetitive sensations, signaling that it's time to stop eating. However, foods high in dynamic contrast circumvent this natural mechanism, maintaining novelty and interest bite after bite. The ultimate goal of this scientific approach to food design is to find the bliss point, that perfect balance of salt, sugar, and fat that makes a product irresistible to the human palate. This combination triggers a powerful response in our brains, overriding natural satiety signals and encouraging overconsumption. The result is a category of hyperpalatable foods that are incredibly attractive to our reward systems, often leading to overeating and associated health issues. But the implications of this approach extend far beyond the realm of nutrition. The principle at work here, making something more attractive to increase the likelihood of repeated engagement, is a fundamental aspect of habit formation. In essence, the food industry has become adept at creating habit-forming products by exploiting our natural tendencies and biological drives. This phenomenon is not limited to food. Our modern society is replete with examples of engineered experiences designed to be more appealing than anything our ancestors encountered. Retail stores use mannequins with exaggerated features to sell clothing, tapping into our instinctive responses to certain body shapes. Social media platforms have perfected the art of delivering rapid-fire positive reinforcement, providing more likes and praise in a few minutes than we might receive in days of real-world interaction. The world of online entertainment offers perhaps the most striking examples of this trend. Pornography sites present a constant stream of novel, highly stimulating content at a pace impossible to replicate in real life. Video games offer immersive experiences that can be more engaging than many real-world activities. Even advertisements have become highly sophisticated, using ideal lighting, professional makeup, and digital editing to create images that are more attractive than reality. These are all examples of supernormal stimuli, artificial constructs that exaggerate the features we're naturally attracted to, eliciting a stronger response than we would have to natural stimuli. Our instincts, honed over millennia of evolution, are ill-equipped to handle these intensified versions of reality. As a result, we often find ourselves drawn into excessive behaviors, whether it's overeating, compulsive shopping, social media addiction, or other habits that can be detrimental to our well-being. The trend towards more concentrated rewards and more enticing stimuli shows no signs of slowing down. If anything, history suggests that future opportunities for gratification will be even more attractive than those available today. We can see this pattern in the evolution of various products and experiences. Junk food offers a more concentrated form of calories than natural foods. Hard liquor provides a more potent dose of alcohol than beer. Video games present a more immersive and stimulating form of play than traditional board games. This intensification of experience poses a significant challenge to our ability to regulate our behavior and make healthy choices. We find ourselves equipped with brains that evolved in an environment of scarcity, now faced with abundance and hyperstimulation at every turn. The very mechanisms that once ensured our survival, like the drive to consume calorie-dense foods when available, can now lead us astray in a world of plenty. To understand why these engineered experiences are so powerful, we need to delve into the neuroscience of habit formation and craving. At the heart of this process is dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a crucial role in motivation, reward, and learning. For many years, scientists believed that dopamine was primarily associated with pleasure. However, more recent research has revealed that its role is far more complex and central to a wide range of neurological processes. Dopamine is involved not just in experiencing pleasure, but in motivation, learning and memory, punishment and aversion, and even voluntary movement. The key insight when it comes to habit formation is that dopamine is released not only when we experience a reward, but also when we anticipate one. This anticipatory aspect of dopamine release is crucial to understanding why certain behaviors become habitual and why breaking bad habits can be so challenging. Experiments with animals have provided striking demonstrations of dopamine's power. When researchers blocked dopamine release in rats, the animals lost all motivation, refusing to eat, drink, or engage in any goal-directed behavior. They quite literally lost the will to live. Conversely, when scientists flooded the reward centers of animal brains with dopamine, the subjects engaged in repetitive behaviors at an astonishing rate, such as mice poking their noses into a box hundreds of times per hour in pursuit of a dopamine hit. Human behavior shows similar patterns, albeit in more complex forms. Gambling addicts experience a surge of dopamine just before placing a bet, not after winning. Cocaine users get a dopamine spike at the sight of the drug, before actually consuming it. This anticipatory release of dopamine is what drives us to action, creating the motivation to pursue rewards. This understanding of dopamine's role helps explain why the anticipation of an experience can often be more enjoyable than the experience itself. The excitement of planning a vacation or looking forward to a special event can surpass the actual pleasure of the moment when it arrives. Scientists describe this as the difference between wanting and liking two related but distinct processes in the brain. The implications of this dopamine-driven feedback loop are profound for our understanding of habit formation and behavior change. Every highly habit-forming behavior from drug use to social media browsing is associated with elevated levels of dopamine. Even our most basic habitual behaviors, like eating, drinking, and social interaction, operate on this same principle. Recognizing the power of anticipation in driving behavior provides valuable insights for those seeking to change their habits or cultivate new ones. Rather than relying solely on willpower to resist temptation, we can focus on manipulating our environment and routines to make desirable behaviors more attractive and undesirable ones less so. For instance, if we want to establish a habit of regular exercise, we might focus on creating positive anticipation around the activity. This could involve planning enjoyable routes for runs, choosing workout music that excites us, or rewarding ourselves with a pleasant post-workout ritual. By associating the anticipation of exercise with positive feelings, we can harness our dopamine system to reinforce the habit. Conversely, to break a bad habit, we might focus on reducing the anticipatory pleasure associated with it. This could involve removing cues from our environment that trigger cravings, or consciously focusing on the negative consequences of the behavior rather than its short-term rewards. However, it's important to recognize that we're not just passive recipients of our environment's influences. We have the power to consciously design our surroundings and routines in ways that support our goals. This might involve creating physical spaces that encourage productive behaviors, carefully curating our digital environments to minimize exposure to addictive content, or structuring our daily schedules to prioritize activities that align with our long-term aspirations. Moreover, understanding the role of dopamine and anticipation in driving behavior can help us develop more compassion for ourselves and others when it comes to struggling with bad habits or addictions. Rather than viewing these challenges as simple matters of willpower or moral failing, we can recognize them as the result of powerful neurological processes shaped by both our biology and our environment. This perspective also raises important questions about the ethics of designing products and experiences that exploit these psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. There's a need for broader societal conversations about how we can balance innovation and consumer appeal with ethical considerations and public well-being. In conclusion, the intricate dance between our ancient reward systems and our modern, engineered environment presents both challenges and opportunities. By deepening our understanding of the dopamine-driven processes underlying habit formation and craving, we equip ourselves with powerful tools for personal growth and societal progress. The key lies in harnessing these insights to create environments and habits that support our well-being, while remaining mindful of the potent forces shaping our desires and behaviors in the modern world. As we navigate this landscape of supernormal stimuli and carefully crafted experiences, maintaining awareness of how our choices and surroundings influence our habits becomes crucial. By consciously designing our environments and routines to support positive behaviors, we can work with our dopamine systems rather than against them. This might involve creating rewarding rituals around healthy activities, finding ways to make beneficial habits more immediately gratifying, or structuring our surroundings to minimize exposure to tempting cues. Ultimately, the goal is not to eliminate all sources of pleasure or to live in denial of our natural drives. Rather, it's to create a balance where we can enjoy the fruits of human ingenuity and progress while maintaining control over our behaviors and staying true to our deeper values and aspirations. By understanding the science behind habit formation and applying these insights thoughtfully, we can cultivate lives rich in meaningful experiences and sustainable pleasures, rather than being driven by the fleeting highs of engineered stimuli. In doing so, we reclaim our agency in a world increasingly designed to push our buttons, charting a course towards greater well-being and fulfillment. The intricate dance between our brains and behavior reveals fascinating insights into the nature of habit formation and the power of anticipation. At the heart of this process lies dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a far more complex role than simply signaling pleasure. Understanding how dopamine functions in our brains can provide valuable tools for shaping our habits and improving our lives. When we first encounter a rewarding experience, our brains release dopamine as we enjoy the novel pleasure. However, as we repeat this experience, our clever brains begin to shift the timing of the dopamine release. Instead of spiking when we receive the reward, dopamine now surges in anticipation immediately after we recognize a cue associated with the pleasurable experience. This shift is the key to habit formation, as it creates a feeling of desire and a craving to take action whenever we encounter the cue. This anticipatory dopamine release explains why the excitement of looking forward to a vacation can sometimes exceed the enjoyment of the trip itself, or why the build-up to a special event often feels more thrilling than the actual moment. Our brains are wired to motivate us through anticipation, pushing us to pursue rewards based on the expectation of pleasure rather than the pleasure itself. Interestingly, once a habit is firmly established, dopamine no longer increases when we experience the expected reward. However, if we encounter a cue and anticipate a reward that doesn't materialize, dopamine levels drop sharply, leading to feelings of disappointment and frustration. This sensitivity to prediction errors helps refine our habits over time, reinforcing behaviors that reliably lead to rewards and discouraging those that don't. The power of anticipation in driving behavior becomes even more apparent when we consider the neural real estate devoted to wanting versus liking. Our brains have significantly more circuitry allocated for desiring rewards than for enjoying them. The wanting centers of the brain are expansive, including regions like the nucleus accumbens ventral tegmental area and portions of the prefrontal cortex. In contrast, the liking centers are much smaller, consisting of scattered hedonic hotspots throughout the brain. This disproportionate allocation of neural resources to wanting over liking underscores the crucial role that desire and anticipation play in motivating our actions. It's not the fleeting moment of pleasure that drives us, but the persistent craving that precedes it. This insight has profound implications for how we approach habit formation and behavior change. Recognizing the power of anticipation, we can employ strategies to make our desired habits more attractive and thus more likely to stick. One such approach is temptation bundling, a clever technique that links an action we want to do with one we need to do. By pairing a necessary but unappealing task with a highly desirable activity, we can leverage our brain's reward system to motivate positive behavior. Consider the story of Ronan Byrne, an engineering student who hacked his stationary bike to only allow Netflix to play while he was pedaling at a certain speed. By bundling the enjoyment of watching his favorite shows with the physical activity he knew he should be doing, Byrne created a powerful incentive for exercise. This ingenious solution not only made his workout more appealing but also added an element of immediate reward to an otherwise challenging task. Businesses often employ similar strategies on a larger scale. The American broadcasting company ABC masterfully used temptation bundling in promoting their Thursday night television lineup. By encouraging viewers to pair watching their shows with enjoyable activities like drinking wine and eating popcorn, ABC associated their programming with relaxation and indulgence. Over time, this association strengthened, making the habit of tuning in on Thursday nights more attractive to viewers. The effectiveness of temptation bundling is rooted in a psychological principle known as Premack's principle, which states that more probable behaviors will reinforce less probable behaviors. In other words, by linking a desired activity like watching TV with a less appealing but necessary task like exercising, we can condition ourselves to engage in the less enjoyable activity more consistently. This principle can be applied to a wide range of habits. For instance, someone might allow themselves to read gossip magazines only while at the gym, or permit themselves to get a pedicure only while catching up on work emails. The key is to identify activities you genuinely enjoy and use them as rewards for completing necessary but less appealing tasks. To maximize the effectiveness of temptation bundling, it can be combined with habit stacking, another powerful behavior change strategy. Habit stacking involves linking a new habit you want to form with an existing habit you already perform consistently. By creating a formula that pairs a current habit with a needed habit, followed by a wanted habit, you can create a chain of behaviors that reinforces positive change. For example, someone trying to cultivate gratitude and stay informed might adopt the following routine. After I get my morning coffee, I will say one thing I'm grateful for. After I express gratitude, I will read the news. This sequence links an existing habit, getting coffee, with a desired new habit, practicing gratitude, and a rewarding activity, reading the news. The power of this approach lies in its ability to transform necessary but unappealing tasks into gateways to enjoyable activities. Over time, the anticipation of the reward, like checking social media or watching sports highlights, can make the associated necessary task, like doing burpees or making sales calls, more appealing by association. While temptation bundling and habit stacking are powerful tools, it's important to recognize that they are part of a broader principle, making habits more attractive. In our modern world, we are constantly bombarded with supernormal stimuli, exaggerated versions of reality that are more appealing than anything our ancestors encountered. From junk food engineered to hit the perfect bliss point, of salt, sugar, and fat, to social media platforms designed to deliver constant hits of social validation, these stimuli exploit our brain's reward systems in unprecedented ways. Understanding this landscape of engineered experiences allows us to approach habit formation with greater intentionality. While we may not be able to compete with the intensity of these supernormal stimuli, we can use their principles to enhance the appeal of beneficial habits. By thoughtfully designing our environment and routines, we can create our own heightened versions of reality that make positive behaviors more attractive. For instance, we might create a specially designated, comfortable space for reading to make a daily reading habit more appealing. Or we could invest in high-quality exercise equipment and create an energizing playlist to make workouts more enticing. The goal is to enhance the sensory and emotional experience associated with the habit we want to cultivate. It's crucial to remember that the power of anticipation works both ways. Just as we can use it to reinforce positive habits, unchecked anticipation of unhealthy rewards can lead to destructive behavior patterns. This is particularly evident in addictions, where the anticipation of the drug or behavior becomes all-consuming, driving compulsive actions despite negative consequences. Recognizing the role of anticipation in our behavior also highlights the importance of managing our environment. If we're constantly surrounded by cues that trigger cravings for unhealthy behaviors, we're fighting an uphill battle. By thoughtfully curating our physical and digital spaces to minimize exposure to tempting cues and maximize exposure to cues for positive habits, we can set ourselves up for success. Moreover, understanding the dopamine-driven nature of habit formation can help us be more compassionate with ourselves and others when it comes to struggling with bad habits or addictions. Rather than viewing these challenges as simple matters of willpower or moral failing, we can recognize them as the result of powerful neurological processes shaped by both our biology and our environment. This perspective also raises important ethical questions about the design of products and experiences that exploit these psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. There's a need for broader societal conversations about how we can balance innovation and consumer appeal with ethical considerations and public well-being. In conclusion, the science of habit formation reveals that desire, driven by anticipation, is the engine of behavior. By understanding how our brains process rewards and generate cravings, we can develop more effective strategies for cultivating positive habits and breaking negative ones. Techniques like temptation bundling and habit stacking allow us to work with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them, making the process of behavior change more enjoyable and sustainable. As we navigate a world increasingly filled with supernormal stimuli and engineered experiences, maintaining awareness of how our choices and surroundings influence our habits becomes crucial. By consciously designing our environments and routines to support positive behaviors, we can harness the power of anticipation to drive personal growth and well-being. Ultimately, the goal is not to eliminate all sources of pleasure or to live in denial of our natural drives. Rather, it's to create a balance where we can enjoy the fruits of human ingenuity and progress, while maintaining control over our behaviors and staying true to our deeper values and aspirations. By understanding the science behind habit formation and applying these insights thoughtfully, we can cultivate lives rich in meaningful experiences and sustainable pleasures, rather than being driven by the fleeting highs of engineered stimuli. In doing so, we reclaim our agency in a world increasingly designed to push our buttons, charting a course towards greater well-being and fulfillment. The power to shape our habits and thus our lives lies within our grasp. Armed with knowledge of how our brains work and tools to work with our nature rather than against it, we can embark on a journey of continuous self-improvement and personal growth. The power of environment in shaping human behavior is a fascinating and often underappreciated aspect of personal development. This concept is powerfully illustrated by the story of the Polgar sisters, whose extraordinary achievements in chess demonstrate the profound impact that culture and upbringing can have on skill development and habit formation. Laszlo Polgar, a Hungarian educator, held a controversial belief that genius was not innate but could be cultivated through deliberate practice and the development of good habits. He was so convinced of this idea that he set out to prove it with his own children. Laszlo's experiment began even before his children were born, as he sought a wife who would be willing to participate in his unconventional parenting plan. The Polgar household became a carefully crafted environment dedicated to chess excellence. The children were homeschooled, which was unusual in Hungary at the time, allowing for a focused and immersive education. Chess books and pictures of famous players filled the home, creating a constant visual reminder of their goal. The sisters played against each other regularly and competed in high-level tournaments from a young age. Their parents even maintained meticulous records of every competitor the children faced, demonstrating an extraordinary level of commitment to their development. The results of this experiment were nothing short of remarkable. All three Polgar sisters, Susan, Sophia, and Judith, achieved extraordinary success in chess. Susan, the eldest, was defeating adult players within 6 months of learning the game at age 4. Sophia became a world champion by 14 and later a grandmaster. Judith, the youngest, surpassed even her sister's achievements, becoming the youngest grandmaster of all time and holding the title of the world's top-ranked female chess player for an astonishing 27 years. What's particularly intriguing about the Polgar sisters' story is their perspective on their unusual upbringing. Far from viewing their childhood as oppressive or grueling, they describe it as enjoyable and engaging. They loved chess so much that they would even play in secret when they were supposed to be sleeping. This highlights a crucial aspect of habit formation and skill development. When an activity is normalized and celebrated within a culture, it becomes inherently attractive and rewarding. The Polgar sisters' experience exemplifies a broader principle of human behavior. We are profoundly influenced by our social environment. As inherently social creatures, humans have a deep-seated need to belong and fit in with their group. This instinct, which served our ancestors well in tribal societies where isolation could mean death, continues to exert a powerful influence on our behavior today. Our earliest habits are often not chosen but imitated from those around us. We absorb the customs, expectations, and standards of our family, community, and broader society. These social norms act as invisible guides for our behavior, influencing everything from our daily routines to major life decisions. Often we follow these norms without conscious thought or questioning, simply because they feel natural and expected within our cultural context. This tendency to conform to social norms is not inherently negative. In fact, it often doesn't feel like a burden at all, because the desire to belong is so fundamental to human nature. If you grow up in an environment where a particular skill or behavior is highly valued, like chess in the Polgar household, engaging in that activity feels natural and rewarding. Similarly, if you work in a professional environment where everyone dresses in a certain way, you're likely to adopt that style without much resistance. The power of social influence on our habits can be broken down into 3 main categories: the close, the many, and the powerful. Each of these groups offers opportunities to make our desired habits more attractive and easier to adopt. The influence of close relationships on our habits is particularly strong. We tend to pick up behaviors, attitudes, and even speech patterns from those we spend the most time with. This effect is so pronounced that studies have shown that obesity can spread through social networks, with a person's chances of becoming obese increasing significantly if a close friend becomes obese. The same principle applies to positive habits as well, with weight loss often occurring in pairs within relationships. This proximity effect extends beyond just close friends and family. Our broader social circles, including classmates, co-workers, and community members, also shape our perception of what's normal and attainable. For instance, if you're in an environment where many people are achieving a particular goal like becoming an astronaut or improving their IQ, those achievements start to seem more feasible and attractive. The power of the many or the influence of broader social norms is another crucial factor in habit formation. We naturally want to conform to the behaviors that we see as common or popular within our social groups. This is why trends spread so quickly and why certain behaviors can become suddenly popular within specific communities. The influence of the powerful, those we admire or aspire to be like, also plays a significant role in shaping our habits. We often emulate the behaviors of successful individuals in our field or society at large, believing that by adopting their habits, we might achieve similar success. Understanding these influences allows us to be more intentional about shaping our environment to support the habits we want to develop. One of the most effective strategies for building better habits is to immerse ourselves in a culture where the desired behavior is the norm. When we see others regularly engaging in the habits we want to adopt, those behaviors seem more achievable and natural. This principle can be applied across various areas of life. If you want to be more physically active, surrounding yourself with fitness enthusiasts can make regular exercise seem like a normal, expected part of daily life. If you aspire to be more creative, immersing yourself in a community of artists or innovators can normalize the habits of regular practice and experimentation. However, it's important to note that this environmental influence works both ways. Just as positive habits can be reinforced by our social surroundings, negative habits can also be perpetuated or exacerbated by the wrong environment. This is why it's crucial to be mindful of the influences we expose ourselves to and to actively seek out environments that support our goals and values. The story of the Polgar sisters also raises interesting questions about the nature vs. nurture debate in talent development. While their achievements certainly demonstrate the power of focus training and a supportive environment, it's worth considering whether they may have had some innate aptitude for chess that was then nurtured to an extraordinary degree. This nuanced view suggests that while environment and practice are crucial, individual differences in natural abilities may also play a role in ultimate achievement. Moreover, the Polgar experiment prompts us to reflect on the ethics and practicality of such intensive, specialized upbringing. While the sisters report positive feelings about their childhood, such an approach might not be suitable or desirable for every family. It's important to balance the cultivation of specific skills with the need for a well-rounded education and personal development. In our modern, interconnected world, the concept of our environment extends beyond our physical surroundings to include our digital spaces as well. The content we consume online, the social media networks we engage with, and the virtual communities we participate in all contribute to shaping our habits and perceptions of normal behavior. This digital influence adds another layer of complexity to the task of curating a supportive environment for positive habit formation. As we navigate the challenge of developing beneficial habits, it's crucial to approach the process with self-compassion and realistic expectations. Changing ingrained behaviors or adopting new ones is rarely a linear or easy process. It often involves setbacks and requires persistent effort. Understanding the powerful role that our social environment plays in this process can help us be more strategic and patient in our approach to personal growth. Furthermore, recognizing the impact of social influence on our habits can foster greater empathy and understanding for others who may be struggling with behavior change. It highlights the fact that individual willpower, while important, is just one factor in a complex web of influences that shape our actions and choices. In conclusion, the story of the Polgar sisters and the broader principles of social influence in habit formation offer valuable insights for anyone seeking personal growth or behavior change. By consciously shaping our environment, both physical and social, to support our desired habits, we can make the process of change more natural and sustainable. Whether we're trying to excel in a specific skill, adopt healthier lifestyle habits, or simply become better versions of ourselves, understanding and leveraging the power of our social context can be a game changer.
As we strive to improve ourselves and our communities, it's worth reflecting on how we can create cultures that normalize and celebrate positive habits. By doing so, we not only enhance our own lives, but also contribute to a ripple effect of positive change in our broader social circles. The Polgar experiment, while extreme, demonstrates the remarkable potential of human beings when immersed in an environment that consistently reinforces and rewards desired behaviors. Ultimately, the key to lasting behavior change may lie not in Herculean feats of willpower, but in the thoughtful curation of our social environments and the cultivation of communities that support our aspirations. By surrounding ourselves with the right influences and normalizing the habits we wish to adopt, we can harness the natural human inclination to conform and belong in service of our personal and collective growth. The power of social influence on our behavior and habits is profound and often underestimated. We are social creatures, constantly looking to our peers, role models, and cultural norms to guide our actions and shape our identities. This tendency is deeply ingrained in human nature and has played a crucial role in our evolution and survival. One of the most effective ways to cultivate lasting change in our lives is to immerse ourselves in a culture where our desired behavior is already the norm. By surrounding ourselves with people who embody the habits and traits we aspire to, we create an environment that naturally encourages and reinforces positive change. Consider the example of someone trying to improve their fitness. Joining a gym can be intimidating for beginners, as they may feel out of place among seasoned athletes. However, imagine a fitness community tailored specifically for self-proclaimed nerds or misfits. In such an environment, newcomers immediately have something in common with other members, perhaps a shared love for science fiction or video games. This common ground creates a sense of belonging, making the process of adopting new fitness habits feel more natural and less daunting. The power of belonging to a tribe cannot be overstated when it comes to sustaining motivation and embedding new habits. When we join a group that aligns with our interests and goals, our personal journey transforms into a collective one. No longer are we struggling alone. Instead, we become part of a community of like-minded individuals all working towards similar objectives. This shift from I to we has a profound impact on our identity and commitment to change. A solitary reader becomes part of a book club, a lone musician joins a band, and an individual cyclist becomes part of a cycling group. The shared identity reinforces and strengthens our personal identity, making it more resilient in the face of challenges and setbacks. It's worth noting that maintaining connections with supportive communities even after achieving initial goals is crucial for long-term success. The friendships and sense of belonging fostered within these groups help to cement new identities and ensure that positive habits persist over time. This is why many people who successfully lose weight or quit smoking find it beneficial to continue attending support group meetings or engaging with their communities long after reaching their primary objectives. The influence of group behavior on individual choices is a well-documented phenomenon in psychology. One classic example is the series of conformity experiments conducted by Solomon Asch in the 1950s. These experiments revealed our startling tendency to doubt our own judgment and conform to group opinion, even when the group is clearly incorrect. In Asch's experiments, participants were asked to perform a simple visual task matching the length of a line to one of 3 comparison lines. Unbeknownst to the actual subject, the other participants were confederates of the experimenter, instructed to unanimously give wrong answers on certain trials. The results were striking. Faced with unanimous opposition, many subjects began to doubt their own perception and conform to the group's incorrect judgments. This tendency to conform to group behavior extends far beyond simple perceptual tasks. In our daily lives, we constantly look to others for cues on how to act, what to buy, where to eat, and countless other decisions. We rely on reviews and ratings to guide our choices, assuming that the wisdom of the crowd will lead us to the best options. While this strategy often serves us well, it can also lead us astray. The pressure to conform to group norms can be so strong that it overrides our individual judgment and even our own best interests. This phenomenon isn't unique to humans. Studies have shown that even chimpanzees will abandon more effective techniques in favor of less efficient methods used by their new group members, simply to fit in. The desire to be accepted by our peers is a powerful motivator, often outweighing the desire to be right or to find the truth. This instinct to conform is deeply rooted in our psychology and has likely played a crucial role in our survival as a species. After all, in many situations throughout human history, going against the group could have dire consequences. However, this tendency can also hold us back from positive change, especially when our desired habits conflict with the norms of our current social group. Changing our behavior in ways that challenge the status quo requires significant effort and courage. It means swimming against the current of our culture and risking social disapproval or exclusion. On the flip side, when our desired changes align with the values and behaviors of our social group, change becomes much more attractive and achievable. This is why finding or creating a supportive community can be such a powerful catalyst for personal growth and transformation. Another crucial aspect of social influence is our tendency to imitate those we perceive as powerful or high status. Throughout history, individuals with greater power and status have typically enjoyed better access to resources, faced fewer survival challenges, and been seen as more desirable mates. As a result, we are naturally drawn to behaviors that earn us respect, approval, and admiration from others. This drive for status and recognition explains our fascination with the habits of highly successful people. We eagerly consume content about the daily routines of CEOs, the workout regimens of athletes, and the productivity hacks of top performers in various fields. By emulating these behaviors, we hope to achieve similar levels of success and recognition. Many of our daily habits are, in fact, imitations of people we admire or envy. We might adopt the communication style of a charismatic leader, the creative techniques of an artist we respect, or the financial strategies of a successful entrepreneur. This imitation isn't necessarily conscious. We often absorb and replicate behaviors subconsciously, especially when they're exhibited by people we look up to. The flip side of this status-seeking behavior is our desire to avoid actions that might lower our social standing. We maintain our homes and appearances not just for personal satisfaction, but also to avoid negative judgments from our neighbors, friends, and family. The constant underlying question, "What will others think of me?" shapes many of our decisions and actions, often without us even realizing it. The power of social influence on habit formation and behavior change is perfectly illustrated by the story of the Polgar sisters, chess prodigies who achieved remarkable success through dedicated practice. While their individual efforts were undoubtedly crucial, the supportive culture created by their parents and the broader chess community played a significant role in sustaining their motivation and commitment over many years. The sisters' dedication to chess was reinforced not just by parental encouragement, but also by the respect and admiration they received from the chess world. Achieving milestones like becoming grandmasters provided external validation and status, further cementing their identities as exceptional chess players. This combination of internal drive and external recognition created a powerful feedback loop that sustained their intense practice regimen for decades. Understanding the profound impact of social influence on our behavior offers valuable insights for anyone seeking to make lasting changes in their life. Rather than relying solely on willpower and individual effort, we can leverage the power of social connections and cultural norms to support our goals. For those looking to adopt new habits or break old ones, finding or creating a supportive community can be transformative. This might involve joining existing groups aligned with our goals, or even starting our own communities centered around shared interests and aspirations. By surrounding ourselves with people who embody the traits and habits we wish to cultivate, we create an environment that naturally encourages and reinforces positive change. It's also worth examining the cultural norms and social influences that shape our current behaviors. Are there aspects of our social environment that are hindering our growth or reinforcing negative habits? Recognizing these influences is the first step towards either changing our environment or developing strategies to resist unhelpful social pressures. At the same time, we should be mindful of our own potential to influence others. As we work towards our goals and adopt positive habits, we may find ourselves becoming role models for those around us. By openly sharing our journeys, struggles, and successes, we can contribute to creating a culture that values growth, resilience, and mutual support. Ultimately, the interplay between individual choice and social influence is complex and multifaceted. While we have the power to make conscious decisions about our behavior, we are also inevitably shaped by the cultural context in which we live. By understanding and harnessing the power of social influence, we can create environments and communities that support our personal growth and help us become the best versions of ourselves. As we navigate the challenges of changing habits and pursuing personal growth, it's crucial to remember that we're not alone in this journey. The very social nature that can sometimes hinder our progress can also be our greatest ally in achieving lasting change. By consciously choosing our social environments, seeking out supportive communities, and being mindful of the cultural forces that shape our behavior, we can harness the power of social influence to drive positive change in our lives and in the world around us. The human tendency to adopt habits that are praised and approved by our culture is a powerful force that shapes our behaviors and identities. This inclination stems from our deep-seated need to belong and fit in with our social groups. Throughout human history, being accepted by the tribe has been crucial for survival, and this evolutionary legacy continues to influence our actions today. We are particularly prone to imitating the habits of three key social groups: the close, our family and friends; the many, our broader community or tribe; and the powerful, those with status and prestige. This pattern of imitation is not arbitrary but serves important social and psychological functions. Our closest relationships, family and friends, have a profound impact on our habits because they are the people we interact with most frequently and whose opinions we value most highly. We often unconsciously adopt the mannerisms, attitudes, and behaviors of those closest to us. This can be both beneficial and detrimental, depending on the nature of those habits. For instance, growing up in a family that prioritizes education and intellectual curiosity can instill lifelong learning habits. Conversely, being surrounded by friends who engage in unhealthy behaviors like excessive drinking can normalize and encourage those habits. The influence of the many, our broader social group or community, is equally significant. Humans are inherently social creatures, and we have a strong drive to conform to the norms of our group. This tendency can be so powerful that it often overrides our individual judgment or preferences. As the saying goes, most days we'd rather be wrong with the crowd than be right by ourselves. This phenomenon explains why certain behaviors or trends can spread rapidly through a community, even when they may not be objectively beneficial. Consider the example of fashion trends. Often, these trends are not particularly comfortable or practical, yet they spread widely because of our desire to fit in and be seen as part of the group. The same principle applies to many other areas of life, from the way we speak to the food we eat and the activities we engage in. The habits of the powerful, those with status and prestige, also exert a strong influence on our behavior. We are naturally drawn to emulate those who have achieved success or prominence in society. This is why celebrity endorsements are so effective in marketing, and why we often see trends start among the elite before trickling down to the broader population. If a behavior can earn us approval, respect, and praise, especially from those we admire or aspire to be like, we find it inherently attractive. Understanding these social dynamics is crucial when trying to build better habits or break detrimental ones. One of the most effective strategies for positive change is to join a culture where your desired behavior is already the norm and where you have something in common with the group. This approach leverages our natural tendency to conform and belong, but channels it towards positive outcomes. For example, if you're trying to adopt a healthier lifestyle, joining a community of health enthusiasts who share your interests can be far more effective than trying to go it alone. Not only does this provide you with role models and support, but it also makes the desired behavior feel more natural and attainable. You're no longer swimming against the tide of your social group, but rather going with the flow of a new, supportive community. This principle extends to various areas of personal development. Want to become more entrepreneurial? Surround yourself with startups and small business owners. Trying to cultivate a meditation practice? Join a mindfulness group. The power of social influence can work in your favor when you consciously choose your environment. However, it's important to recognize that the flip side of this social influence can also hold us back. The normal behavior of the tribe often overpowers the desired behavior of the individual. This can make it extremely challenging to break away from unhealthy or unproductive habits if they are deeply ingrained in our social group. Consider the struggle many people face when trying to quit smoking. If all of your friends smoke, and social gatherings revolve around this habit, quitting becomes not just a personal challenge but a social one as well. You're not just fighting against a physical addiction, but also against the fear of social exclusion or the loss of shared experiences with your friends. This is where the power of reframing comes into play. As illustrated by the example of Alan Carr's approach to helping smokers quit, changing the way we perceive a habit can dramatically alter its appeal. By systematically challenging the beliefs and associations we have about a particular behavior, we can reduce its attractiveness and weaken its hold on us. Carr's method involves repeatedly questioning and debunking the perceived benefits of smoking. He encourages smokers to see that they're not actually enjoying cigarettes but rather just feeding an addiction. By reframing smoking as an unattractive and unnecessary behavior, rather than a source of pleasure or stress relief, he helps people break free from the mental trap that keeps them addicted. This approach can be applied to various habits we wish to change. It involves a deep examination of our motivations and a willingness to challenge our existing beliefs. For instance, if you're trying to reduce your social media usage, you might reframe it from being a way to stay connected with friends to being a time-wasting activity that actually makes you feel more isolated. By changing the narrative around the habit, you can make it less appealing and easier to resist. Understanding the root of our cravings is another crucial aspect of habit change. Every behavior we engage in is ultimately driven by deeper, underlying motives. These fundamental drives, such as the need to conserve energy, obtain food and water, find love and reproduce, connect with others, win social acceptance, reduce uncertainty, and achieve status, are hardwired into our biology. Our specific habits are simply modern manifestations of these ancient desires. Social media platforms, for example, tap into our need for social connection and approval. Video games fulfill our drive for achievement and status. Fast food satisfies our instinct to consume high-calorie foods for survival. Recognizing this can be empowering because it allows us to see that there are multiple ways to satisfy these underlying motives. If we can identify healthier or more productive ways to meet these basic needs, we can replace harmful habits with beneficial ones. For instance, if you find yourself constantly checking your phone for social media notifications, recognize that this behavior is driven by a need for social connection and validation. Once you understand this, you can explore alternative ways to meet this need, such as scheduling more face-to-face time with friends or engaging in community activities. It's also crucial to understand the role of prediction in our habits. Our brains are constantly making predictions based on past experiences and environmental cues. These predictions shape our behavior in powerful ways. When we encounter a cue, our brain quickly categorizes it based on past experience and determines the appropriate response. This predictive nature of our behavior explains why breaking habits can be so challenging. Once we've formed a strong association between a cue and a response, our brain automatically predicts that this response is the appropriate action. Changing this requires conscious effort to override these automatic predictions and create new associations. Interestingly, it's not the objective reality of events that determines our behavior, but rather how we interpret these events. Two people can encounter the same situation and react in completely different ways based on their past experiences and the predictions their brains make. This is why changing our mindset and the way we interpret situations can be such a powerful tool for habit change. In conclusion, our habits are deeply influenced by our social environment and our innate human drives. By understanding these influences, we can more effectively shape our behavior. Whether we're trying to break a bad habit or cultivate a good one, strategies like joining supportive communities, reframing our perceptions, addressing underlying motives, and consciously changing our predictions can be powerful tools for personal growth. The journey of habit change is not always easy, but it is ultimately about aligning our behaviors with our true desires and values. By leveraging our understanding of social influence, cognitive reframing, and the predictive nature of our brains, we can create lasting positive changes in our lives. Remember, every habit, good or bad, is ultimately our mind's attempt to solve a problem or meet a need. By finding better solutions to these fundamental human needs, we can create a life filled with habits that truly serve us. The human mind is a remarkable prediction machine, constantly analyzing our environment and making split-second decisions based on past experiences and current cues. This predictive nature of our brain plays a crucial role in shaping our habits and behaviors, often without our conscious awareness. Understanding this process can provide valuable insights into how we can effectively change our habits and improve our lives. At the core of our behavior are cravings, those powerful urges that drive us to act in certain ways. But what exactly is a craving? It's not just a simple desire for a specific object or action. Rather, it's a complex interplay of predictions, emotions, and underlying motives that shape our perception of the world and guide our actions. Consider for a moment how you feel right now. Without consciously thinking about it, you're aware of the temperature around you. If it were to drop slightly, you might not notice or react, but if it plummeted 10 degrees, you'd likely feel cold and reach for a sweater. This seemingly simple reaction is actually a sophisticated process of prediction and response. Your brain is constantly monitoring your environment, making predictions about what different changes might mean for your well-being and prompting you to act when it detects a significant discrepancy between your current state and your desired state. This gap between our current experience and our desired experience is the essence of a craving. It's the feeling that something is missing, the urge to change our internal state. When we feel cold, we crave warmth. When we feel lonely, we crave connection. When we feel stressed, we crave relaxation. These cravings are not just random impulses, but signals from our brain telling us that there's a mismatch between our current state and what it predicts would be a more favorable state. Understanding this process can shed light on why we engage in certain behaviors, even when we know they might not be good for us in the long run. Take the example of social media use. When we scroll through our feeds, what we're really seeking isn't just information or entertainment. We're looking for a change in our emotional state, perhaps a feeling of connection, validation, or distraction from our current worries. The act of checking social media has become associated in our minds with these positive changes in our internal state, which is why it can be so compelling and hard to resist. This understanding also reveals why it can be so challenging to break bad habits or form new, beneficial ones. Our habits, both good and bad, are essentially our mind's attempts to address fundamental human needs and desires. These underlying motives are deeply ingrained in our biology and psychology, shaped by millions of years of evolution. They include basic drives like conserving energy, obtaining food and water, finding love and reproducing, connecting with others, winning social acceptance and approval, reducing uncertainty, and achieving status and prestige. Our specific habits are modern-day manifestations of these ancient desires. Social media taps into our need for social connection and approval. Fast food satisfies our instinct to consume high-calorie foods for survival. Video games fulfill our drive for achievement and status. Recognizing this can be empowering because it allows us to see that there are multiple ways to satisfy these underlying motives. If we can identify healthier or more productive ways to meet these basic needs, we can replace harmful habits with beneficial ones. But how do we go about changing our habits, especially when they're so deeply ingrained? One powerful approach is to reframe how we think about the habits we want to cultivate. Often we approach new habits or challenging tasks with a sense of obligation or dread. We tell ourselves we have to do something, which immediately frames it as an unpleasant chore. But what if we changed that single word? What if, instead of saying we have to do something, we said we get to do it? This simple shift in language can have a profound impact on our mindset and motivation. When we say we get to do something, we're reframing it as an opportunity rather than an obligation. We're focusing on the benefits and privileges associated with the action rather than the difficulties or inconveniences. For example, instead of saying I have to wake up early for work, try saying I get to wake up early for work. This subtle change acknowledges the privilege of having a job in a challenging economy. Instead of I have to cook dinner for my family, try I get to cook dinner for my family, recognizing the blessing of having loved ones to care for and the means to provide meals. This reframing technique can be applied to virtually any habit or task you're trying to cultivate. Exercise becomes an opportunity to build strength and improve health, rather than a grueling chore. Saving money becomes a path to future freedom and opportunities, rather than a restrictive limitation. Meditation transforms from a frustrating struggle against distraction into a chance to practice returning to the present moment. The key is to find the positive aspects of the habit or task and focus on those. This doesn't mean ignoring the challenges or difficulties, but rather choosing to emphasize the benefits and opportunities. Both perspectives are typically true. Any given task can be both a challenge and an opportunity. By consciously choosing to focus on the positive aspects, we can make the habit more attractive and easier to maintain. Another powerful technique for changing our relationship with habits is to create positive associations through rituals and cues. Our brains are incredibly adept at forming associations between different stimuli and experiences. We can leverage this ability to make challenging habits more appealing. Consider the example of a writer who always puts on headphones before beginning to write. Initially, they might play music to help them focus. Over time, however, they might find that simply putting on the headphones, even without playing any music, helps them enter a focused state. Without realizing it, they've conditioned their brain to associate the act of putting on headphones with increased concentration and productivity. Athletes often use similar techniques to prepare for competition. A baseball player might have a specific stretching and warm-up routine they perform before each game. While this routine serves a physical purpose in preparing the body for action, it also plays a crucial psychological role. By consistently performing the same actions before each game, the athlete creates a strong mental association between the routine and a competitive, focused mindset. Even on days when they don't feel particularly motivated, going through the routine can help shift their mental state into game mode. We can adapt this principle to create motivation rituals for various aspects of our lives. If you want to cultivate a more positive outlook, for instance, you might create a short routine that you perform each time before doing something you genuinely enjoy. This could be as simple as taking 3 deep breaths and smiling. By consistently pairing this action with a positive experience, you can train your brain to associate the routine with feeling good. Once established, you can use this routine as a tool to shift your emotional state when needed, even in situations unrelated to the original context. This technique of creating positive associations can be particularly powerful when trying to establish new habits or break old ones. For example, if you're trying to develop a regular exercise habit, you might create a pre-workout ritual that includes something you genuinely enjoy, like listening to your favorite upbeat song. Over time, your brain will begin to associate the anticipation of exercise with the positive feelings evoked by the music, making it easier to motivate yourself to work out. It's important to note that while these techniques can be highly effective, they're not magic solutions. Changing deeply ingrained habits and thought patterns takes time, consistency, and patience. It's also crucial to remember that our habits, both good and bad, often serve important functions in our lives. Before trying to eliminate a habit, it's worth examining what need or desire it's fulfilling and considering healthier alternatives that might meet the same underlying motive. Moreover, it's essential to approach habit change with self-compassion and realistic expectations. Setbacks and slip-ups are a normal part of the process. Instead of viewing these as failures, try to see them as valuable learning opportunities. Each time you catch yourself falling into an old pattern, you're actually strengthening your awareness and creating an opportunity to make a different choice next time. In conclusion, understanding the predictive nature of our brain and the role of cravings in our behavior provides powerful insights into how we can shape our habits and, by extension, our lives. By reframing our perspective on challenging tasks, creating positive associations, and addressing our fundamental underlying motives in healthier ways, we can make significant strides in personal growth and development. Remember, every habit, whether it seems positive or negative on the surface, is ultimately our mind's attempt to meet a basic human need or desire. By recognizing this, we can approach habit change not as a battle against our nature, but as a process of aligning our behaviors more closely with our true values and long-term well-being. This perspective allows us to work with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them, making lasting change more achievable and sustainable. As you embark on your journey of habit change, be patient with yourself and celebrate small victories along the way. Each time you make a conscious choice to engage in a beneficial habit or resist an unhelpful one, you're rewiring your brain and moving closer to becoming the person you aspire to be. With persistence, self-reflection, and the right strategies, you have the power to transform your habits and, in turn, transform your life. The journey of personal growth and habit formation is a fascinating exploration of human psychology and neurobiology. At its core, this process is driven by the predictive nature of our brains, which constantly anticipate outcomes based on past experiences and environmental cues. Understanding this mechanism provides valuable insights into how we can effectively shape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. The foundation of any habit, whether beneficial or detrimental, lies in the predictions our brain makes about the outcomes of our actions. These predictions trigger feelings and emotions that drive us to act in certain ways. For instance, the mere sight of a cigarette might evoke a sense of relaxation in a smoker's mind, prompting them to light up. Conversely, the thought of going for a run might elicit feelings of dread in someone who associates exercise with discomfort. These emotional responses, rooted in our brain's predictions, play a crucial role in determining our habitual behaviors. To create lasting change, we must learn to manipulate these predictions and associated feelings. One effective strategy is to highlight the benefits of avoiding harmful habits, thereby making them less attractive. For example, rather than focusing on the immediate pleasure of smoking, one might emphasize the long-term health benefits of quitting, such as improved lung function, reduced risk of cancer, and increased life expectancy. By consistently reinforcing these positive outcomes, we can gradually shift our brain's predictions and make the habit less appealing. Similarly, we can enhance the attractiveness of beneficial habits by associating them with positive feelings. This can be achieved through a technique known as a motivation ritual. The idea is to pair a challenging habit with something you genuinely enjoy. For instance, if you struggle with regular exercise, you might create a ritual of listening to your favorite podcast or audiobook only during workouts. Over time, your brain will begin to associate physical activity with the pleasure of engaging with content you love, making it easier to maintain the habit. Creating good habits and breaking bad ones requires a systematic approach. Let's explore some practical strategies for each aspect of habit formation, organized around 4 fundamental laws: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. To make a habit obvious, start by becoming aware of your current behaviors. This can be done through a simple exercise called the habit scorecard. Take a few minutes to write down all the habits you perform on a typical day, from waking up to going to bed. This process alone can be eye-opening, revealing patterns you might not have noticed before. Next, use implementation intentions to clearly define when and where you'll perform your new habit. Instead of vaguely deciding to exercise more, create a specific plan. I will go for a 20-minute walk at 7 a.m. in my neighborhood. This clarity eliminates ambiguity and reduces the mental effort required to initiate the habit. Habit stacking is another powerful technique to make new behaviors obvious. It involves linking a new habit to an existing one. For example, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 5 minutes. By anchoring the new behavior to an established routine, you create a natural cue for the desired action. Lastly, Design your environment to support your goals. Make the cues for good habits visible and accessible. If you want to read more, place books in prominent locations around your home. If you're trying to eat healthier, keep nutritious snacks at eye level in your refrigerator. To make a habit attractive, consider using temptation bundling. This involves pairing an action you want to do with one you need to do. For instance, only allowing yourself to watch your favorite TV show while folding laundry can make a tedious chore more appealing. Another powerful strategy is to surround yourself with a culture where your desired behavior is the norm. If you want to adopt a healthier lifestyle, spend time with health-conscious individuals. Their habits and attitudes will naturally influence your own, making the desired behavior feel more attainable and appealing. Making a habit easy is crucial for long-term success. This often involves reducing friction and minimizing the effort required to perform the desired behavior. For example, if you want to start a gym routine, choose a facility that's on your way home from work, reducing the extra effort required to get there. To break bad habits, we can invert these laws. Make the cues for undesirable behaviors invisible by removing them from your environment. Reframe your mindset to highlight the negative aspects of the habit, making it unattractive. Increase the difficulty of performing the bad habit by adding friction. For instance, if you want to reduce social media usage, log out of all your accounts after each use, making it more cumbersome to access them impulsively. While these strategies provide a solid framework for habit formation, it's crucial to remember that the key to mastering any habit lies in repetition, not perfection. This principle is beautifully illustrated by an experiment conducted with photography students. One group was instructed to focus on quantity, producing as many photos as possible, while the other group was told to strive for a single, perfect image. Surprisingly, the quantity group ended up producing the highest quality work. By engaging in frequent practice and experimentation, they honed their skills more effectively than those who were paralyzed by the pursuit of perfection. This lesson applies broadly to habit formation and skill development. Too often we get caught up in finding the optimal approach, spending excessive time planning and strategizing rather than taking action. While preparation has its place, it's easy to use it as a form of procrastination, avoiding the risk of failure or criticism. The distinction between being in motion and taking action is crucial here. Motion involves planning, strategizing, and learning all valuable activities, but ones that don't directly produce results. Action, on the other hand, is behavior that delivers an outcome. Writing an outline for an article is motion, actually writing the article is action. Researching diets is motion, eating a healthy meal is action. To make real progress, we need to prioritize action over motion. This doesn't mean abandoning planning altogether, but rather ensuring that our preparation leads to concrete steps forward. The focus should be on getting repetitions in, not on achieving perfection from the outset. This emphasis on repetition is supported by neuroscience. Every time we repeat an action, the neural pathways associated with that behavior are strengthened through a process called long-term potentiation. This phenomenon, often summarized as neurons that fire together, wire together, explains how habits become ingrained over time. Research has shown remarkable physical changes in the brain resulting from repeated behaviors. Musicians, for instance, develop larger cerebellums, a region critical for physical movements. Mathematicians show increased grey matter in areas associated with computation. Even taxi drivers in London were found to have larger hippocampi, a region involved in spatial memory, compared to non-drivers, with the size correlating with their years of experience. These findings highlight the plasticity of our brains and the power of consistent practice. Each repetition of a habit, no matter how small, contributes to physical changes in our neural structure, making the behavior progressively more automatic. Understanding this process can be incredibly empowering. It means that we have the ability to literally reshape our brains through our actions. Every time we choose to perform a desired habit, we're not just completing a task, we're reinforcing neural pathways that make that behavior more natural and effortless in the future. However, it's important to note that habit formation is not a linear process. The often cited idea that it takes exactly 21 days to form a habit is an oversimplification. The reality is that the time required varies greatly depending on the individual and the complexity of the habit. Some simple behaviors might become automatic relatively quickly, while more complex habits can take months or even years to fully ingrain. This variability underscores the importance of patience and persistence in habit formation. Rather than focusing on an arbitrary timeline, it's more productive to concentrate on consistency. Each repetition, regardless of how small, is a step forward in rewiring your brain. Moreover, it's crucial to approach habit formation with self-compassion. Setbacks and occasional lapses are a normal part of the process. Instead of viewing these as failures, try to see them as valuable learning opportunities. Each time you notice yourself slipping into an old pattern, you're actually strengthening your awareness and creating an opportunity to make a different choice next time. Another valuable insight from neuroscience is the concept of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. This means that it's never too late to change your habits or learn new skills. While it's true that certain periods in life, such as childhood and adolescence, are characterized by greater neural plasticity, our brains retain the ability to change and adapt well into adulthood. This understanding can be particularly encouraging for those who feel stuck in long-standing habits or believe they're too old to change. The brain's plasticity means that with consistent effort and the right strategies, significant personal growth is always possible. As you embark on your journey of habit formation, it can be helpful to view the process as an experiment. Approach each new habit with curiosity rather than judgment. What works? What doesn't? How can you tweak your approach to make the habit easier or more enjoyable? This mindset of experimentation can make the process more engaging and less daunting. Remember, too, that small changes can lead to significant results over time. The power of habits lies in their compounding nature. A small improvement of just 1% each day might seem insignificant in the moment, but over the course of a year, it leads to a 37-fold improvement. This principle, often referred to as the aggregation of marginal gains, has been used to great effect in various fields, from sports to business. In conclusion, the journey of habit formation is a fascinating exploration of our brain's capacity for change. By understanding the predictive nature of our minds, leveraging the power of repetition, and employing strategic approaches to make habits obvious, attractive, easy, and satisfying, we can effectively reshape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. The key is to focus on consistency over perfection, action over motion, and to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Remember that each repetition of a desired habit, no matter how small, is physically changing your brain, making the behavior more automatic over time. Embrace the journey of personal growth with curiosity and optimism. Your brain is an incredibly adaptable organ, capable of remarkable changes throughout your life. By harnessing this plasticity through deliberate habit formation, you have the power to continuously evolve and become the person you aspire to be. The path may not always be easy or straightforward, but with persistence and the right strategies, lasting change is within your reach. The formation of habits is a fascinating intersection of neuroscience, psychology, and human behavior. At its core, habit formation is about the brain's remarkable ability to optimize our actions for efficiency and ease. This process, while often overlooked in our day-to-day lives, plays a crucial role in shaping our behaviors, abilities, and ultimately our lives. One of the most fundamental principles in habit formation is the power of repetition. Each time we perform an action, we're not just completing a task, we're actually rewiring our brains. This process involves the activation and strengthening of specific neural circuits associated with that particular habit. It's a biological manifestation of the old adage, practice makes perfect. Consider the difference between active practice and passive learning. Imagine two groups of photography students. One group spends their time taking hundreds of photos, experimenting with different techniques and learning from their mistakes. The other group focuses on theoretical perfection, discussing and planning the ideal photograph without actually taking many pictures. It's not hard to guess which group will improve more rapidly and significantly. the group engaging in active practice through sheer repetition is literally changing their brains with every shot they take. This principle extends far beyond photography. Whether you're learning to play an instrument, mastering a new language, or trying to incorporate a new exercise routine into your life, the key is consistent repetition. It's not about achieving perfection from the start, but rather about putting in the reps, day after day. As we repeat an action, it gradually moves from requiring conscious effort to becoming automatic. This process, known as automaticity, is the holy grail of habit formation. It's the point at which a behavior becomes so ingrained that we can perform it without actively thinking about each step. Think about how you tie your shoelaces or brush your teeth. These are perfect examples of automaticity in action. The journey from conscious effort to automaticity isn't a sudden leap, but rather a gradual progression. Initially, a new habit requires significant mental energy and focus. With each repetition, it becomes slightly easier, requiring less conscious attention. Eventually, after enough practice, the behavior crosses what we might call the habit line, the point at which it becomes more automatic than conscious. This progression challenges a common misconception about habit formation, the idea that it takes a specific number of days to form a new habit. You've probably heard that it takes 21 days or 30 days to form a habit. In reality, the time it takes is far less important than the number of repetitions. A habit performed twice in 30 days is far less likely to stick than one performed 60 times in the same period. The focus on time rather than frequency is a fundamental misunderstanding of how our brains work. Our neural pathways don't care about the passage of time, they care about the number of times a circuit is activated. This is why consistency is so crucial in habit formation. It's not about perfect streaks or arbitrary timelines, but about accumulating repetitions. Understanding this can be incredibly liberating. It shifts our focus from an often arbitrary deadline to the process itself. Instead of getting discouraged if we haven't mastered a habit in 21 days, we can celebrate each repetition as a step towards rewiring our brains. This insight leads us to a crucial principle in habit formation, the law of least effort. This law, deeply ingrained in human nature, states that when faced with similar options, we will naturally gravitate towards the one that requires the least amount of work. Far from being a character flaw, this tendency towards efficiency is a smart evolutionary strategy. Consider the fascinating example of how the shape of continents influenced the spread of agriculture. Crops spread more quickly across Europe and Asia than they did in the Americas, not because of any difference in the farmers' abilities or motivations, but simply because it was easier. The east-west orientation of Eurasia meant that crops could be transported to areas with similar climates more easily than in the north-south oriented Americas, where dramatic climate changes posed significant challenges. This principle of choosing the path of least resistance applies just as much to our personal habits as it does to global agricultural patterns. When we're trying to form a new habit, we're much more likely to succeed if we make it as easy as possible to perform. This isn't laziness, it's working with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them. For instance, if you're trying to start a habit of daily exercise, you're more likely to succeed with a modest goal of 1 push-up a day than with an ambitious plan of 100 push-ups. The energy barrier to doing 1 push-up is so low that it's hard to find an excuse not to do it. And once you've started, it's often easier to do a few more. On the other hand, the prospect of doing 100 push-ups can be so daunting that you're more likely to skip it entirely on days when you're tired or busy. This principle of making habits as easy as possible to start is incredibly powerful. It's not about lowering your standards or giving up on ambitious goals. Rather, it's about understanding that the hardest part of any habit is often just getting started. By lowering the initial energy requirement, you make it much more likely that you'll take that crucial first step. Moreover, starting small doesn't mean staying small. Once a habit is established, it can be gradually expanded. That 1 push-up can grow into a full workout routine over time. The key is to make the habit so easy at first that you can't say no. Another powerful strategy in habit formation is environment design. Our surroundings play a much larger role in our behavior than we often realize. By structuring our environment to make good habits easy and bad habits difficult, we can significantly increase our chances of success. For example, if you want to eat healthier, simply placing fruit in a visible, easily accessible place and hiding less healthy snacks can make a big difference. If you want to read more, leaving a book on your bedside table and charging your phone in another room can help. These small environmental tweaks reduce the friction for good habits and increase it for less desirable ones. It's also worth considering the role of technology in habit formation. While often blamed for creating bad habits, technology can be a powerful tool for building good ones when used mindfully. Apps that track habits, send reminders, or gamify the process can provide helpful external cues and motivation. However, it's important to remember that these are tools to support the fundamental process of repetition and ease, not replacements for it. As we strive to form new habits, it's crucial to maintain a balance between challenge and ease. While we want to make habits as easy as possible to start, we also need to ensure they remain engaging and meaningful. A habit that's too easy might not provide the sense of accomplishment or progress that keeps us motivated in the long term. This is where the concept of just manageable difficulty comes in. The idea is to set the bar just high enough to be challenging, but not so high that it becomes discouraging. This sweet spot will vary from person to person and may change over time as you progress. The key is to continually adjust, always staying just at the edge of your comfort zone. It's also important to remember that habit formation is not a linear process. There will be setbacks, days when the habit feels harder than usual, or times when progress seems to plateau. This is normal and doesn't indicate failure. In fact, these challenges are often where the most significant growth occurs. Each time you push through resistance, you're strengthening your habit even more than on the easy days. Patience and self-compassion are crucial throughout this process. Lasting change takes time, and beating yourself up over slip-ups or slow progress is counterproductive. Instead, view each attempt at your habit, successful or not, as valuable data. What made it easier on some days? What made it harder on others? This information can help you refine your approach and make your habit even more robust. Remember, too, that habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of the broader context of your life, interacting with your other behaviors, your environment, and your overall goals. Sometimes, struggling with a particular habit might be a sign that it's not aligned with your broader life direction. It's okay to reassess and adjust your habits as your life and priorities evolve. In conclusion, the key to successful habit formation lies in understanding and working with our brain's natural tendencies. By focusing on consistent repetition rather than arbitrary timelines, making habits as easy as possible to start, designing our environment to support our goals, and maintaining a balance between challenge and achievability, we can effectively rewire our brains and transform our behaviors. The process of habit formation is a powerful tool for personal growth and transformation. It allows us to automate positive behaviors, freeing up mental energy for other tasks and gradually steering our lives in the direction we choose. While it requires patience and persistence, the compounding effects of good habits over time can lead to remarkable changes. As you embark on your own habit formation journey, remember that you're not just trying to change your behavior, you're literally reshaping your brain. Each repetition, no matter how small, is a step towards rewiring your neural pathways. Celebrate these small victories, learn from the setbacks, and trust in the process. With time and consistent effort, you have the power to transform not just your habits, but your entire life. Habits, those seemingly innocuous patterns of behavior, have an outsized impact on our lives. They shape our days, influence our decisions, and ultimately determine the trajectory of our personal and professional journeys. Yet, paradoxically, many of our most pervasive habits require surprisingly little motivation to maintain. Consider how effortlessly we reach for our phones to scroll through social media, check our emails, or binge-watch television shows. These activities consume vast swaths of our time precisely because they demand so little from us. Their convenience is their power. This observation leads us to a crucial insight: every habit, at its core, is an obstacle between us and our desired outcome. When we diet, we're not truly after the act of restricting our food intake, we're seeking the health and appearance benefits that come with it. Meditation isn't about sitting still, it's about achieving a state of calm and mental clarity. Journaling isn't the end goal, clear thinking is. Understanding this distinction is vital because it highlights the friction that exists between our current state and our aspirations. The more difficult a habit is to maintain, the more friction it introduces into our lives. This is why making our positive habits as effortless as possible is crucial for long-term success. By reducing the barriers to entry, we increase the likelihood of following through, even on days when our motivation wanes. It's about creating a path of least resistance towards our goals. However, this emphasis on ease might seem at odds with human achievement. After all, history is replete with examples of individuals accomplishing incredibly challenging feats. From raising children to building businesses to scaling the world's highest peaks, humans have demonstrated time and again their capacity for overcoming immense obstacles. How do we reconcile this with the idea that we're fundamentally lazy creatures? The answer lies in understanding the ebb and flow of human motivation. While we are indeed capable of Herculean efforts, our drive to tackle difficult tasks fluctuates. Some days we feel invincible, ready to take on the world. Other days, the simplest tasks feel insurmountable. It's on these challenging days that having systems and environments optimized for our success becomes crucial. By minimizing friction in our lives, we make it easier for our most motivated, capable selves to emerge and tackle the inevitable challenges life throws our way. This doesn't mean we should only pursue easy tasks. Rather, it suggests that we should strive to make the initial steps of important long-term habits as frictionless as possible. By doing so, we set ourselves up for success in the moments when our willpower is at its lowest. To illustrate this concept, imagine a garden hose with a kink in it. Water can still flow, but it's severely restricted. To increase the flow, you have two options. You can try to force more water through by cranking up the pressure, or you can simply remove the kink. Trying to boost your motivation to stick with a difficult habit is akin to forcing water through a kinked hose. It's possible, but it requires significant effort and creates unnecessary tension. Making your habits simpler and easier, on the other hand, is like straightening out the hose. You're not fighting against resistance, you're eliminating it altogether. One of the most effective strategies for reducing friction in our habits is through thoughtful environment design. This goes beyond simply making cues for our habits more obvious. It involves optimizing our surroundings to make the actions themselves easier to perform. For instance, when choosing where to practice a new habit, it's wise to select a location that's already part of your daily routine. If you're trying to establish a gym habit, choosing a facility that's on your way to work makes it far more likely you'll stop in regularly. It doesn't feel like you're going out of your way because it fits seamlessly into your existing pattern. This principle extends to our homes and workspaces as well. Too often, we attempt to build habits in high-friction environments. We try to adhere to strict diets while dining out with friends, write books in chaotic households, or focus on important work while surrounded by digital distractions. By identifying and eliminating these points of friction, we can dramatically increase our chances of success. The power of reducing friction is well illustrated by the transformation of Japanese manufacturing in the 1970s. Companies embraced the concept of lean production, meticulously examining every aspect of their processes to eliminate waste. This extended to redesigning workspaces so that employees could access tools without unnecessary twisting or turning. The results were remarkable. Japanese factories became more efficient, and their products more reliable than their American counterparts. By 1979, American workers needed 3 times as long to assemble television sets compared to their Japanese counterparts. This strategy of addition by subtraction has profound implications beyond manufacturing. In our personal lives, removing obstacles that drain our time and energy allows us to achieve more with less effort. It's why decluttering can feel so liberating. We're not just organizing our space, we're lightening the cognitive load our environment places on us. The most habit-forming products and services in our modern world excel at eliminating friction from our lives. Meal delivery services remove the need for grocery shopping. Dating apps simplify social introductions. Ride-sharing services make getting across town effortless. Each of these innovations automates, eliminates, or simplifies steps in processes that were once more cumbersome. Successful companies apply this principle rigorously to their product design. They reduce form fields, minimize account creation steps, and provide clear, concise instructions. Even small reductions in friction can have significant impacts. When the British government wanted to increase tax collection rates, they made a simple change. Instead of sending citizens to a web page where they could download a tax form, they provided a direct link to the form itself. This minor adjustment increased response rates from 19.2% to 23.4%, translating to millions in additional tax revenue. The key takeaway is clear: create an environment where doing the right thing is as easy as possible. Much of the challenge in building better habits comes down to finding ways to reduce the friction associated with positive behaviors while increasing the friction associated with negative ones. One intriguing approach to this is the concept of resetting the room as practiced by Oswald Knuckles, an IT developer from Mississippi. After finishing an activity, Knuckles takes a moment to prepare the space for its next use. After watching TV, he returns the remote to its designated spot, arranges the pillows, and folds the blanket. When leaving his car, he disposes of any trash. While waiting for the shower to warm up, he quickly wipes down the toilet. This practice serves a dual purpose. It's not just about cleaning up after the last action, but about reducing friction for the next one. By resetting each space to its optimal state, Knuckles is essentially laying out a welcome mat for his future self. He's making it easier to engage in positive behaviors by ensuring that the environment is always primed and ready. This approach can be applied broadly across various aspects of our lives. For instance, preparing your workout clothes the night before reduces the friction of getting ready for exercise in the morning. Setting out your writing materials or opening your document editor before bed makes it easier to start writing first thing in the day. Clearing your desk at the end of each workday sets the stage for a productive start the next morning. The beauty of this strategy is its simplicity and scalability. Small actions consistently applied can dramatically reshape our environment and, by extension, our behavior. It's a practical application of the idea that our physical space both reflects and influences our mental state. Moreover, the act of resetting our environment can itself become a rewarding habit. It provides a sense of closure to activities, creates a tangible sense of accomplishment, and fosters a mindset of continuous improvement. Over time, this practice can lead to a more organized, intentional way of living that extends far beyond the physical spaces we inhabit. In conclusion, the path to lasting habit change is often more about smart engineering than brute force willpower. By understanding the role of friction in our behaviors, optimizing our environments, and consistently preparing for future actions, we can make significant strides towards our goals with less struggle and more sustainability. This approach acknowledges our human tendencies towards the path of least resistance while harnessing that same tendency to work in our favor.
As we navigate the complexities of modern life, with its myriad distractions and competing priorities, these strategies offer a roadmap for reclaiming our time and energy. They remind us that often, the most profound changes come not from grandiose gestures, but from thoughtful adjustments to our daily routines and surroundings. By making our positive habits more convenient and our negative habits less so, we create an environment that naturally nudges us towards our best selves. Ultimately, this perspective invites us to view our habits not as battles to be won through sheer force of will, but as opportunities for intelligent design. It encourages us to be architects of our own behavior, crafting spaces and routines that align with our deepest aspirations. In doing so, we not only increase our chances of success, but also reduce the mental and emotional toll of constant self-regulation. As we move forward, let's challenge ourselves to look at our habits through this lens of friction and flow. Where can we straighten the hose in our lives? How can we reset our rooms, both literally and figuratively, to prime ourselves for success? By asking these questions and acting on the answers, we open up new possibilities for growth, achievement, and fulfillment. The journey of self-improvement need not be a constant uphill battle. With the right approach, it can be a thoughtfully designed path of gradual, sustainable progress. In the intricate tapestry of human behavior, habits stand out as the threads that weave our daily lives together. These automatic routines, often performed with little conscious thought, shape our experiences and outcomes in profound ways. Understanding the power of habits and learning to harness them effectively can be transformative, leading to increased productivity, better health, and greater overall satisfaction in life. Consider the case of Twyla Tharp, a renowned dancer and choreographer whose success is inextricably linked to her daily rituals. Each morning, without fail, Tharp begins her day by hailing a cab to take her to the gym. This simple act might seem insignificant at first glance, but it serves as the cornerstone of her entire routine. By habitualizing this small action, Tharp has effectively removed any opportunity for hesitation or second-guessing. The moment she steps into the cab, the rest of her morning unfolds almost automatically. This example beautifully illustrates a fundamental principle of habit formation: the power of small, consistent actions. By focusing on the initial step in this case, hailing a cab, Tharp has created a trigger that sets her entire morning routine in motion. The gym workout that follows becomes an inevitable consequence rather than a decision to be made anew each day. The influence of habits on our daily lives is staggering. Research suggests that between 40 to 50% of our actions on any given day are habitual. However, this statistic, impressive as it is, actually understates the true impact of habits on our behavior. Habits don't just account for a large portion of our actions, they also shape the conscious decisions that follow them. Think of habits as the on-ramps to a highway. Once you've merged onto that road, your direction and speed are largely determined. In the same way, our habits often set us on a path that influences our subsequent choices and actions. This is why we might find ourselves sitting through a movie we're not enjoying, continuing to snack well past the point of fullness, or losing track of time on our smartphones. The initial habitual action, turning on the TV, reaching for a snack, or picking up the phone, creates a momentum that's difficult to resist. This cascading effect of habits highlights their true power. While a single habit might only take a few seconds to perform, its influence can extend far beyond that brief moment. A morning habit of meditation, for instance, might only take 10 minutes, but it can set the tone for a calmer, more focused day. Conversely, a habit of checking social media first thing in the morning might lead to hours of distraction and reduced productivity. Understanding this principle allows us to leverage the power of habits to our advantage. By carefully choosing and cultivating positive habits, we can create a domino effect of beneficial behaviors throughout our day. This is where the concept of decisive moments comes into play. Decisive moments are those brief instances where we make choices that have an outsized impact on the course of our day. These are the forks in the road, the points where we decide between actions that align with our goals and those that don't. It's the moment when we choose between cooking a healthy meal or ordering takeout, between going for a run or watching another episode of our favorite show, between starting our work or procrastinating for just 5 more minutes. These moments might seem small and insignificant in isolation, but they stack up over the course of a day, week, month, and year to create vastly different outcomes. A single decision to go to the gym might not make much difference, but when that decision is made consistently over months and years, the cumulative effect is transformative. The power of these decisive moments lies in their ability to set us on different paths. Once we've made the initial choice to put on our running shoes, to open our textbook, to start preparing a healthy meal, the subsequent actions become much easier. It's as if we've created a groove for our behavior to follow, and staying in that groove requires less effort than veering off course. This insight provides us with a powerful strategy for behavior change. Instead of trying to overhaul our entire day at once, we can focus on identifying and optimizing these decisive moments. By creating habits that make the right choice the easy choice at these critical junctures, we can dramatically improve our odds of following through on our intentions. One effective way to do this is through environmental design. By structuring our surroundings to support our desired habits, we can reduce the friction associated with positive behaviors and increase the friction associated with negative ones. This approach recognizes that willpower is a finite resource, and that it's far more effective to change our environment than to rely solely on self-control. For instance, if you want to eat healthier, you might prep fruits and vegetables in advance and keep them easily accessible in your refrigerator. This simple act of preparation makes it more likely that you'll reach for these healthy options when you're hungry. Conversely, you might store less healthy snacks in hard-to-reach places or avoid buying them altogether, increasing the effort required to indulge in them. The same principle can be applied to other areas of life. If you want to read more, keep books visible and within easy reach in your living space. If you want to exercise more consistently, lay out your workout clothes the night before. If you want to reduce your social media usage, remove the apps from your phone or use website blockers on your computer. These environmental tweaks might seem small, but they can have a profound impact on our behavior. By making the desired action the path of least resistance, we harness our natural tendency to gravitate towards easier options. This strategy aligns our environment with our intentions, making it more likely that we'll follow through on our goals, even when our motivation wavers. Another powerful technique for habit formation is the 2-minute rule. This rule suggests that when you're trying to establish a new habit, you should scale it down to an action that takes 2 minutes or less to complete. The idea is to make the habit so easy that you can't say no to it. For example, if your goal is to read more, your 2-minute habit might be to read 1 page each day. If you want to start a journaling practice, commit to writing for just 2 minutes. If you're trying to establish a meditation habit, begin with just 2 minutes of mindful breathing. The beauty of this approach is twofold. First, it makes the habit so easy that you're likely to follow through even on days when you're tired or unmotivated. Second, it gets you over the often challenging hurdle of simply starting. Once you've begun the activity, you'll often find that you continue beyond the 2-minute mark. This strategy recognizes that consistency is more important than intensity when it comes to habit formation. It's better to meditate for 2 minutes every day than to do an hour-long session once a week.
Match found.
The regular repetition of the behavior, no matter how small, helps to solidify the neural pathways associated with the habit, making it increasingly automatic over time. Moreover, the 2-minute rule allows for gradual progression. As the initial 2-minute action becomes habitual, you can slowly expand the duration or complexity of the habit. What starts as 2 minutes of reading might grow into 30 minutes or an hour. A 2-minute journaling habit might evolve into a rich daily writing practice. The key is to focus on establishing the habit loop, the cue, the routine, and the reward rather than on achieving a particular outcome. By making the habit easy to start and consistently repeatable, you create a foundation upon which more substantial behavior change can be built. It's also worth noting that the inverse of this principle can be used to break undesirable habits. If you want to reduce a negative behavior, you can increase the friction associated with it. For instance, if you find yourself watching too much television, you might unplug the TV after each use and store the remote in a drawer. This small increase in effort can be enough to break the automatic nature of the habit and give you a moment to reconsider your choice. Ultimately, the goal is to create an environment and a set of habits that make positive behaviors easy and negative behaviors difficult. This approach recognizes that our willpower is limited and that sustained behavior change is more likely to come from changing our surroundings than from sheer force of will. As we navigate the complexities of modern life with its myriad distractions and competing priorities, understanding and leveraging the power of habits becomes increasingly crucial. By focusing on the small, everyday choices that shape our behavior, we can gradually steer ourselves towards the lives we aspire to lead. This perspective invites us to view our daily routines not as a series of inconsequential actions, but as opportunities to align our behavior with our goals. Every habit, no matter how small, is a vote for the type of person we want to become. When we choose to read a page instead of scrolling through social media, when we opt for a healthy snack instead of junk food, when we decide to meditate for 2 minutes instead of immediately checking our emails, we are casting votes for our ideal selves. The cumulative effect of these small choices can be truly transformative.
No.
Over time, these habits shape not just our action.
Right.
Many enemies A.
Grabber! Clearing out! Flash out! Dead. Blinding! Amateur.
Spike
واحد
planted.
ليمت طبعا 78
Last player standing.
لا مدمجين كلهم مورك مورك لا ما وركتش على بوش تو تورك فوك
Alright, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
Keep up!
جايين جايين
Concussing!
150 يا صاحبي في فانتال 150 في رينا وات ذا فاك شريه شيل كبير
Spike planted.
Heidi! A bit of refreshing. Gotta go.
Last player standing.
Harness your emotions now, just as we trained.
I'll show them. Lintikayo.
The hunt begins.
Grabber!
Go, go, go.
Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
Flash out!
Careful here. Reloading.
ماشي
Blinding!
هيا لا صار اوه
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Gotta go.
اوبا هذا روتيشن سخوت
30 seconds left.
اخي لا هذا بيرجع
Enemy B.
Concussing!
اوكي هذا
Not just. Oh, this is a much better trajectory.
وين فرينا؟
Go, go, go!
Last player standing.
ويلي عياد المود تغني.
Spike planted.
Gekko, don't get stabbed. Bad. I'm out of here.
Quick peeks now.
بي 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 بي. ايوه
Turret down.
Got one.
Spike planted.
Oh! I'm out of here. This way. Gotta go.
هاي تطلق على اليمين بجوجهم على اليمين.
Last player standing.
بجوجهم من تحت بجوجهم من تحت. لا لا ما كانش اصاحبي. لا صاحبي راه شفتهم بجوج على اليمين.
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
كان واحد هنا وواحد هنا. هذا ايش تمسك بيننا؟
Placing alarm bot.
I'm out of here.
I'll not lose to these bears.
اي
Here we go. My territory, my rules. Multiple
خلاص.
enemies.
ويلي 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 عزت قدرتها.
Take this.
Spike planted.
Pathetic. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
My turn.
تمام. انا عادي. جي جي جي.
You really expect that to work?
Remember, your weapon is only a tool. You can't just shoot. You have to think. Stab drop. Thank you. Go, go, go.
هادو يجيو وقيلا بي.
Let's go.
اي
Concussing!
Turret destroyed.
Flash out!
مريم وقيلا باقي ما دخلوش.
Heads up. Enemy A.
Gotta go.
B.
Spike is B.
بيت 70 طلع لفوق.
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left. Spike planted.
Placing sentry.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Melem. Good job.
My ultimate is ready. Oh, no, you don't deserve my inventions.
I'll do my job, you do yours.
Need a drop.
I need a drop.
Get out of my way!
Any enemies mid? Enemy mid. Enemies. I shot somebody.
عندي شوت جان.
Tremor! Clearing out!
Spike planted. Last player
عندي
standing.
شوت جان.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't. Go, go, go! Gotta go!
The hunt begins.
Right. B.
Drop in a score.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Concussing!
Cutting baby.
What the hell? Just up.
One enemy
Oh, wait,
remaining.
I'm out of here. Sock it!
هلا.
Let me just swipe those back out of Chuck calling my boss.
The left fingers need a drop.
Gotta go.
Go, go, go! I'm out of here. Go, go, go!
Keep it cool.
That's how you survive. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Tremor!
غبي.
Enemy B. Spike planted.
Blinding! Flash out! Full track!
Last player standing.
فكر 74 فيه.
My advice: don't get shot.
سيفي واخا الدراري ولا بالكم.
Oh shite, I lost my pet rock. Many enemies, eh?
Nowhere to run!
Reloading. Enemy A.
Blinding! Clearing out!
My territory, my rules. Spike planted.
Embarrassing.
معلم.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
معلم.
Right there.
معلم ايكو راوند. نايس ايكو راوند. نايس ايكو راوند.
Gun here.
Thrifty.
غلمن.
Last round in the half.
Go, go, go!
انا نبقى هنايا. شوف انت شوف. كلوف انسطاني لك هاد الطوالة هادي كاملة. اش هاد الطول. لعب ندير فولت. بي
Dropping smokes.
Trevor! Plastic!
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
لا هارب.
Flash out!
They're all dead? I have more tests. Initiated. Albot out.
Switching sides.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
Gotta go.
بسرعة.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here.
Punch in.
Careful here. Careful here.
من الفوق. لا الفلاش بغيت نخليه للداخل. فهمتي؟ بدو سالتين بعدا هنايا. لا تتعطل بزاف. كتعطل بزاف. راه نسطاني هاد الجهة اليسرية. غنسطاني هنايا.
I'm out of here.
Concussing!
Enemy spotted me.
The fuck?
Enemy spotted.
Worthless.
دابا هاد رينا والله يداك الدابا.
Last player standing.
رينا كدابا من الحرام.
As much as this world hurt me,
Go, go, go!
it's mine. Saving.
وياه.
Reloading.
Embarrassed him.
نشاط.
Dropping smoke. Gotta go! Shotgun!
Enemy spotted me. Enemy spotted me.
ميت.
Down.
Tremor!
هاي ستاني تار ستاند.
Oh. Enemy spotted. B.
Clear it out!
Enemy spotted me.
Blinding! So got. Flash out!
One enemy remaining.
بس. هذا الفاندال بعدا. انت وين الفاندال؟
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
بغيت نشرف اجي شريف بي سي في عندي سيري شريف شكل بي سي في صافي سار صافي سار على
Placing sentry.
فهمتك.
Okay, nu kör vi!
Bad move.
Good job, nice shot.
Reloading. Dropping smoke. Go, go. Work good. Reloading. Placing swamp.
Enemy A.
Reloading.
Spike down A.
I got the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
Blinding!
Kill everyone, and our job gets a whole lot easier.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
Can I get this?
الدراري خليو لي اورب عندي سميتو
Enemy spotted me.
My ult's ready!
Enemy spotted.
يلا فوش
Clearing out!
Shotgun. Stop it.
Last player
واو
standing.
واو جرنا هنا
Flawless.
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
الدراري تمشي فانتلا سكين شي سكين فاندال الله يحفظك.
Have a drop.
ثانك يو.
Gotta go. Don't overthink it. That's my job.
هو كاين هنا.
Dropping smoke.
Enemy spotted.
Refreshing.
My mark.
My territory. My
Flash out.
rules. Spike planted.
I'm out of here.
Blinding.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining.
معلم معلم.
Gun here.
Don't die. If you need help figuring
Need a
out
drop.
how, just ask.
Thank you.
Go, go, go.
نفيكيو ايه نفيكيو
Don't let up.
ها هي كاينه هنا. اوه نايس شوت.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Concussing.
يلا زير.
Clearing out.
بوشوش.
Flash out.
Go, go, go.
Feeling set.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Oh, my ultimate is ready.
رفي حالتي عرفتي.
Placing
عندك الافر على اللي من جاي. هاني لا احتربوا قدام.
only as good as their skill. And there we have some beat.
تبغي يركيو سيختو ديك رينا. دابا نيون خصو يقتل الغرض. فانداس كاينه في والله حفتك.
Could I have a drop?
دابا لا
Time for a
نيون
field test.
ثانك يو سير. فيك أو لا فيكو دابس.
No peeking. Reyna killed.
Bien joué.
No peeking. Lights down. Reloading. Turret out. Enemy spotted. A. Placing. Turret down.
جيت.
Swarm grenade out. Placing swarm grenade.
اجي ولا فينا هو.
Careful here.
Trevor.
Enemy spotted. A.
Blasting.
فيها 74 كلوف فيها 80 فيها 80 الاخرى فيها 74.
Dropped in a smoke. Found them.
One enemy remaining.
نايس جولي معلم. جود جوب. هاني
Take these arms for a spin.
Gotta go. Could I have a drop? Thanks. Could I have a drop? Get on with it. out of my way.
قدرت تجي ديك طاير في السما وتجي ديك الشيء اليمنية هذا هما يا ميت مشات
Turret out. I dropped the spike. I got the spike. Dropping the smokes.
Concussing!
push it.
Spike down B.
Flash out!
Last player standing.
What the fuck?
Fight till the end. No matter what. Go, go, go! Go, go, go!
In i skärselden.
عندي ترى
Enemy spotted mid.
once the wall is gone I will ult. Okay, Neon, prepare yourself.
Enemy spotted B.
There we go!
Plastic!
Enemy spotted A.
Hey Allah.
Spike down A.
Zap!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh look.
30 seconds left.
Oh.
Clutch.
They look like us, but are they us? I have so many questions.
Saving.
Could have a drop. Move.
Oh yeah. لعبوا سلو حتى حنا ما نلعبش شوية علينا.
Enemy spotted mid.
بس
Trevor! Clearing out! Blinding! Flash out!
My territory! My rules!
Tarts destroyed.
اوه 66 في كلوف.
Found them.
Last player
Nice,
standing.
nice.
One enemy remaining.
جارك. هلا. نايس معلم معلم جود جوب جود جوب جود جوب وي يا صاحبي ايش درتي لهم معلم
Their heart's still a different story.
هذاك انت كتبان لي تبارك الله كتعرف الشوط كان حيت راه ماشي باش تجيب الشوطيه هذيك كتأنى لعبوا بحال هكا بشويه عندنا الدراري شيفت جايز
I dropped the spike. I got the spike.
Enemy B.
Enemy spotted A. Goodbye. Initiated. Enemy spotted A.
راني جاني كاين واحد هنايا
Area's clear.
30 seconds left.
Enemy spotted.
Nowhere to run!
Last player standing. Spike down A.
اوه فاك
Match point.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
Could I have a drop?
I need a drop.
شري سبيكتر جانجو شري سبيكتر فاست ثانك يو
Get out of my way!
اوه
Got the spike. Concussing.
جو
Blinding.
يا الله والكلب
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Have one of these.
Defenders win.
Może no ma, dokończysz, no dwa. انا وانا صاحباتنا مثالية كاع بقى انا باقي مزيان صافي يا طلع في راسك اخويا يا الله يسر امورك It was a hard match. Three, 4, 5, 6. One first defeat after 6 wins. السلام عليكم. عرفنا الشندرة. لا هيد بالك. لا هيد بالك. هو الله يحفظك. كيف حالك؟ الحمد لله. انت بخير؟ الله يحفظك. مرحبا مرحبا يا مرحبا.
that's doing the eating that they're not eating. Eating a bit. I don't know why.
ايش كتستوب يا صاحبي علاش؟ مالك اصاحبي؟
Match found.
جيم
Stand in my way. I dare you.
guys, we need a smoker. Thank you, Herbert.
Breach, your prosthetics are waterproof, right? Asking for a friend.
Hello, Jim. Hello. Eh? Yo, Herbert. Dame.
Last player standing.
They think they're the best until we prove them wrong.
I'm out of here. Bad repair system failed. Begin emergency shutdown in T-minus 2 minutes.
Spike down B.
Enemy mid.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Concussing!
One enemy remaining.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
They demand a fight. Who are we to disobey?
We don't have any sentinel, that's a big problem.
Show them how we fight.
Hey.
Blasting!
Spike down A.
Flash out! Tremor! Blinding! Don't set.
There they are.
The hunt begins.
Spike A.
There.
Gotta go.
Take flight. Right here.
Don't pick.
One enemy
Good job.
remaining.
Right here.
Reyna is low.
Right here.
Thirty seconds left.
Don't set. Adding
Shield.
Ten seconds left.
Scanning ahead.
Spike planted.
Thanks.
Good job, team.
Reload.
It is over.
I'm out of here.
Now they're dead.
Close market, please.
Enemy spotted B.
Hit the boat.
Dome destroyed. Clearing out.
Right there.
Let's with me,
Drop one.
Cutting their vision.
Last player
Cutting their
standing.
vision.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Job, Reyna.
Clutch. They're nothing to me.
Reyna, I think I'm in love. I need a drop.
Reyna, can you buy me, please?
Tack, tack.
Thanks. Neon, I will stand them for you, okay? Take shotgun, yeah. Shotgun. Oh.
Trevor!
Enemy spotted mid. Right here.
There. Go, go, go! Enemy, go, go, go!
Still in sight.
Enemies B.
Spike down B.
Blasting!
One enemy remaining.
Out of here.
Reloading.
Flash out!
There. Reloading.
Go, go, go!
30 seconds left.
Good job.
Please stay alive. I hate making new
Yeah,
friends.
go.
Gotta go!
No prisoners.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Concussing!
You will not kill my allies!
Steps A. Mid.
My ult is ready.
Spike down mid.
They're going to A.
I'm out of here!
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Good job.
Spike mid.
Flawless.
Nice.
My ult's ready!
Yeah! Next drink's on me!
Conflict is not my first choice.
Gotta go.
But that choice was made.
This is a special message for our employees working overtime. We value your hard work.
It's now or never.
Hey.
Still in sight.
Can't
Get
use
out of
that.
my way!
Enemy spotted mid.
Default, just default.
Cutting their vision.
Right here.
Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Let's B.
Spike planted.
Flash out.
The hunt begins.
Blasting.
Last player standing.
Oh no. Yeah.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Can someone spot me? Shukriya, thank you.
Go, go, go!
Quick speed, quick trigger.
I will go B.
Enemy spotted me. Back off.
Oh, last shot. Good job.
There.
Enemy spotted me.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Nice. Good job, Reyna.
Reloading.
Your mind is just
Gotta
as
go.
dangerous as your weapon. Use it.
Go, go, go!
Let us hunt.
Clearing out.
I'm out!
30 seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Placed. Adding shield. The beeping is a little much.
Hi, I'm out of here.
Need a drop. Need a drop.
Can someone spot me? Shukriya.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Yeah.
Revealing area.
A shot.
Flash out!
You will not kill my allies!
Concussing! Blasting!
Last player standing. "30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Reyna, clock sticking, gotta go!
Yeah.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
Don't push, guys, don't push.
You're nothing. Right here. Die.
Here we go! Shock it!
Out of charges. Trevor!
Enemy and attacker spawn.
Blinding!
Reloading!
Gotcha, fun. My turn.
One enemy
Reloading.
remaining.
Drop.
Spike down, attacker spawn. Last player standing.
Shift.
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left. Spike planted.
Nice shot.
Last round before the switch.
Go, go, go!
No point saving. Spend it all.
Careful around Jett. She's sharp.
Clearing out.
Spike down B.
Push.
One enemy remaining.
We bring in the
Good job.
body bags.
Switching sides.
Go, go,
They
go.
don't have
A single life worth saving.
Gotta go. Gotta go.
Nice movement.
Let's have some fun.
Don't worry.
There.
Standing ahead. There they are.
still inside.
Don't make.
They're dead.
Taking fire.
I'm out of here.
Plant the spike.
Planted.
Flash out. Got you.
Down.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Fuck.
No stopping now. Not until the job is done.
Go, go, go.
Stay in the moment.
I'm out of here.
Found them.
Blasting.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
What the fuck?
Flawless.
Level heads
Gotta go.
until we're home, yes? Good.
I'm out of here.
Shift. Oh my god, you don't shift. You don't check behind you?
Don't set.
Enemy
Leaving
B.
area. There they are.
Reloading.
Come on.
Our carrier's dead.
What the fuck?
Spike down B.
Headshot.
I got Spike.
Enemy spotted mid.
Forever.
Enemy spotted mid.
They're stunned.
Clearing out. Blinding.
Spike planted.
Hey door.
Last player standing. One enemy
Three out.
remaining.
My ult's ready.
No time.
Listen up. Kill them before they kill us. I'm out of here.
Let's go.
Right there.
Let's go. I have ult. Let's go. Come.
Try not to get shot, okay?
Destroy the wall. Yeah, shift. Sova. Fuck Sova.
The hunt begins.
Gone.
Enemy mark.
Pitiful. Concussing.
Our spike is down.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Flash out. Blinding. Got the spike. Spike planted.
Good job.
What do you say,
Go.
bro? Ready to stretch your wings? Need a drop.
Let's go maybe A. Let's go.
Need a drop.
Right there. Careful there. On my mark.
Need a drop.
Pay attention to here and here. Ah, sorry.
Scanning ahead.
There.
Cutting their vision.
There.
Flash out.
Don't place. Blocking fire. Water rising.
Clearing out.
No more. My ult is ready.
Enemy A.
Blinding.
Watch out.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
Charge and shoot. You gotta go.
Need a drop.
Do you have one last skin, guys? Vandal. Yeah, vidare.
Need a drop. Salamat. Thanks.
Thank you.
Need a drop.
Need a drop. Salamat. Thanks. Break's over. I'm out of here.
Rush.
Reloading.
Spike, guys, spike.
Got the spike. No go.
Revealing area.
Watching here. Plant the spike.
You will not kill my allies.
Spike planted. My ult's ready. Flash out. Free out. Let's go.
Last player standing.
Come on, Sova, come on. Fuck. Hide.
their patterns. Exploit whatever you can.
Very ignore. Neon. River, vandal.
Need a drop.
Thank you. Destroy Skye. Destroy Skye. Shift a little bit, shit. Stay hide. Fuck. Let's rotate.
Enemy spotted A.
I'm out of here. Let's play.
Concussing!
Cutting their vision.
Dropped.
Blasting!
Ultimate
Spike
ready.
down B. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh. Focus. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Come on! Get me in the line of fire.
We fight to win.
Turbo, Neon. Fuck. We're disconnected. Shift.
Dead.
Go back to B.
Enemy and attacker spawn.
Yeah.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Match point.
We are strong because we are together. Don't forget that.
आराम से.
Get out of my way.
Spike down B.
Adios.
Burying spike.
Pathetic. My ult's ready.
Powerless.
Rotate.
Kill confirmed.
شوف forget about him.
Last player
Forget
standing.
about him.
One enemy
The
remaining.
fuck?
Spike down B.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
It's now or never.
Right here. Enemy spotted me. Right here. Right there.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
You had your fun.
30 seconds left. Defenders win.
السلام عليكم. الحمد لله على فكرة خير الحمد لله. أنت بخير؟ تلعبون كومب؟ تلعبون كومبيتيتيف؟ يا
To the team.
Spike down B.
Too late.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Spike
Out. Flash out. Got you.
last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Match found. Select your agent. Match found.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
I got there, Sage. She builds walls, I tear them down. No problem.
Gina.
Enemy mid.
Our spike carrier is down.
Spike down mid. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
That Raze has some good inventories. Would love to pick them apart.
Guys, let's go A.
Reloading.
Saving.
I'm here to stay.
Full safe.
Bomb buddy out.
Concussing. Blasting.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Enemy spotted. Mid. I got the spike.
Weak.
Spike dropped.
Last player standing.
Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just taking a wee kip.
Come on, guys, let's go. Let's focus. We got
Reloading.
from Morocco. And you? Good.
Reloading.
We got this, guys.
Trevor.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Bomb buddy out.
Here we go.
Reloading. Enemy spotted C.
Reload efforts gone.
Last player standing. Spike down, C.
Ooh. See ya.
Intensive.
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
Okay, start fresh.
Blocking sight.
Concussing. Blasting. Dead. Flash out.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
So?
Last player standing.
You will not kill my allies.
شفت
Thirty seconds left. Clutch.
Take aim, then fire. Let's not complicate it.
سكوتي
Reloading.
Careful there.
Reloading.
come on guys.
Reloading.
Shift.
Tremor!
Like I never left.
Spike down, C. Last player standing.
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
Come on guys, we need to win some rounds because defense is more easy.
Reloading.
I love this sport.
Right there.
Watch this. Reload. Enemy spotted B.
Concussing!
Grenade.
Clearing out!
Last player standing. Spike down A.
These new friends of ours are not too friendly.
Come on, let's go.
They are so dead.
Tremor!
Enemy spotted. Hey.
Oh,
Blasting! Into the deep!
Last player standing.
Beautiful.
One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead.
جيت مغربي اخويا. واش بالك في هادشي؟ واش هذاك صاحبي هاد الشامبر هذا مان واش حول ولا مان؟
Let's make him dance.
طالع صاحبي.
Reloading.
Reloading. Here. Stop.
Spike down mid.
Out of charges. I got the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Carrier's down.
Spike down mid. Last player standing. Clutch.
Allah Allah. Allah.
Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Brakes? Nowhere in sight. I don't quit.
Go ahead. Stand your ground. Trevor!
Fire in the hole!
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. See? You're stubborn. They'll break.
Who will I spot first?
Reloading. Reloading.
Concussing.
Oops.
Okay.
Three. My ult's ready. Go get him.
Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
Planted.
You will not kill my allies.
Blasting.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Blinding.
Clutch.
Doubt me again.
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front.
Nice shot. Go, 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 go.
Trevor. Spike planted.
Enemy C.
One enemy remaining.
Clearing out. My ult's ready.
Sure.
Quit
Inshallah.
Reloading.
Last round before the switch.
Spend what you got.
لا لا قلت لك ماضي. Guys, let's go A, let's go A. I have ult. I will ult.
Careful there.
Bomber bridge! Let's go! Get out of my way!
Concussing!
Enemy spotted A.
Let's go. Go, 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 go.
Blasting!
Night night!
Flash out! Meet deeply!
No.
Spike down A.
يا صاحبي ما فهمش انا. فوت عليه.
One enemy remaining.
Chamber, what the fuck are you doing there?
Last player standing.
Back like I never left!
Last player standing.
Shift. Good shot. عرفتي زعما كون ما غوتش عليك الكرة باقية برضه باكو مشى الطرح.
Switching sides.
على 4 صافي.
Immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as
Guys, one garage. And 2A.
Now they have my attention.
See.
Spike down C.
Oh. You got this, guys.
Spike planted. Last player
وايد يا
standing.
صاحبي. ما كاينش معنا غصة الله ما كاين معنا.
It seems these strangers want me dead. Eh bien, they're not the first.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
ايه واو وش يضربني يا صاحبي واو يلا
Last player standing. Spike planted.
بغاو غير كيلات ما يربحوا.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Flash out.
Spike down mid.
Garage.
Here. Spike is mid.
Satchel out.
Harbor garage.
One enemy remaining.
Harbor in garage. معلم
Outrun me? You know, I could just outlive them. Can I get a drop? Nah, bullets are quicker.
I need a drop. I need a drop. I need a drop. Tuck, tuck. Take him.
Thank you. Hey.
Multiple enemies A.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Be faster.
Shot.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
وهي باينة. Change your place, change your place. Go up or something.
30 seconds left.
He may flank you.
Ten seconds left. Spike planted.
Teleport's broken.
It's close. Good job. شيء رسميا جدا ولا غير مطلقة.
Just that too.
Snack time! Sorry, only brought enough for me. Satchel out.
Come on then.
Watch this!
Concussing! Clearing out!
One down. My ult's ready.
Blinding! Too late. Flash out!
Spike planted.
Oh.
That's you, pal.
Çok.
remaining.
Is red.
Last player standing.
Like I never
Go
left.
ahead.
Go,
Stand
go, 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 you got this. Good job. Good job, good job.
Think I'll stay. We got this.
Shit. Hey.
Target down. You alright?
Hey.
Trevor!
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Good job.
Reloading.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Shot. Good job.
Spike down C. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Good job.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out.
يلا بدو تيفيقوا. الله.
Let's flush them out.
بكراش.
Get out of my way.
Get out of here.
Shot.
Reloading.
Info. You have it. Have them? Raise. Rotating.
Into the deep! Concussing!
Enemy spotted A.
Next.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Nice shot.
Come here. They think they're so secure.
Oh yeah. وجاني الناس انا عييت قدام اليوم وباقي ما نعسش وجيت بقيت مقصر.
Keep up the pressure.
والله. نايس. جولي.
Blinding!
دخلوا لي كراج 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 كراج.
Last player standing.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
Behind me.
Enemy spotted C.
How many? How many? All of them?
Enemy spotted C.
Give info guys.
Teleport's gone.
ما تيهضروش هاد الحبس هذا كله.
Flash out.
Grenade!
روتيشن روتيشن روتيشن.
One down. Here goes the party.
Last player standing.
اوه تفو تكرم روتيشن.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Trevor! Blinding! Blasting! Out of charges.
ايه.
Come on, come on.
اوه شو كذا بس.
Match point.
Okay, I only have like
Does anyone have funds?
78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
يجوا الايه اتوقع له. كلوب دونت بيك دونت بيك. اوه نو سي.
Concussing! Can't use that.
Fire in the hole!
اوه
Spike planted.
اوه اوزين كذا.
Last player standing.
يا سيدي.
Attackers win. Flawless.
شو الناس بركة. يلا اخويا تصبح على خير.